Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And here we are for our very special Christmas Eve edition of Overlapping Dialogue. This episode will be dropping on Christmas Eve of 2021. Very likely you will be spending this time with your family, friends, around the tree, dipping into that eggnog, digging into the fruitcake.
Non-alcoholic eggnog.
As we talked about last week.
Yes. How about non-eggnog eggnog? How about that?
So, give me the eggnog, but, something else.
Yeah.
Like a can of Coca-Cola,
A Coca-Cola.
Give me that Coca-Cola. So, in honor of the Christmas season, we thought what better way to celebrate the birth of Christ than with Spider-Man 2. Or not Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2002 is what I meant to say. Yeah. So, very recently, and I'm not even kidding, every time I talk about this movie, I get it wrong. The newest Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man No Way Home?
Yes, I think so.
I think so. Don't kill me if I didn't get it wrong. Yeah, because last one was Far From Home.
If anybody honestly cares about that, you're a loser, and you should turn this podcast off now. So, because you're not going to like anything we're going to have to say.
So yeah, Spider-Man No Way Home. Okay, I think I got it. Spider-Man Homeboy.
So remember how much we
came out.
Remember how much we dislike Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Think about the time he fought The Undertaker at No Way Out in a Hell in a Cell. And that's how you're going to remember. Okay. Because you don't like him, and you don't care about No Way Home.
Yeah. And we're going to get into our very, dense thoughts on the character of Spider-Man and the various iterations of Spider-Man over the years. But thought we'd dig into our very favorite entry. Now, for a lot of people, and we'll talk about this later, Spider-Man 2 is the creme de la creme, one of the greatest superhero movies ever. I think it's really good. I think this is better. And that's kind of a controversial opinion, I know, for a lot of people.
I'm not that crazy about Spider-Man 2. It's good. I don't really have anything against it.
But we really deeply love the first movie, and I think the first movie is, I think Levi had said this last week, probably the best live-action superhero film we've yet to have, in a variety of ways, and we'll talk about all those ways. But we got to dig into that Blue Plate special first. A Christmas Eve edition.
Well, we couldn't keep the cooks for too long today.
We got to let them go.
So we'll do a quick one today and get out of here.
We'll dig into that holiday edition of the Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please?
Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Order up! Temporarily right here.
Closing early hours.
Yeah, they've already turned the stoves off, and
they're kind of just standing in the corner,
watching us
on their smoke break. Yeah, indoors. I don't know if that's even allowed anymore. Probably not.
At this place, it is.
We're like,
at this Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, Bohemian Grove. Yeah, smoke them if you got them at Bohemian Grove. So we don't have many new releases to talk about. I recently saw the newest West Side Story, the Steven Spielberg remake. Thought that was really pretty great. Quite loved that. Levi hasn't seen it.
No.
So,
I haven't seen the original West Side Story, but I have read the original play version of it. Did I tell my story about that on here?
Yeah, do it again.
Okay,
so
I don't remember. If
I was thinking about this story, by the way, during the song in it.
Well, and by the way, no new trips down memory lane this week in relation to the Bohemian Grove of Greensboro, the North Carolina Beta Club convention.
Yeah.
But that this will be a trip down memory lane in its own way. When I was in high school, my freshman year, we read West Side Story. We had just read Romeo and Juliet. Of course, that's a redux version, more like reflux version of Romeo and Juliet in like 1950s and 60s New York, and about ethnicity in a big way. Anyway, there's a song in West Side Story called Tonight, or I don't know what the name of it is. Tonight. Okay. Not Tonight, Tonight, Tonight.
Yeah.
Or the Genesis song, or Tonight, Tonight by the Smashing Pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
But
a lot of tonights.
Anyway, Tonight. And there was a guy, I remember his name, I won't say it on here. He probably wouldn't care that I would mention it, but in that class, who we all went around and were reading, from him. And he had to read that section. I think he was Tony, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and he was singing. Well, he wasn't singing it. He was just reading it out loud. And he was like, "Tonight, tonight, we will go out tonight." I don't remember all the lyrics to Tonight.
That's basically what it is.
But it's like, "Tonight, tonight, we will do it tonight, tonight, tonight."
No, during the movie, which was so well done, during that song, I was sitting there laughing, thinking about that, and I wasn't even there for it.
And I remember I'd never heard the song up to that point, but I remember even in the moment thinking, he's supposed to be singing this, I think, and. Whatever, he was a ninth grader, that was embarrassed of musicals, I guess, for some, homophobic reasons or whatever. I don't know. No offense to that person, but which I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah.
But anyway, random place to go with that. But that's a thing for. But can I tell another story?
Yeah, feel free.
Okay,
so we do have trips.
So a year before this, in the pantheon of my life, a year before, we had gone to Washington, D.C. on our 8th grade trip. That's a trip that was kind of full of other stories that sometime I may tell another time. But anyways, we had went, basically there was a question of there's always like an extra kind of thing that you get to do while you're up there. A lot of people like to go to Wizards games or, what's the baseball team?
The Nationals.
The Nationals, or whatever. Nationals games or whatever. And, we didn't do that year. We went to a version of Pirates of Penzance, which was at like a dinner theater. I liked it, by the way. Let me just say. I thought it was interesting. I would have and at that time, now, if it would be a question of going to a sporting event or that, yeah, I probably would have liked the sporting event, whatever. But we went, and everybody was griping and complaining about it the whole time. Nobody really liked it. And, of course, it was, a very theatrical production. And I remember there was a teacher, I won't name him either, but, and this is a good thing I have to say about him. He's somebody that was very near and dear to me at that time of my life. Was frustrated by all the middle school boys who were complaining that we were there. Mm-hmm. And he pretty much called them out and was like, "You're all being real homophobic about this."
Really?
Yeah, and got kind of mad. And I've always remembered that, and at the time was like, yeah, I liked it fine enough for what it was, but it was clear that they were like, oh, I've got to be cool.
The cool guy, yeah.
And I still see this sort of thing, not as much.
Yeah.
Frankly, time has thawed some things a little bit, and even it's hard to believe that middle schoolers are more progressive now than they were then, but honestly,
that's natural. Yeah.
But that has thawed a little bit over the years. But that's still an opinion that a lot of people hold, boys that age and men through most of their life, is, this is all theatrical. So it's inherently homosexual is the way they view it.
I never necessarily thought that way. I just was not, quote, into musicals. And as I've gotten older, there's some musicals I quite love. And as a form, it's not something that I immediately gravitate towards and jump.
Yeah, let me
but there are some great ones that I've grown to love. And I'm a lot more thawed's a good word, much more willing to watch a random one.
Yeah.
And it should be said, there was a period in American life where it was just more in vogue as a form than it is now.
Yeah.
But you still have modern ones. I think Hamilton, in some ways, the success of that has made it more brought it back a little bit as a
Yeah.
form. I mean, it's more widely enjoyed. You know
And
what I
I'm
mean?
not, and I'm not saying all this to be like coming out against all these people all of a sudden, but
Yeah,
but it's just something I think about every so often. But
sure.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so
Anyways,
anyway,
West Side Story.
yeah,
I really like that a lot. Go check it out. Thankfully, I was able to see it in the Dolby screen before Spider-Man ran it out because that's already taken over there and will be for the next few weeks probably. So there you go. Speaking of some new movies, though, well, one new movie and one old movie. Well, both are old in their own way.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm
neither of
someone
them
the term old. When people old,
Like, what an
oh,
old,
that's from two.
like,
they people call this movie we're going to talk about today.
No,
old,
a movie
like,
that's old is like The Kiss.
Yeah,
The silent movie where the people kiss.
Yeah.
That's old, okay?
Yeah.
Like, that is old. Like,
that doesn't even mean it can't be good,
like,
obviously. But
Casablanca, it's old, but not really that old.
you
That's
want
the thing.
to
I mean,
talk about the experience at all?
Oh, yeah,
showing
sure.
that in class.
So I showed Casablanca this week to my students. They seem to be into it. I'll have to ask some of my more favorite students what they thought specifically.
Yeah.
But
there's always a wary thing
Well,
because
I
sometimes your
cautioned
favorite
them.
ones will disappoint
yes,
you.
well, and I
sometimes
cautioned
stuff
them
like that.
ahead of time. Well, I didn't exactly caution them. I more or less warned them in a way of not warning them of, hey, it's okay. Like, no, this is black and white. You're gonna watch it, and just I don't want to hear you complain. The kids seem to be relatively into it. They were into the whole idea that, wait a minute, she cheated on Rick, or she cheated on Laszlo with Rick, and I was like, well, she didn't know he was even alive.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, but she still did it or whatever. And they were kind of into that fact for some reason.
Yeah.
But
Because they're thinking about themselves in middle school
I guess.
antics,
But yeah, so they seem to like it okay. We were laughing about Conrad Veidt's death at the end, of like him slumping.
Yeah.
He's like, if I told Captain Renault I'd shoot him, I will certainly shoot you or whatever. And he's like, put it down, like, and he shoots him. But we were laughing in particular about that moment where that Nazi and that Frenchman are like at the bar yelling at each other, and he says something like, "It's none of your business," and the Nazi's like, "I'll make it my business," and like slaps him like a real 1940s movie slap.
Yeah.
So that's a new inside joke, I guess, for the group. But so yeah,
I don't know. Old movies. That's a very
like that is an old movie, but not really. I don't know.
sounds weird,
It's because
but, like,
the medium is so young. That's the
Right.
thing that people don't understand. Is like, I think to call, Treasure Island an old book would be certainly the case. Even like to call, For Whom the Bell Tolls an old book. Okay, I guess so.
Yeah.
But like when you have a medium that is so young, like
Nothing's
film,
really old. Yeah.
it's not really all that old,
Yeah.
really. But
I in my head think of silent cinema as quote old, and
Yes.
that's not to say anything of a value quality on that.
No.
That's just it's just time wise. That's whatever. Anyways,
yeah,
Where the Buffalo Roam.
Mhm.
When did that come out? 80?
80.
80? Okay. About Hunter S. Thompson, basically. I don't know if it's an adaptation of a particular
It
article
is,
or
where
it seemed like a collection of them, but
it's
almost.
an adaptation of The Banshee Screams for Buffalo Meat, which he wrote as kind of like a eulogy to Oscar Zeta Acosta. We kind of talked about this movie briefly when we were going to do Fear and Loathing in Las
We hadn't
Vegas.
seen it, obviously, then, but we've seen the
finally
trailer
got
and
into
the light
it,
in the
yeah.
trailer. The sky.
Well,
Neil
it was
Young
funny
says-
too. There wasn't a whole lot of Neil Young actually in the movie. I was kind
And
of
at
surprised
the beginning,
by that.
it was like music by Neil Young,
Yeah.
so I was expecting more songs,
Not really.
So I love Hunter S. Thompson. I know you do. You've read even more of him than I. This was in 1980, so this is certainly when he was still alive. He was even alive, of course, when they made Fear and Loathing. But I think in 1980 he was admittedly, more of who the Thompson everybody knows and remembers him to be, a little more so than he was by the late 90s, just because the ink was still fresh in many ways from his late 60s, 70s period. The movie's directed by Art Linson, I believe.
Yes.
What did you think of Where the Buffalo Roam as a depiction of Thompson, specifically maybe in comparison to Fear and Loathing, which was later, but even as its own thing? How did it, what did it do for you in terms of depicting him and that time and place in history?
Well, I think that some people had the movie was widely disliked at the time of its release, which I find surprising because I gave it 4 stars.
I quite liked it, yeah.
I don't know what do you know?
I'm thinking probably like 3.5, but I quite liked the movie.
I gave it 4. I thought it was really quite good. I mean, like I said in my review, Hunter S. Thompson is a man that can't be all boiled down into one feature. There are different facets to his whole aura.
Right.
So there have been three major, pretty much only really three movies adapted out of his work. The Rum Diary, which is the newest, and that was about his that was based on a novel that he wrote that was based on his experiences as a sports writer in Cuba. And I haven't seen that, and I've heard it's not good, but
the book sounds good.
Who knows? Yeah. Directed by Bruce Robinson, randomly, who made the Whitnell and I.
Which that movie itself has very Thompson elements.
Right.
Yeah, and then even has the
Ralph
poster.
Steadman-esque,
Steadman,
yeah. But yeah, and Ralph Steadman literally did do the poster. Yeah. But so
Fear and Loathing is, of course, the most well-known, the most iconic, and that's his most iconic work, anyways.
Yeah.
The book.
But to jump back to Rum Diary real quickly, that I haven't seen it or read it, but it seems to me like it's kind of a reckoning with his decision of where he wants to go as a writer, and kind of like I want to be a more serious writer. And
I'd be curious to know how that's depicted cinematically.
Yeah, I
because
don't
movies
know,
about writers, books about writers are their own beast and make sense because it's the written word. But sometimes films about writers are a little meandering and pedantic, and it's hard to cinematically express that. I think something like Fear and Loathing actually does.
Yes,
well,
and so Fear and Loathing. That the Rum Diary covers one part of his whole life. Fear and Loathing is actually interestingly in between the kind of major sections of Where the Buffalo Roam.
Right.
But as in like 1970, 71, when we've talked all about that movie, but that's examining a certain part of Thompson, of him kind of looking at the death of the 60s and the kind of savagery. I mean, literally savage is in the title of the book, but the kind of savagery of himself as a life force, sort of.
And he's kind of juxtaposing his savagery with the savagery of the Nixon era, and is finding certainly a lot of fault in the Nixon era, but even also kind of subconsciously examining himself and saying, well, I myself may be a savage, but I'm a more natural...
A savage for equality.
Right.
Yeah. He loves equal rights for all. But yeah, and then...
Malick ass Hunter S. Thompson.
Where the Buffalo Roam was the first of all these made, and it is the most opaque, it seems, of what it's actually trying to be about and say.
Yeah.
That it's covering... basically the friendship that he had with Acosta, which is kind of sort of covered in Fear and Loathing, but on a different level.
I'm sure you agree with this. Like the relationship in Where the Buffalo Roam is one more of melancholy and lost hope or potential, versus the one depicted in Fear and Loathing is a little more adversarial at times, a little more combative, I feel.
And what's strange about this movie, too, is he comes in and out of the movie very strangely, and like he's there and then he's not there.
And at certain points takes on more of a spiritual presence than
and
he
that
does
the
a
movie
physical presence.
is questioning about whether he even is asked the question by a student in the movie of, is he even a real person? This Acosta stand-in, because he isn't named.
Well, also it goes to that goes hand in hand with the Gonzo journalism, the new journalism of that time. Of like, you have like characters like, they are characters. Tom Wolfe, Hunter S. Thompson, Norman Mailer, of these people who insert themselves into stories and seemingly fictionalize aspects of themselves. So it would make sense that perhaps some of these characters are literal manufactured. I mean, Raoul Duke is who he depicts himself as is not even exactly purely Thompson himself. He's like a projection of Thompson by Thompson. So
and even in that book and in the movie too, I like that the movie included it in Fear and Loathing, that there's those moments where he's like confronted with the fact that he is Thompson.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know who that is, and that he is Raoul Duke I mean, that whole story is so fascinating because I truly have no idea what's truth and what's fiction of any of that.
And also the extent to which Thompson is being self-aware. I question sometimes, and I'm not sure about. And that's what makes it such a fascinating work of art. Is that,
But that Where the Buffalo Roam is, I feel like actually the purest distillation of Thompson, really, because it's like very much about him as a writer for Rolling Stone, which isn't even given that name in the book. I think it's like Blast Magazine or something. Yeah. There's a Jan Winter stand-in played by Bruno Kirby randomly, but that he's like I don't even remember what his name in it was.
And he's the one always hounding him like get in this article, this essay, and he's always like, well, whatever, we'll see.
But and the whole movie, it should be said, is a comedy. I mean, it's very all over the place. It's funny because it's only an hour and 40 minutes. It feels longer than that actually because it's just so meandering. It does all these crazy things, but that ultimately I felt like the movie was really about, at the end, it was about the idea that the question of whether, this is just the way I read it at least, the question of will I go with Acosta into the wild and live in this kind of communist, basically egalitarian hippie society, or will I just continue to be a part of the establishment that I loathe, but that I'm addicted to? Right. Because he talks about, and this is something that I kind of gleaned from Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72, which this covers part of in this movie, that he talked about that he described himself as a political junkie, that once you're part of that, you will never not be, and that he's like addicted to the idea of politics and the running around sport, and like he's addicted to that. And that I think that goes into the idea of maybe that him in general being addicted to the savagery and the greed of America, even as he sees it as an evil
and even
thing.
As he sees like somebody like Acosta as this escape hatch of like what he maybe deep down wishes he was and could be, but again, that addiction to like you said, that establishment that he once loathes and loves, is such a fascinating interpretation of Thompson, and at the end something that movie is interested in an extent that other adaptations are not pick up on about him. You know?
Yeah, and the ending of the movie is him, like, and at the beginning, it's like the frame of the movie is him riding in Colorado, like where he's basically sealed himself off from the world and kind of writes from there. Now is that he kind of did do what Acosta wanted to do, but he's all alone instead. And the ending of the movie, which you had said this, I thought was really great.
I think the last 5-10 minutes are amazing. I mean, I think like that final conversation that him and Acosta have on the runway as the papers are flying everywhere. Right. I mean, all that and even before that, the plane stuff too. I thought was so madcap and insane and funny. But
and that he's like got that, and he's like talking to his Doberman, which is the most like Thompson thing ever, and he literally gives it like alcohol, and it's like,
we haven't said anything really about also the actors. Peter Boyle plays Acosta. Bill Murray very interestingly plays Thompson. What do you think about Murray's interpretation of Thompson?
Well, and I'll say with both, because I mean Jonathan Dett, excuse me.
Mm-hmm. I know. They call him this.
I know, and I don't understand. I don't get it either.
Sometimes we get confused, but Jonathan Dett
and Benicio del Toro's are so iconic and so right.
Yeah, for that.
Yes, but I feel like this worked for that too, to be a little bit more loose and fun. And
total psychotic freak out.
Going to go. The hallucinations will stop finally. But and of course that whole moment where Boyle comes in with the Nixon mask on, and he's like, "I am the President of the United States.
Suck it to me." And he's
suck it to me. But you know what my favorite moment of that scene is when he sits down in front of Bill Murray, and Bill Murray's acting like he thinks it's Nixon. And the first thing he says to him is, "You look good." Yeah. Like, he's like, "Oh, it looks like you're taking care of yourself." You know, like it's just like a random.
It should be said also.
Nixon is in the movie at the end of the movie too.
Yeah, he actually is depicted as a character briefly.
Yeah.
That actually also for Bill Murray, I mean, it's still a comedy, so he's doing a comedic performance. But was his first time, like, quote, being in a character beyond like an SNL type thing. You know what I mean? Like, he's actually, quote, trying a little more so. That was kind of the first time he had done a performance quite like that.
Yeah, like he would do with like Stripes a few years later. And
then Peter Boyle.
And even
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
You know, Peter Boyle, I've always loved. I think he's one of the most secretly underrated performers of that 70s and 80s. I mean, some of the stuff he was in. I mean, his character in Fringe of Eddie Coyle is one of the most iconic, great performances ever.
Characters in any movie.
And then, of course, Young Frankenstein. He plays the monster.
Taxi Driver.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody I don't think enough about. And
I know we haven't
I was
seen
like, oh, wow.
But Joe, I've always heard a lot about. And, Yeah, well, it's funny because there's all the Joe movies with him. There's the Joe, then there's a movie where he played Crazy Joe Gallo.
Yeah, the mobster.
Then there's that movie Tail Gunner Joe where he played Joe
yeah.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
And it's just like...
him as Joe McCarthy, I don't want to hype that up too much in my head, but ideally that would be pretty great.
Him as Crazy Joe, I think, would be interesting, too.
Yeah.
But, anyways...
For a long time, I thought the Joe movie was a Crazy
that's
Joe
a whole
movie.
other
Right.
thing. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I think they're both really good actually, for what it is. And like I said, Murray, I think he taps into a certain part of Thompson that, because it's interesting. I really love Jonathan Dett as Thompson, but that is an annoying performance though at times. Yeah. I didn't actually find Murray to be annoying as Thompson.
Do you think that has anything to do with the likability of Murray?
I think that's part of it, but there's a certain shrillness to the Duke character in
part of that is the story
and so
him on drugs the entire time.
And,
which he's not on drugs necessarily the entire time, I feel like, of this movie.
No,
to the extent of which he ever is sober.
Yeah, well, he's drunk the whole time. He's not on drugs as much. But, so... Anyway, I think they're good in the movie. But there's kind of that final moment in the movie where he's, like, talking to the Doberman, and he's like, that famous quote he had where it never got weird enough for me, or whatever, and saying, like, that he had this kind of potential for both the Nixon idea and the Acosta idea, and he felt like they never got to where either of them needed to be. And like I said, he would side far more with Acosta, but at the same time, I think there's a part of him that loved to hate Nixon
I think
so much that he saw himself in
I've not read as much of his post-Nixon writings, but I would imagine him and a certain group of these leftist intellectuals of that time period saw Nixon as the arch enemy, as the number one threat to American democracy. And then he was gone. He resigned.
Yeah.
He's off the map. And I wonder if, I feel like, to me, something hidden between the lines that I think also, if you think about the period, at the very end, is a certain melancholy that he doesn't have Nixon anymore to punch. He doesn't have Nixon as the big number one target. He quote won, right? Yeah. He's like, we got rid of this awful man for democracy. And then he's just kind of sitting there like, what now? That was kind of the guiding conflict of my life. How do I weirdly proceed and just be a writer anymore or a journalist? Because that was the threat. That was the enemy. And now he's gone. And there's like a sense of melancholy, I think, even between the lines of all that the character is, and the man himself even faced in terms of how do I move on from the grand conflict of my life is how he sees himself, Yeah. Very Hemingway-esque ideas about himself. And I know he held Hemingway in high regard and ended his life in a very Hemingway-esque fashion also. But
but I mean, I guess to wrap it up on that movie, that's the thing though, I think where people look at Thompson movies wrong is they see them all as they're supposed to be an exemplification of the whole man, and that movie actually is trying the hardest to do that. But it's not going to get everything people want. And I know that's not exactly why people don't like the movie. People just don't like it because of its structure. They just don't think it's funny, I guess. I don't know, but I thought it was pretty funny. But
and I think putting yourself in the minds of somebody in 1980 who would have seen this, you're like, oh, Bill Murray's trying to, quote, act now. And they didn't really hold it in the reverence either of we maybe do all these years later.
Yeah.
And things are always usually more interesting in historical context than they are in the moment. But nonetheless, I don't know how or why people wouldn't have liked it a little more. But
I don't know.
Anyway, we were quite taken with it. Quite liked it. We Shout Factory put it out on Blu-ray. That's how we watched it. Transfer looked good too. Also, another movie we recently watched, and this is a movie we've both seen multiple times anyways, but we're watching it in preparation for the latest sequel of it, The Matrix. Resurrections will have already started to come out when you record when you're listening to this.
Yeah. The other day I was watching ESPN and it was like that voice where it's like, brought to you by, it's like The Matrix Resurrections. Like, okay. But yeah.
So The Matrix, I
think people have talked about this movie.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I remember as a kid when this came out, I was 6 years old. I would have been 7. No, I would have been
You lead.
No, 6, almost 7 years
you were
old.
leading 2 lives. Like,
And I remember when it came out, and I remember even just seeing the poster, and I remember seeing like the VHS cover, and started to be DVD covers in Movie Gallery or other places, and being like, and again, we live in like rural North Carolina pretty much, and just looking at the posters and being like, people dress like that? Like, what is that? And it was less disgust and more than just like, or actually more just like fascination and like, that's odd and different, you know?
Yeah.
I later on saw the movie first on cable, I believe, on TNT when they started to show it on TV more in the early to mid 2000s. It was always a movie that I quite liked a lot and started to love. And I remember getting some of the first Blu-rays I got was of the box set that come out in the late 2000s, and watched it more so then. Have seen the sequels a decent number of times, but not as much as I would like to have. And we're going to rewatch them in preparation for Resurrections. And it's a movie that I've always quite liked or loved. But seeing it again, we saw it on 4K. It looked amazing. I think it's functionally kind of just a perfect action movie. I mean, it literally, the action's great, and especially for people that is their second feature, and they made that as insane. The Wachowski sisters, and the mythology of the world, and the sequels get a little bit too caught up in that, but the specificity of it all. And then as you go back, you learn more about the 90s. You know, we were kids in the 90s. You were a very, very young kid. But you have a certain idea of what you thought the 90s was as a kid. Then you go back and read and see the historical context of what the 90s was more so. And for that to be made by a major studio, to give that to new filmmakers, to have the actors it does in it, and the ideas it has, is nothing short of extraordinary. And I know that's nothing new 22 years later praising this movie. But it really was it just still connects, and it still hits in a big major way. You've not seen it quite as many times as I have, but you have seen it multiple times. What did you take away from this most recent
I've always
viewing of it?
liked it. I've always liked it. But I saw it back around the time, primarily, when you got those Blu-rays. I would have been in, like, middle school, probably. So it's been a long time ago. But it's been a while since I've seen the whole thing. But I always liked it. But I don't know. It's just one of those things I grew up.
It's always in the background,
and I was always like, okay, yeah, fine. Yeah. And I've seen Reloaded, but haven't seen Revolution, so I'm going to be seeing that for the first time soon. I know nobody likes it, which will mean I'll probably like it.
Well, actually, as you can imagine,
people have come around, whatever.
Well, there were people at the time.
There's a lot of people that don't like Reloaded either. Yeah. So
which has some of the most incredible action ever put to screen.
I've always remembered that that's a really good movie.
Yeah.
Like I said, relies a little bit too much on. I mean, if you go, may I actually just read out loud the letterbox summary of Reloaded? It's one of the funniest things you'll ever hear.
Yeah.
So, all right. Yeah, you're thinking, oh, do I have to hear this? You'll laugh. Don't worry. So, The Matrix Reloaded. 6 months after the events depicted in The Matrix, Neo has proved to be a good omen for the free humans, as more and more humans are being freed from the Matrix and brought to Zion, the one and only stronghold of the Resistance. A lot of these words are capitalized, by the way. Neo himself has discovered his superpowers, including super speed, ability to see the codes of the things inside the Matrix, and a certain degree of precognition. But a nasty piece of news hits the human resistance. 250,000 machine sentinels are digging to Zion and would reach them in 72 hours. As Zion prepares for the ultimate war, Neo, Morpheus, and Trinity are advised by the Oracle to find the Keymaker, who would help them reach the source. Meanwhile, Neo's recurrent dreams depicting Trinity's death have got him worried, and as if it was not enough, Agent Smith has somehow escaped deletion, has become more powerful than before, and has fixed Neo as his next target. But I love it's like the source is capitalized, and then but as if this weren't enough, like,
but by the way,
Agent Smith,
and
the Keymaker, it's just like, what the hell is any of that, you know?
And by the way, a movie like that was being released as a major film. Yeah. Like a major blockbuster film.
No, I remember what a big deal in the 2000s, the whole image of the Keymaker was as the, like, with all the screens, and I remember there was like a thing, what was it called? That show that Will Ferrell was on, where he like did a version of it or whatever, and he had white hair, and that always looked, you know, real ridiculous. And in the movie, it's funny where they have that whole thing about the, you know, all the screens and Neo saying all these different things and, you know, cursing or whatever. What was that show though that Will Ferrell was on?
Well, I think that was from the MTV Movie Awards.
It was the MTV Movie Awards, right? But I remember what a big deal some of that stuff was and how weird it was, and just like, you know, so I was always aware of that. And like I said, I've never seen Revolutions, but you know, I always liked them. Yeah. Is more or less what I'm saying. But seeing it this time, it just really sort of blew my mind, I guess, in a way that it did for other people. I mean, I know this is like saying, you know, I've really been listening to Bob Dylan. Yeah. I'm like, I'm not saying anything that's new. All I'm saying is like,
well, but it connected for you in a way it hadn't in the past.
I mean, I've always liked it, but it's just something I've never thought about. But I've been thinking about it a lot the last few days, and I mean, it's a 5-star perfect movie. I mean, everything about it I think is pretty amazing. I was talking with my mom about it yesterday, and then she was talking about remembering when it came out and saying, you know, that, and this is all very obvious, but it's like we were talking about it, how like that first scene of the movie, and we were watching it, and we were talking about it, how like you make this the first scene of your movie is like this. But that, you know, where Trinity's up, they're coming in to arrest her, and she like literally jumps up in the air to kick that cop in the face, and it's like does the 360, and it's like that's something that I remember.
That was been parodied.
I know, you know, like I mean, Shrek did that famously, like. But it's like, I know it's a big, and like her running up the wall and stuff like that. It's just like, what even is this? Like, you know, and it's an amazing thing to see that somebody was making a movie like that, you know, ever. And I mean, really, I mean, everybody's done that sort of thing since then, but there's nothing that's really, in my opinion, in the last 22 years of the things I've seen, there's nothing that has been that revolutionary for action.
No, I mean, you know,
some people would say Mad Max Fury Road, but I don't feel like that is to that extent either.
I don't think so either. And,
you know,
but frankly, also, The Matrix is about reality. And, and even though it's about fictionalized reality in a way that Mad Max, I love it, it's a chase movie. So we got to get from here to here. Now, is it about resources and apocalyptic things? Sure. But The Matrix is about all that plus more, and it's far denser. And actually, I don't know. This is going to sound really bad and condescending. Has a screenplay, and has considerable ideas.
No, I mean
in
it gets so much information forward in a way that is so direct and efficient
and entertaining to watch. And you don't really notice, I think, till later when you're thinking about it, all the exposition that is given to you, but it's in this very engaging, entertaining, kinetic way.
Another thing I really love about the movie is the look of the Matrix is really green, that like green look about itself, and then the like real world is like very blue. Yeah. And it's kind of this like, it looks so real compared to that. You know, which obviously that's the whole point, but it's interesting.
But The Matrix has this like kind of, I think that, you know, weirdly, I think the scenes, I think there was a conscious choice. If you notice, like the early scenes with Neo, or Mr. Anderson as he's called,
Two Lives,
is a little more green than later in The Matrix. And I think part of that, I guess, was an intentional choice of it. It now looks new to Neo again.
Yes.
That's like he now has this knowledge of what it really is, and so it looks a little different. But great stuff.
Yeah.
What do we think of Hugo Weaving as Agent Smith?
I mean, that's one of the funniest performances of all time. I mean, I keep saying it, but seems you lead two lives. And he's like, one of these lives has a future, the other does not. You know, and
what was the one about like taking out your taking out your garbage?
Yeah, he's helping the landlady take out her garbage. Yeah, and I love that scene too of him and Pantaleano, where Pantaleano's basically he's like, I know the steak isn't real. Yeah. He's like, ignorance is bliss, and like that isn't. I think one of the most randomly interesting ideas of the movie that it needs to have, but I feel like other movies wouldn't. Is it's a necessary thing, but of Pantaleano's characters, like, I know that the Matrix isn't real, but that's the only reality that I see.
And he's willing to like say, I know it's not going to be real, but wipe my mind and take me back to where I was when I didn't.
Yeah, and I think that is the most honestly the most relevant component of that movie. Now,
and that movie has taken on a life of its own in terms of its social messaging. I mean, as a more leftist progressive person, when I see the movie, I see a very clear cut like anti-corporate, well, really the biggest thing is this anti-corporate messaging of what we're being told and is all this big manufactured lie, and that there's a reality that we need to wake up from to be more inclusive, to be more, again, generally progressive, human.
Yeah. I mean,
but then the other side have taken the red pill idea is like, oh, wake up to all the institutional hatred of men and wake up to the way wokeness is destroying our culture and whatnot. And I know the Wachowski sisters themselves have been very vocal about despising such an interpretation and not wanting that to be.
Yeah, because it was Elon Musk and
Ivanka Trump.
And Ivanka Trump both said something, and one
like,
of them said,
take the red pill. Yeah, I already have.
Yeah, and then like F you both is what they said. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting.
I mean, the movie openly invites queer interpretations of it. I mean, the center of the movie is a heterosexual romance.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean there isn't queerness everywhere else around it, and especially sometimes in the sequels, even more so than the first one. But
one other thing I wanted to mention before we move on is Lawrence Fishburne in the movie, who is notably absent from the trailers for Resurrections, which I find interesting. Our Candyman is going to be in it. But...
looking for candy.
And he's like, time to fly. And he's like, and the way he looks, I'm just like, what? But him in the movie,
Jonathan Groff's going to be the new Agent Smith, basically.
It's kind of like but Fishburne in the movie is kind of like an alternative Agent Smith, where he himself has all these weird quirks and like
from this gun. That's from the sequel.
Right. But there's that one moment that I think is one of the most just like, you remember the first scene he's in the movie and he's like smiling behind his like his glasses, and it's just like, who is this person? Who is this nutball? I mean, get a grip, Edward. But there's that one shot in the movie that I think's probably one of the most just like striking images, where like he takes him into what he calls the construct, and it's like that whole white space, and he's in that like weird suit, and he's standing like looking real weird. It's just like, what are the choices that are being made by this performer? And it's weird, like when he's in the Matrix itself, it's all weird, but when he's outside of it, he's more normal. Yeah, and it's just
I love too. We were kind of laughing about this, that like when they enter the Matrix, they get the choice to be their most idealized selves, and some of the choices they make.
Yeah, and it's like, you're gonna dress like that. Yeah, it's interesting.
I've still never read. I've got Volume 1 sitting over there of The Invisibles from Grant Morrison. There's been a lot of people said that the Matrix kind of ripped off some ideas from that, and they've been pretty vocal about their comic book influences and literary influences. But I've that was
just it very much harps on like Lewis Carroll ideas, very directly.
No, it's talking about the White Rabbit and people having like tattoos of that, and the trailers for the newest movies even bringing that back. So
because we need to hear White Rabbit one more time in our lives, but
it should be said like
one pill makes you smaller.
That
right here.
This is the first time I've seen The Matrix since knowing of the existence of the song Dragula.
And yes. And it was like the techno version. Yeah. Burn through the wind. Wonder what Rob Zombie thinks of that movie. I don't know.
I would think he'd like it.
He has all these other weird socio-political ideas, and I'm just curious about what he would think.
I don't know.
Never forget his. This is off topic, but never forget his story about that his parents were carnies, and that he saw someone get murdered with a hammer.
Yeah,
like
somebody got hit upside the head
in
with
the
a hammer,
midst of like a massive circus big top fire or something. Right. And he said that really has influenced a lot of my work. And it's like
the old story of David Lynch, like being in whatever housing development suburb at the time, and he remembers seeing a woman walking stark naked at night. Bruised and bloodied, and that kind of horrified him, and it was like this formative thing for him.
Yeah, so anyway, Dragula.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
what do we think of Keanu Reeves as Neo?
Well, I've never I've never been a big fan of Keanu Reeves would even say more than I think I even mean to say. I've never really thought about Keanu Reeves as a presence, particularly.
I mean, he has become this internet beloved meme person. But let me say this:
I love movies. It's like. Yeah, who doesn't? I mean, like
he seems so to me, as far as a public persona and seemingly as a real person, obviously, a really genuine, sincere,
certainly,
great, cool guy.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of sad things happen to him in his life that he's overcome.
Yeah, I think he's friends with Lynch in part because of TM, I think, but also I think he like dated and was gonna marry, or maybe like a woman who was a Lynch assistant, and she died in this freak car crash or something. I think they even had a child who died very, very young, like in days or weeks. So he's faced a lot of very unfortunate things, and seems to project this positivity.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
And so I think
even as far back as something like Bill and Ted, as far as I feel like he's been that type of person.
He's since now everybody knows him as John Wick. Yeah. That's kind of rebooted
because he's kind of had
a
couple different iterations of himself, and one of those being the middle one, I think, is his Neo. I think he kind of lies in the same space as Arnold Schwarzenegger because they're very like almost impersonal, inhuman performances that they give.
Him in the Terminator movies,
right? And I think it's the same as Neo. Like I think he works for that, but outside of that, I'm not as convinced by his performances because they still carry that kind of personage that I find kind of phony.
But you think that him as Neo is a good
No, he's right for that, I think. And
I think Will Smith was originally offered that part, and that would have been...
No. He would have been too Men in Black. It wouldn't have been... Which I love, by the way. I mean...
I have got to get me one of these, but like...
I mean, but, I mean, he's hilarious in that movie, and I love Men in Black, but, like... And that's one of the few things I think is genuinely really good about Will Smith.
Yeah.
But I just don't... The Matrix is too serious for Will Smith, you know what I mean? Like, and so I think
he said he kind of regrets it, but he just, quote, didn't get it. I think he did Wild Wild West instead, so there you go.
I mean, Wild West.
I mean, we got the best of both worlds, you know?
What about Kevin Kline
as Morpheus?
As Morpheus
Will Smith had been.
or the guy that, like, made the woman in the red dress, Kevin Kline playing that role with that same sense of being.
Like, let me say, I think... Fishburne is perfect for Morpheus, but now I'm thinking about what if like Kevin Kline did a performance like that, or like a role like that.
Because I remember there's the moment where he's like, "Take the blue pill," and he's like, "And you go back, you go back to
in Wonderland."
Yeah, or the red pill's like, "You stay in Wonderland," or whatever. Yeah. Like, and he's like, and you see what happened. You see how far the rabbit hole goes, or whatever. Yeah, it's like time to fly. Yeah. I mean, but this is all just to say. I really have kind of just fallen in love with The Matrix again, I guess. Well, I never even loved it, but like...
Great movies. Yeah. And this has happened a handful of times to me where you see a great movie for the first time and it doesn't quite connect. I mean, the first time I saw Vertigo, I liked it, but I was a little bit nonplussed by it. And I, quote, got the story. I got the plot. Then I saw it again, and I was like, oh my God, this is literally...
Yeah.
And I was wrong about that. And Levi from the very beginning was someone who always loved it. I know, but sometimes just great movies they don't make as much of an impression as you expect, and you see it later. Casablanca was a movie that I always liked.
No, I always loved that.
I first saw it, and then later come around to loving that. But
and that's the thing is that I think when these things happen with people, and I was never to a point where I didn't like The Matrix, but it
was just a non-factor.
But that I think we need to celebrate that more for people instead of being like, "Oh, you finally came around," and just be like, "Oh, well, good," you know. Be like Jake Tapper about Die Hard and be like, "Welcome to the club that you called a Christmas movie." You know, it's like how lame this is.
The Matrix a Christmas movie? I mean, you can watch it on Christmas Day. I
mean,
guess.
Is Andrew Cuomo part of the Matrix? Or Chris Cuomo?
Yeah,
I should say.
Yeah, but no, I mean, and I've always quite loved it. Just seeing it again. Yeah. Just seeing it again in the 4K was like, wow, like, I mean, time to fly indeed.
Yeah.
You know? So
I mean, in Neo, when he finds out that Agent Smith is back from deletion in Reloaded, of course we'll be like, I'll beat you again, like, as Roger Stone once said.
Roger Stone he looks like a freaking Matrix character.
Roger Stone as Joe Pantoliano's character, I think, could have worked.
Yeah, but the way he wears these glasses and his whole outfit, I mean, he could easily.
Look, there's that one picture people talk about where it's like him and that woman dressed up ridiculous, and he looks like the Penguin, literally from the Batman show.
People say, "What's he going to do to Batman this week?"
Right? Yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah. Anyway,
Matrix, great movie.
Yeah,
you heard it here first in 2021 on Overlapping Dialogue.
Taking out your garbage.
But I wanted to use this as a little bit of a transition into the movie we're going to be talking about because
which is definitively not garbage.
We're biased, I guess. We were born in the 90s and we really come of age in the 2000s.
And we were slammed in the ditches and burned through.
But like, you just think about this several years of franchise filmmaking.
It's the peak of the blockbuster, no question.
I mean,
think
you have
very clearly.
Really like this in the late 90s, but then over the course of a few years, you get the Star Wars prequels, which, put that over in the corner. We won't talk about that in depth today.
We won't be controversial, baby.
But I mean, you've got. I remember that golden era of like the Christmas of 01, which is now we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of, as you said last week. Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter,
X-Men.
Well, and then superhero movies,
yes,
the X-Men, and then this. I remember as a kid, it's one of those things I look back on now and I think about how blessed I was. But like, even at the time, I would have had a version of like, wow, there's like all these fun little movies coming out. You know what I mean? And Spider-Man was involved certainly in a very, very intrinsic way into all that transition. But before we get into Spider-Man, the movie and the movies in general, we want to talk a little bit about the character. Some of this might be a reheated version of what we said last week, but I wanted to make a formal statement for this for those who didn't maybe hear that. And let me just say that we're doing this movie in part because this is actually the first time that we have gotten a recommendation from someone to do a movie, which we mention routinely. But somebody's out there listening and paying attention, and that man is Kevin Cervantes, who was a student of mine. He graduated just this past year. We've kept in touch and talk a little bit here and there. He's a huge Spider-Man fan. I knew that about Kevin back when he was in school. Kevin was a great student, by the way. He's a great young man. And he was like, hey, why don't y'all do maybe one of the Spider-Man movies? I'd be curious to see what you guys have to say about that. And love Kevin. He's, about 10 years younger than me. And so every generation of person is going to have their own, quote, takes on Spider-Man, their whole ideas of Spider-Man. Because I know for him, he was talking to me, and he was saying, like, oh, my Spider-Man, he likes various versions, was Andrew Garfield. He told me that was the one that
God bless him.
And loosely speaking, I was doing the math, I was like, well, that would have loosely been about the time in his life that the first Raimi movies were for me, and that was kind of like, oh, woke me up a little bit to realize that for some people, some kids, that was that. But Spider-Man has again been. We're actually approaching the 60th anniversary of the character. It'll be next year, and it's hard to believe Spider-Man's turning 60 because Spider-Man just still feels like this young, perpetually youthful character. And again, this will be versions of some things we said last week, but I want to talk about it again. Spider-Man as a character in the early 60s represented this like rebranding of Timely Comics, soon becoming Marvel Comics. And they had been around almost as long as DC in the early 40s. But they were always the second banana. Yeah. DC was the big company.
Well, remember in comic book Superheroes Unmasked.
Which is a holy text to both of us.
They had that whole... Because I know a lot of people, it's Comic Book Confidential, which we haven't seen.
Right,
that was that kind of like 80s version of that. But this is on the History Channel. But on that, I remember they were talking about when the Submariner and the Human Torch were created by Timely Comics and how they fought or whatever. And they were like, they were drawing pictures in bathtubs before it was even written. And it was like
some of that's depicted in Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay.
Versions of that. Yeah. But anyway, sorry, I was getting you off track there.
No, that's fine. But just like so, that company had been around for a while, and people like Stan Lee had started from the very bottom, basically as these background figures and some of that, and then he slowly rose to the top. And what really turned the page for them was the Fantastic Four. The creation of the Fantastic Four really started to cement Marvel as something different. And in large part, that was seen as a competitor to the Justice League at the time for DC. And I say as someone who loves the concept of the Justice League, the ideas of the Justice League, the characters of it. Fantastic Four is infinitely more interesting because they were built first and foremost as a team. Yeah. Sure, you think of The Thing, you think of Reed Richards, Sue Storm, Human Torch, all those characters, but like they were designed as a team. Justice League was literally kind of taking some characters. Right. Like, what if they teamed up together? Like, and some were created out of that, but and this is eventually true now for the MCU all these years later. Marvel always started off more as this, quote, universe, this organic universe where these characters pop in and out of books.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You see the Hulk and kind of being a Fantastic Four book, or you see Iron Man and Daredevil kind of being in a book together. Like, that was the appeal of Marvel in the 60s, was that these characters are more intrinsically interacting. And part of that is a marketing thing. You got to buy this book to make sense of this book. DC was always a little more cordoned off. Like, if you read Superman books, they were kind of their own thing. Batman books were their own thing. Wonder Woman books. Like, so, and, you know, over the years, it was actually, this is one of the weird ironies of recent years, it was eventually the DC books that introduced the multiverse, actually. And actually in the comics still play with the multiverse more so than Marvel. But weirdly, with the movies, the MCU has actually kind of taken a lot of these multiverse ideas and beat DC to the punch as far as adapting them. And let me just say, the results of that vary.
Yeah.
In terms of the comics, there are really great versions of that, but they're also bogs down in continuity. And it's like, I just want to read a good Superman book. Give me a good Superman book. Don't give me all this stuff, whatever. But anyways, the appeal of Marvel from the very beginning was this like shared universe. And Spider-Man comes along in 62. And again, as I said last week, the appeal of Spider-Man for so many young people in the 60s was he's not playing second banana to Batman. Again, young people, when they saw themselves in comics, usually it was Robin that they saw.
Yeah.
Spider-Man was like you. He was a teenager. He worked a job he didn't like. He had to barely make ends meet to help his aunt who cared for him. He had relationships, ups and downs. He had friends who become foes. I mean, and it's very, you know, melodramatic and very this like superhero sci-fi stuff, but it had a real-world relevance to, you know, kids. And again, it's a very simple concept, but a very beautiful concept. One of the reasons they had a mask on Spider-Man was the idea Stan Lee said is that any kid could imagine they themselves as Spider-Man, because you put on the mask, it could be anybody, right? Yeah. And I know for a great number of black fans in the 60s who deep down knew he was white, Spider-Man could be them under there. You know what I mean? And so that was an appeal of Spider-Man. And so when you think about where Spider-Man came from, his origins, and even now, what Spider-Man is as a character, what are the appeals for you of him as a figure in the superheroic kind of genre or realm?
Well, I think, and we talked about this last week, I mean, for me, I think I do like the comic bookiness and the sense of humor, because even though I prefer DC, and can I briefly touch on that idea of the multiverse a little bit? And so, for me, and the interconnected, I'll talk more about the interconnectedness of the universe of Marvel or the universe of DC. I personally prefer the idea, like you said, give me a good Superman book, or just give me a good, like,
give me a good Batman story.
What I like about them being different and away from each other is that they can tell different stories and versions of themselves. Like a Wonder Woman comic book and a Batman comic book should not have the same style, sensibility. They just, and often they do, sometimes, but that just shouldn't be the case. Same thing, Batman and Superman shouldn't be similar. Green Lantern and Hawkman,
Plastic Man,
I don't know, or Plastic Man, those should not be the same thing.
But Marvel kind of flattens the curve,
and so it kind of all includes, I mean, for lack of a better term, they're all a bunch of freaks.
They all got nuclear powers,
and so it kind of, and that's fine. I mean, that's a different version of it that people prefer, I guess. And I mean, people like it because it makes it feel epic and big. But that's just not something I'm particularly interested in. So inherently, that's why I'm kind of out on Marvel, I guess, as a basic concept. But for Spider-Man, though, I think he just, overall, and this isn't even talking about Spider-Man, I'll get to talk actually about Spider-Man in a minute, has the best villains. I think he has by far the most interesting of just the different types of villains that he has, of Green Goblin, or even the Hobgoblin. I mean,
that's
or
Doc
Ock, or Kingpin, or
Lizard,
Sandman,
Kraven the
Hunter, Morbius, Electro,
and Shocker, another shock villain.
Just all the different types of, they're all very different,
and they're all colorful. And
they're all comic book. They are very comic book. Whereas sometimes I feel like other villains of other superheroes just don't really carry the same weight to them that does. Spider-Man as a character, though, I think, like you said, I think it's the relatability factor. I mean, it's very hard to relate to an Amazonian goddess or a rich billionaire psychopath or an alien, a superpowered alien or all the other types of aliens that are in the DC universe. I mean, literally all, or like I guess the Flash.
Thanagarians, you're not too super into.
No, I guess not. I can't fly around like they do, or the Green Lantern or whoever, But
Marvel provided, I think, for DC even a necessary evolution in what comic storytelling was, because DC was taking notes and paying attention, and they started to themselves change some things about the characters. I mean, so it's not like they even now totally exist in vacuums. They're like taken from and stealing from one another in terms of
But I
types
think
of
it
stories.
is that relatability of Spider-Man as a young person. And it was interesting to me about this. I'll jump to this movie real quickly of Spider-Man, is that the Ebert, who was more, I mean, he gave it 2.5 out of 4, but he was a little more negative on some aspects of the movie, that he was saying like, it just kind of adapts to the stuff real quickly. I didn't really feel that was the case, but I mean, I guess he was looking more for a Cronenberg body horror movie or something that I didn't really think that.
And Manohla Dargis should be said, like, she invoked Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis and talking about that too. Yeah, and it's kind of fun. Don't you think it's kind of funny that a certain generation of critics, I'm not saying they're even wrong necessarily, but just don't look at this as the same reverence with we do. They're like, they're finally doing a Spider-Man movie, I guess. Okay, yeah, it's fine, whatever.
Or they look at it with too much reverence, because they're like, no, it has to be serious.
Or it's got to be Cronenbergian or
no,
Kafka-esque.
it doesn't. It doesn't have to be that, because it's a comic book. It's like, it's weird. They don't take it seriously, but they take it too seriously. And
there weren't many comparisons at this point. I mean, I think, was it Ebert or Hollywood Reporter Review that brought up Superman the movie? I think it had. I mean, now we've got volumes upon volumes of these things.
Yeah.
But even then, I mean, there was a decent amount actually, but there were still like, for me, this is like the Trinity is Superman, Christopher Reeve, Tim Burton Batman, and this Raimi Spider-Man. Kind of to me represents the best of all of those characters on screen still, you know what I mean? And this kind of was in the realm of entering that place at that time. You know what I mean?
Being a little looser and more inherently comedic. I mean, I feel like
fits the character.
I think it is a version of Superman, but
he's not Superman,
But it's not Batman in a sense. It's definitely not that in the sense of that dark gothic, dark. Gothic, disgustingly decadent. But it isn't that, obviously, and it is more like Superman, but it still takes itself in a different, a more youthful realm, because even Superman is basing itself on this kind of godlike Shakespearean
Jesus
operatic
narrative,
and it's that this isn't doing.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2 randomly does that when he saves the train and they all pass him around like he's a god or something. Right. That's trying to do that, which and
that's kind of its own beautiful moment. But that's not a quote Spider-Man moment to me. Yeah. Well, there is an aspect to that that's very Spider-Man in the sense that he is kind of the mascot of New York City.
Yeah,
and that all of these people,
you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. As they say in this movie. I mean, they've got something.
They objectively see this is a man who doesn't have a mask on.
Yeah.
And not one of them is going to capitalize on that.
No.
They're like, we need to protect this person. He is our savior. He is our hero. And that is an intrinsically Spider-Man moment. But it is weirdly a little too religious in its own way as far as the imagery of that. But it is still its own beautiful
moment. And to harp on that real quickly, I'm not interested in Iron Man propagated this idea, early on, that the identity is known.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be interested in that for some reason. I know that the new Spider-Man movie is doing that because Mysterio, we forgot to mention too, is another villain, outed Peter Parker as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not something I find interesting as an idea, is that, the identity is known, because then you're entering a realm of all these possibilities of why would people allow him to be alive anymore. They would go and murder him. That's what would happen. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like the way you look at, like, this is kind of off topic too, but it's like if you really want to look realistically at Batman as a concept, it would be the ending of Taxi Driver. That's what Batman is, really. At its base level is a psychopathic hero saving people that need to be saved.
By the way, he's
and,
doing finger quotes.
yeah,
for
like,
all
you know,
this,
and so, like, that is another question. But as far as the whole idea of the superhero vigilante being outed as this person, that's just never made any sense. I just don't find that interesting as a concept.
Do you find that to be a stab towards realism that is unwarranted in most superhero stories?
Because I can operate on a sense of, okay, nobody knows who the person is, therefore they cannot be caught.
Yeah.
Other people would see it as, well, how can they go that long without being caught? I'm like, I don't know. You tell me. I mean, it's all nonsense anyway. It's a comic book. But,
and part of the appeal of superheroes in general
is you put on the mask and
is
you
the
become
sense
a
of
different
duality
person,
and the
you
sense
know,
of like not
right.
only are you hiding part of yourself from the larger society, but from specific people in your lives.
Yeah. I mean, even the relatives we live with don't know.
And so, like, I mean, that is so much of the appeal of, like, say, Superman is that he loves Lois Lane, and Lois Lane seems more fascinated with Superman than she does Clark Kent, and that whole divide there.
Yeah.
With Spider-Man, it's all about, you know, his relationship to Aunt May or Mary Jane. One of the most affecting scenes in 2 is where he tells Aunt May the truth about that.
That he
like kind of the truth of
inadvertently
like
caused
inadvertently
his uncle's
and
death.
like
Yeah, right.
and that she doesn't just sit there and say, "Oh, that's all right." That she gets up and walks out of the room, doesn't say anything, and they kind of have a reconciliation later. But that's a very
serious
bracing and
scene.
realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, to have that moment in a movie like that, you know what I mean?
Well, one thing I want to note quickly also about the new Spider-Man movies is it's partially funny. I'm not going to act like it isn't totally unfunny, but famously that first movie ends with Aunt May seeing him without the mask on and saying, "What the F?" But then it transitioned into the Ramones. And it's like, it's all, and I think that is more interesting is the idea of that people in your family or your close friends know that you are that person, but as a whole city or a society know that. I find that so disinteresting that it's laughable.
Well, eventually, and I already know this, that what happens with No Way Home.
Yes.
I'm still not struggling with this. What it's going to do is bring in some multiverse concepts, and that's going to eventually be a smokescreen for a resetting of the universe where everybody forgets who he is. Because the comics themselves did that some years ago, where this character Mephisto made this where he made this deal. Long story short, in the comics in kind of the mid-2000s, Peter Parker was outed as Spider-Man in this big event series called Civil War, which Captain America Civil War was partially based on, but they changed some things about. Anyways, he was outed in that, and he made a deal with Mephisto to wipe away everybody's memories of him as Spider-Man, but then he would lose Mary Jane in the process, not through death, but through she would forget who he was or whatever, and he took that deal.
Yeah.
And I've already know from some spoilers I've heard that is a version of what happens at the end of No Way Home. So they want to have their cake and eat it too, and this is comic book storytelling in a nutshell, is, let's do this big game-changing twists, but we always got in our back pocket, let's just go back to reset the way things were. And I actually don't hold that as in low regard as it maybe even sounds like it does.
Like what X-Men Days of Future Past did too, where it was like that Beast was alive or back or whatever, and that Cyclops was alive. You know, I remember that being a big deal when which Last Stand, such a strangely kind of bad movie. Yeah, but I remember that was a big deal.
It's not strangely bad with Brett Ratner's behind it. But I know what you mean.
But like, that I remember when that movie came out and going to see it, and it was like a big deal. It's like, oh, they killed Cyclops, or whatever. That was like early on in the movie.
Those movies have such contempt for Cyclops, anyways. I say that as somebody who's a fan of the first two a lot.
So that whole idea I have trouble with anyway. More or less to say that there are people through the Raimi movies that figure out that he is Spider-Man, but it's not some big like everyone knows, kind of thing. Like you said, what I like about that moment, at least in the second one, is that, like you said, people respect him enough as a hero to say, whatever, I don't care. And then there's that moment, it's like one of those like real like bro on the internet moment where like there's the moment in this movie where he lies and says that he doesn't know who sends him. J. Jonah Jameson lies and says, I don't know who sends me. I get him, some guy mails him to me.
And that for all the contemptible aspects of that character, in that moment he's
protecting
not gonna,
his sources,
right.
and more even than just protecting
he knows
his sources.
it's Peter, and he's like,
right.
I'm not gonna.
He's not gonna tell him that.
Right.
And people are like, he was a hero, and it's like real, just like lame brand. And it's like, but anyway, but so where are we at on all this?
I think we'll go ahead and talk about this movie specifically, maybe the cast, crew,
okay. All right,
all that.
Let me get my computer ready. I'm behind. If you can. So, Spider-Man is a 2002 American superhero film based on the Marvel Comics character of the same name. Directed by Sam Raimi from a screenplay.
Why do they even have to say that, by the way?
Yeah.
Of the same, like, we don't all know what this is, anyways.
Directed by Sam Raimi from a screenplay by David Coop.
David Coop,
one of our friends.
Friend of the pod.
Yeah, not friend of Philip Bryant, as it turns out. Which is strange because he's such a fan of this movie. It doesn't really make sense to me. But anyway, first installment of the Spider-Man movies. Film centers on an outcast teen genius.
Yeah.
Peter Parker, who develops spider-like superhuman abilities after being bitten by a genetically altered spider, and decides to use his newfound power to fight crime as Spider-Man. So, this...
There's a whole... We can talk about this a little bit. This movie went through a crazy developmental history. I mean, they were trying to make movies about it.
Yeah, we'll go through this
through
quickly.
the 80s, I guess.
Yeah, it began in the 80s. Filmmakers Toby Hooper, James Cameron, Joseph Zito were all attached to direct.
The two biggest names I know that were the closest to it being made were James Cameron and David Fincher. I know David Fincher had worked on the possibility of maybe doing a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
James Cameron's probably the one that had gotten furthest along. And... if you go and read what his versions of it would be, I can't even remember what it is off the top of my head, but it was pretty wacky and out there.
Yeah. But so, how it says basically, however, project would languish in development hell due to licensing and financial issues after progress on the film stalled for nearly 25 years. Licensed for worldwide release by Columbia Pictures in 1999 after it acquired options from MGM on all previous scripts developed by Canon Films, Carolco, and New Canon. Exercising its option on just two elements from the multi-script acquisition. A different screenplay was written by James Cameron, Ted Newsom, John Brancato, Barney Cohen, and Joseph Goldman. Sony hired Coop to create a working screenplay, credited as Cameron's, and Coop received sole credit in final billing. Here are all the different directors that were attached. Roland Emmerich, Tim Burton, Ang Lee, Chris Columbus, Barry Sonnenfeld, Michael Bay, Jan de Bont, M. Night Shyamalan, Tony Scott, and David Fincher.
Let's briefly go through all these names just ever so briefly. Roland Emmerich, Spider-Man, hard pass.
Yeah.
Nope. Tim Burton, I never even knew that he was actually maybe even attached to do this. No.
Well, I feel like I'll say about Tim Burton, it feels like with that and the Superman movie at the end of the 90s, that I'm very confused by, because I'm like, okay, you did Batman, I get that, but like I don't feel like his whole sensibility matches these other heroes, and rightfully they never happened.
Right.
So, because
Lee,
even like, Planet of the Apes, I'm like, yes, I see that as a Tim Burton product.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Ang Lee.
Now he did
of
the
course
Hulk.
Did the Hulk, yeah.
That could have been. He had already worked with Tobey Maguire, it should be said, on the Ice Storm, which is a really good movie. Chris Columbus, that could have worked. I think that might that could have been pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Barry Sonnenfeld, maybe. I don't know. Michael Bay, no. Jan de Bont,
director of Speed,
maybe.
Yeah.
M. Night Shyamalan, maybe. That could have been all right.
Tony Scott would have been an interesting.
Yeah, he could have been good.
Possible. David Fincher,
no,
nah, not really.
Yeah. What's the strongest name out of that list? Do you think you could have seen?
I think Tony Scott, personally.
I think him or Chris Columbus. I think Chris Columbus could have made probably a pretty good one.
But anyway, of course, let's just read. It was made for $139 million. That's a lot of money. But
that was an A budget and
$821.7 million.
I think is this the only year I think that a Star Wars movie that was released was not the highest grossing movie of that year. I think because Attack of the Clones would have come out.
I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, look, I think this is true. I remember having heard that. No, actually, Attack of the Clones was fourth. The Two Towers was actually worldwide, anyways, highest grossing.
Okay.
Then Chamber of Secrets, then Spider-Man. And let's just go through the. I'm going to read the top 10 of this here. This is the highest grossing films of 2002. Two Towers, Chamber of Secrets, Spider-Man, Attack of the Clones. So, like I said, I think this is the very only year where a Star Wars movie was released, the main one, anyways, and not the highest grossing movie. Men in Black 2, Die Another Day, Signs, Ice Age, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, and Minority Report. Now, it should be said, some of these very top movies are big, franchise-heavy stuff, but this was still at a time where a movie like My Big Fat... Excuse me.
Drop the mic.
My Big Fat... I mean, can you imagine a day now where a movie like My Big Fat Greek Wedding would even make the top 10 highest grossing of a year?
Yeah.
Ice Age makes sense because that's a animated movie, but Signs, I mean, even that's, you know... and so, I mean, this is mostly... you know, blockbustery kind of stuff, but My Big Fat Greek Wedding making that list. I remember that movie being kind of a low-key sensation. Anyways. All right.
So, Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker Spider-Man. One thing I want to mention, too, he was also, I thought this, in Ride with the Devil, that other Ang Lee movie that's about
Sam Raimi? Or...
No.
No, Ang Lee. Oh,
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Tobey Maguire was in that Ang Lee movie. Yeah. Ride with the Devil, about the bushwhackers or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, him as Peter Parker, Spider-Man. What are your thoughts?
I feel like as we've moved further away from this, there's actually been more of a backlash of like, Andrew Garfield or Tom Holland or more quote age appropriate. I don't know. Like as a kid, I mean, Tobey Maguire, I would have been 9 years old when this movie came out. And that's a really good age to, like, you're looking at a teenager on the screen and you're like, that's not that far away from me.
Yeah.
But it still feels like a distance. I mean, I think he's really good. I mean, all three of the actors who have played Spider-Man add something new or different, obviously, to it. And I say this as someone who actually thinks Andrew Garfield's an amazing actor. Mm-hmm. I think he's actually the best actor out of all three of these guys. I mean, you see something like Silence, and he's just amazing. Even something like Hacksaw Ridge, which is a movie I don't quite like all that much. I think he's
I remember him being good in Social Network.
Right. He is a little too modelish, pretty boyish, I think. And the same can loosely be said about Tom Holland, I think, too. I think as far as, like, quote, playing Peter Parker, Tom Holland is pretty good at that. But sometimes he's dorky to the point of being naive.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily feel that about who Peter Parker is as a character. I feel like Maguire is kind of that, while he's not, quote, pencil-pushing nerd variety.
Yeah,
there is a lovable dorkiness to him, though.
Well, and
I
he's
think.
not, and he's a handsome enough looking guy, but like you said, there's Holland and Garfield are too good looking.
Yeah,
I think to be Peter Parker.
I think ideally the best Peter Parker would have been about this era of Jonah Hill.
Yeah,
frankly, I think he would have actually checked a lot of boxes for me in terms of the quote picture perfect Peter Parker and Spider-Man, a Jonah Hill type. But I think Maguire is really good. I mean,
because I agree with kind of going through all the kind of hoops you got to jump through to talk about this. But for me, I'm just like, he's the best, no question. There's not any. I mean, I don't find that hard to come to that.
You think he's, quote, too old? I mean, we see people in their 20s playing high schoolers all the time.
I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I mean, I think he looks like a high school senior. I mean,
he's a senior, so he's transitioning into college or his working life.
I mean, maybe he's just a little too old, but I don't know. I've never found that to be that big of a problem.
Don't you weirdly think, though, anyways, just that generation of 20-year-old looked, quote, older than what 20-year-olds look like now.
Yeah,
just by nature of the way people
are
look.
just looking younger and younger now anyway.
And I think, well, part of that's an obsession with looking that way. That's more in vogue, too.
But yeah, I don't know. He's very clearly the best.
It's one of those things, again, like, I can't quite look at this objectively, because when I was a kid, I was just like, oh, yeah, he's a, quote, teenager. They tell me that on screen. I get it, whatever. Now, if I was a little older, I might have cast some more aspersions on it.
Yeah, but, I mean, he's very clearly the best Spider-Man and Peter Parker, because, like I said, he has a sense of humor. He's not, and he is a little bit dorky, like Peter Parker would need to be. I feel like he has enough of the physicality. I don't know. He just kind of all
checks
around is the best one, and it's strange to me that people don't think that. Now, I think an argument can be made for each of them,
right?
But like for people to just totally dismiss him, has never really made any sense to me at all. I just don't get that.
I agree.
I feel like there's something about this movie with people. They have this whole like really strange agenda that I don't understand. Because
you think specifically this movie or the Maguire movies in general?
Well, I think just all of them, that people don't want to like them, and I don't know why. It's kind of like the way people are about the X-Men movies too, although that had a more immediate backlash against them because people were like, this is not X-Men or whatever, even though it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about that era of superhero movie that, particularly since the Marvel movies have come around, that people are very hostile to.
Well, I feel like it's caught between... We read the reviews of Dargis or Ebert, critics that I both mightily respect.
Yeah.
They were of an age where they thought this was like, this is something young people would like today. It's a kid's movie. It ain't nothing I'd care about. Versus the Zoomer MCU stands now, who now see this as hashtag old meme, hashtag, oh, yeah, this is corny, this is modeling. And then there's, when I think of fans of this movie, I think of me, I think of you, I think of our dear cousin Philip, who also deeply loves these movies. I think of like that kind of a lot of mid to late 20-year-olds now who this was a primary source in our lives. And I feel like there's people older and younger than either of us who see this as a either stale and bland as an adult or stale and bland as young people, either way. You know what I mean? And that's unfortunate because I think this movie, and especially the second one too, are the very high watermarks of what this genre can accomplish in terms of being entertaining but also being heartfelt. And I feel like, obviously, the genre has lost a lot in either direction of those.
Yeah.
And I think Maguire typifies that. He's just kind of the perfect, lovable, dorky Peter Parker, which is in essence the definition of who Spider-Man is. I mean, in a lot of ways. So.
Right. Willem Dafoe is Norman Virgil Osborn / Green Goblin. Enough can't be said about how amazing Willem Dafoe is. I feel like he is, and we've talked about him in the past, obviously with the Life Aquatic.
Yeah.
But I said this then. It's strange to me to think, because I wouldn't call him an underrated actor, because he's beloved by everybody. I mean, everybody loves him. But for me, though, I guess the way I can say it is he's probably my favorite actor I don't think about regularly. Mm-hmm. Like, when he's there, I'm like, he's great. Dafoe. But, like, he's not somebody I think of on a regular basis. But like,
I think that's frankly the very definition of what a great character actor should be, is that someone you immediately are happy to see and kind of is a star in their own right, but can so disappear into roles that, is there a, quote, Willem Dafoe type? I guess. But he plays so many different kinds of movies, and he's in so many different kinds of movies and characters that you don't immediately think of that. What do we think of him as, quote, the Green Goblin? I mean, I think he definitely knows exactly what he's in and is playing into that.
Another movie would have, and another actor would have played it differently, but I think it rightfully plays it as like a... I mean, you look at the... I love the original design of the original Green Goblin in the comics, of that, like, green and purple. A lot of people, strangely, in the reviews talked about how, and they kind of were getting at this about the movie, I guess, that neither character of Spider-Man or Green Goblin have faces that move, or masks that move, which I find to be very strange, because it's a dadgum comic book. They're wearing masks. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they were still used to, at this point, seeing a Batman movie where you have part of his face shown. I guess that was just different for them. I don't know. But I'm like, well, and now the original Green Goblin didn't have his face, like, was a face. But with Spider-Man, like I said, it's always been that way. So I don't really know what they're getting at there of, like, you can't see their face, like, and, like, I don't know.
I think this is a very subjective thing, but I think for the comics with Spider-Man, they made a big deal about his eyes would move in ways that didn't quite technically make sense, but like just in the comics, communicated his mental space behind the mask, and that's something that the Holland movies have tried to do more of.
And this is different.
Do I care? No, but
this is different from that. But it's kind of like Rorschach and Watchmen, as far as the way his Rorschach blots on his face change. You know what's interesting is that in the movie they really make an effort to like make that happen in the moment. What I found so interesting though about the comic book, I mean it's just a difference in medium. What I found so interesting about the comic book is that you never saw it happen. It just changed between panels. And that almost, like you said, seemed like a reaction to whatever was happening at the moment, you know, rather than in that it just seems like it just changes and it's kind of just useless. But so that's a random thing to bring up, but like I don't know, I just feel like he adds a lot of madness and humanity to Green Goblin, even when you can't see his face. His face does not move.
I feel like he is. He sees this role as his attempt or his own chance to channel Nicholson in Batman in terms of being this actor who's
you can't
like,
do this to me.
Yeah.
You know how much I've sacrificed.
Like just channeling,
and
this,
then they're all like
crazy madness.
You're done. Yeah. Basically, you know, they're like, okay,
well, we're gonna go off to Bohemian Grove. Right. You're staying here. Like,
love that moment in the movie, by the way, where they're watching the hoverboard or hovercraft being used, and he comes, they're testing it, and then he comes in with it, and that general's like, and like gets blown up, and it's just like a real like, I will die now, like moment.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Raimi later, and that's a very Raimi choice to do.
But anyway.
Now, I'll say this, like, I love Defoe as Green Goblin. I prefer him slightly to Molina's Doc Ock, which I think is also pretty great. But
I mean, I give like,
no, he should have like took his Magnolia character, which has like what, a scene and literally
Solomon Electronic
and from Magnolia. But what am I going with?
We're lost.
Oh, well, I'm not crazy about the Green Goblin design in this movie, but guess what? Who cares? You know what I mean? Like I don't like the way it looks, but I like Willem Dafoe and I like what he's doing.
That's what I'm saying. I prefer, because I think that
and none of the movies have yet to really do the quote Green Goblin look, which I think is great and would be great cinematically.
No, that's what I'm saying is that like I think that the Spider-Man version in this is more akin to the 60s Spider-Man look than the Green Goblin. It tries to new age it a little bit too much and too like computer age Green Goblin. And I love the comic booky, like I said, I keep saying I love the way the original Green Goblin looks. He looks like just very ridiculous. I mean, he looks like a goblin, like, you know. And this, it just looks too bland. But like I said, I don't care, though, that I can't see his face. Like, that doesn't... They see that as an inhumanity. I don't feel that that's the case, though. Like, because he's dressing up
the moments we get
as
towards
a villain.
Towards the end of Defoe without the mask on. And you see how, like, crazy and manic he is, like, without it. But, like, let this just be a lesson. Like, I mean, do I like the Green Goblin costume in this movie? Not really. What's the best, quote, Spider-Man... costume, I think, in all the movies? Maybe The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Is that a movie I frankly think all that much about? No. These very superficial things that fans get caught up in,
well, that just shows because they only care about the shallowness.
It don't matter about any of that. Like, there was a big deal about this movie at the time, like, these movies where it's like, oh, he has organic web shooters. He should have mechanical web shooters. Now, ideally, in a hypothetical world, I like the mechanical web shooters better, okay? The Amazing Spider-Man movies has mechanical web shooters. Does that make them better movies? Hell no. Who cares? Who cares about any of that? You know what I mean? Like, those are things that maybe in the comic book I want a certain way or that, but that doesn't matter. Like, ultimately,
can I speak on behalf of and what I don't want to be controversial about this, but I prefer the out of the arm.
Organic.
And let me argue for it. If you're bitten by a radioactive spider, that's all you're going to get is super ability and climb on walls.
Right.
He should be shooting stuff out of his arm. I mean, that's the whole point. Now, I get it, but like I said, I don't care. That doesn't mean anything to me. But I think logically, he should be shooting it out of his arm because he got bit by a spider. I mean, that's the whole point of getting bit by spiders. You're going to have those. And I know, like I said, the comics didn't do that. I know Ultimate Spider-Man, I think that did the whole...
Organic.
Web shoot or like did it do organic?
I can't remember.
I think it did mechanical but like I said, that doesn't really matter. But to me, I like that personally. Now a lot of people want to turn that into this like euphemism. I'm not really interested in that. Like that's just really childish. But
to me, I see it both like I prefer the mechanical web shooters. And again, one thing does this and one thing does that. The movie is the movie.
Yeah.
Who cares about any of that? If the movie's good or the movie's bad, are people going to walk out of the movie going, I really did love this movie, but he didn't have the web shooters.
People do that.
And that is such a stupid, brain dead way to watch a movie. I'm just like, I don't understand this mentality. And that's what a lot of these neck beards are into. They want to check the boxes and say, "Ooh, this was right or this wasn't." Let me go on Reddit and complain about all this. Like, who cares? Again, do I love this Green Goblin design? No. Who cares? Willem Dafoe is great as the Green Goblin.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to see, and that's what he does. End of story. End of subject, as Tony Soprano once said.
Kirsten Dunst is Mary Jane.
Kirsten Dunst is a performer that, frankly, I've grown more into liking over the years, and I'll say that's more at fault with me than her.
Well, I will say her in these movies, she's good, but she... I mean, those moments where she's like looking at the,
well,
now there's
she's acting ridiculous
I
on
know,
purpose.
But like, she's good. But I feel like
the sequels, especially 2, I think she's better in 2 than she even is in this one.
I think that
Gives her more to do.
I think that she has kind of been one of those like random actors in the shadows that has been building a resume that is so enviable over the years that I don't even think.
I mean,
about
really, post
enough,
these movies, she's done a lot more stuff. She's worked with, say, Lars von Trier, very famously. Melancholia. Check out that press conference if you're interested at Cannes. Let me just. There's one last thing I want to say about Dafoe. Before we move on, he's also worked with Lars von Trier on Antichrist.
And Nymphomaniac.
Yeah, I've not seen that. You've seen that.
Well, you've seen parts of Antichrist.
I've seen
all of Nymphomaniac, or as the Rammstein song says, Nymphomaniac. So
that with Antichrist, apparently, this has been said elsewhere, that there are some scenes that involve some full frontal male nudity on Willem Dafoe's part, that his appendages were so large that it actually frightened members on the set, and they actually had to use body doubles because his appendages were so big. And they were shocking, they said, frankly, to the other people on the set.
I was not aware of that.
And I think that's been said elsewhere, that Dafoe is well endowed.
Okay.
Whatever that means to anybody. Anyways, I was just thinking about Lars von Trier.
But you can't do this to me.
Yeah.
So that's what he said.
Swinging,
that's what he said when they were
swinging big the whole time. But every scene, just know
he's
that.
He's like, you can't do this to me. You know how much I've sacrificed.
Just know that and all that.
Anyway,
but Kirsten Dunst,
Kirsten Dunst.
Anyways, I mean, you think of her performance in The Virgin Suicides. I mean, that's like a very haunting performance she gives in that. Again, she, oh God, what was the Nicole Kidman movie, the Civil War, The Beguiled? She's quite good in.
Even like Midnight Special she was in.
What was the Central Florida show that looked pretty good? You know what I'm talking about.
Becoming a God in Central Florida. On Becoming a God in Central Florida, I think.
Yeah, she looked good in that. I know she also got really good reviews in Fargo.
Yeah.
TV show. I think she was in season 2, I think, which is the one most people say is the best. So,
like I know.
Yeah. So, I think, again, she has more to do in the second movie of these than she does the first one, but she's still good, in this. And I've respected her more as I've aged in general.
I think she plays well with some pretty stupid, kind of over-the-top scenes, like that scene where she's Peter's taking out the trash, and the dad's yelling at her. What's he saying? He's like...
well, earlier in the movie, when she's leaving, he's like, "You're trash. You're always going to be trash, just like her. I've got to go to school. Who's stopping you?"
Yeah, but they're like screaming and yelling, and like... Nothing about those scenes are inherently funny, but it's just the
No,
shrillness.
actually, it's bad in terms of domestic violence.
Yeah, it
situations.
is, but like it's bad in another sense that it makes you want to laugh because it's so over the top.
Right,
It's
I
like,
agree, yeah.
and it has a little bit of that Raimi stink on it. It's like, okay, this is wanting to make me laugh, and it's not supposed to, you know. But and I think she plays well in some of those scenes where it's asking a lot of her. You're basically having to perform with a madman, whoever that is, and come out with some semblance of grace, is something. James Franco as Harold Theophilus Harry Osborn.
The T in Fred T. Ford, Theophilus.
Yeah.
Now, we've talked about Franco in the past a little bit. What do you think of him as Harry Osborn?
I think he's such a wet banana, wet
Blanket.
banana.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's nothing to me in these movies. I mean, he's really annoying, very shrill presence. I'm gonna cause you the pain that you caused me in the second movie. Him as the Green Goblin in the third movie is really bad. I mean,
he's definitely the
I'm
weakest
definitively
link.
out on him in these movies, personally.
Who could have maybe, I wonder, played this role like instead of him? I know you have to do some time travel ever so briefly to think about this. He, I think, originally also auditioned to be Spider-Man, I think.
I'm gonna have to think back. I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah. But so, yeah. Now, again, we've said in the past, Franco has been good in other things, even though as a general we're like, whatever about him. But yeah, this could have used somebody different.
It's funny because we were talking Batman last week. Josh Hartnett.
Yeah, he could.
I feel that he at least radiates a sort of compassion and innocence about himself that I would have found more interesting as a presence than... Now, would he have been too old? Yeah, probably. But that's the first person that came into my mind randomly. I was thinking about him in the Virgin Suicides also, I think specifically that could have worked. I'll come back to you on that one, though, because I thought there's somebody else.
I asked that question. I can't think of anybody myself. We'll maybe think about it during the movie.
Cliff Robertson as Ben Parker.
This was the first time I would have ever seen Cliff Robertson, but of course he had a pretty big screen career prior to this.
I normally
I guess
think
he would have been the first guy to play JFK in PT 109.
Yeah. I think of him a lot, and I think his best actual performance I've seen him in a movie is Underworld USA.
Samuel Fuller.
Yeah, I think he's really good in that. And I think part of the reason is because that movie's all about a guy that has a really convoluted plot. It sounds kind of like John Wick, but it's like, okay, so he, as a younger teen, his father was beaten to death by these gangsters who work for this really big mob syndicate that like runs the country secretly or whatever. Yeah. And he's basically infiltrating that so that he can go about killing them off one by one, all of his dad's old cronies or whatever, who have all ascended to this higher place in the society that it is. And he's basically undercover the whole movie. But he radiates very quickly a certain scumbaggery in himself, and like it's kind of a question of how good of a person are you even, and like it's a kind of a anti-hero performance I find really interesting.
He's really good in 3 Days of Condor, too.
Oh, yes, and yes, as, the CIA
It's interesting
guy
you say that about, I've not seen Underworld USA, but his, like, instant evocation of scumbag, and you think of him in this, he instantly radiates warmth and,
very
like,
different,
a grandfatherly figure that you would die to have and want, you know what I mean? He's just, like, the very definition of goodness a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think that it's a shame, really, that we... Not to compare it too much to the emotionality in the movie. I feel almost like I have lost the performance of Uncle Ben in the movie because he's so great that...
Because part of the whole point of Uncle Ben is his early death in the whole story of Spider-Man.
It's like, it makes it even more impactful of how good he is because I love Martin Sheen, but he just doesn't really have it. And he tries to play... come on, get something to eat in The Departed, and like he's at Notre Dame, and like he tries to play that, doesn't really work for me. There is no Uncle Ben in the newer movies; it's just Aunt May.
Which a lot of people have said, and I fully wholesale this, that since Marissa Tomei is Aunt May, that Joe Pesci was Uncle Ben,
right? Yeah,
and to evoke their My Cousin Vinny relationship.
But that's all just to say that I think he's one of the best things about this movie, and I really feel that the soul of the movie rests on that one scene of him dropping him off at school. I think is one of the best scenes in any superhero movie, period. I think touches me in a lot of very emotional ways that I think about. But Rosemary Harris as May Parker, notably,
she's still alive.
Randomly, that she was in the only other role I've ever seen her in, and I know she's been in a lot of other stuff, but is in When the Devil Knows You're Dead.
Oh God, I forgot about
as
this,
the mother in that she dies in the movie. She gets killed. Yeah. Nanette is her name in that. By the way, on Spider-Man 3, her name is in italics as the Aunt May Parker.
Not the other ones.
Yeah. They must have forgot to take the italics off of Spider-Man 3 when they made the chart, I guess. I think she's good. I mean, she's in all the movies. She's a big part of them. She, of course, has to have that scene where she's praying and Green Goblin busts through the wall. Yeah, and deliver
from evil.
Yeah, I mean, Harry Osborn. I mean, she's a little over the top, a little bit too shrill, I think. But I think in a kind of opposite way, alternative way, radiates a certain warmth that.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of like a walking stereotype of the lovable, nice old maid, archetypal stereotype character. But again, she's someone that you see in a dangerous position, and your kind of heart tenses up. Oh no, not this poor old woman. Which is a lot. There's a lot of Spider-Man stories that rely on that dramatic tension to guide a lot of things. And specifically in some Spider-Man things of Doc Ock courting Aunt May and wanting to have a relationship
this ring
with Aunt
IV web. Yeah. I mean, and the moment in the second movie where he's literally like Butterfingers, and it's just like, what? Yeah. That's really dumb, but whatever.
But yeah, she's really good.
Yeah,
I think.
We'll jump through some of these other ones pretty quickly. J.K. Simmons is J. Jonah Jameson.
I mean, the very definition of perfect casting you can ever have. I mean, he's so good that literally in other versions, I remember in the Amazing Spider-Man era, they're like, "Are they going to recast him?" Or and people are like, "No, just keep him in." And then he's now in the new movies again. Yeah. He's just so perfect as that.
Yeah, not enough can be said for that. I'll jump through some of these real quick.
What do you think in general just about the character of J. Jonah Jameson? I think he's so predictive of many ways of what certain media figures become.
Yeah, because he's not like Perry White, who's like a different sort of...
Perry White's much more benevolent.
Yeah,
and
he's more like a little bit more like Jason Robards in All the President's Men, of like a hard-edged man, but he's like a good enough guy. As Bradley.
Bradley, yeah.
Ben Bradley, but
who's played later, of course, by Tom Hanks.
Yeah, so I see that as kind of the Perry White kind of. He's maybe a little more arch in some ways on either side of that. It depends on the way you look at it. But J. Jonah Jameson is such a just sycophantic
parody of himself. Almost.
He's just Parker, where's my pictures? And just always smoking and he's a very hard-edged.
I mean, he's literally, of course, one of the biggest memes on the internet as far as I want blah blah blah, but really I want pictures of Spider-Man is always what people vote,
him with Ted Raimi in the movies is always like you're fired and you're crap that's crap Dr. Octopus.
I mean, and obviously in the new movies, what little bit I've seen, he was in the post-credit scene of Far From Home. Mm-hmm. They're rebranding him as like an Alex Jones type of soothsayer or going to take it to the establishment type guy. Yeah. Which makes sense. Now,
A couple other people here real quickly. Joe Manganiello. First time I would have ever seen him in anything, both in literally and in his career.
Yeah.
As Flash Thompson. I mean... Parker. And the moment, one of my favorite moments is where he grabs his arm and he's like it's just the facial expressions are just wow. Bill Nunn, Ted Raimi and Elizabeth Banks, all being, different Daily Bugle employees.
Yeah.
I heard Spider-Man was there in the second movie, of course.
That's of course Radio Raheem.
Yes, of course, and been in a bunch of other stuff too. Did he die?
Ted Raimi
he passed away recently.
Didn't we want to say anything about Ted Raimi in Twin Peaks?
That's one of the funniest performances in any movie. Or any show. He's that cool punk guy, and he's you remember he gets killed and gets put in the
barrel
in the
or
it's like a pawn,
yeah,
and it's
like
like
a
his
chest
face
pawn.
is like
Yeah.
that really annoying performance. But yeah, wait a minute, what? Michael Papajohn
what
is the name? He's the guy that's the carjacker guy.
Yeah,
You know, he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
thanks, Michael
Wow.
Papajohn. I think that is his real name too. I'm not seeing anything different.
Wow.
Papa John was born and raised in Vestiva Hills, a suburb of Birmingham, Alabama, to a Greek American family. So I guess that's a Greek American name, Papa John. I don't know.
Wow.
That's just wow.
Yeah.
And then two other things I want to mention here. Bruce Campbell.
He makes cameos in all these movies. He's of course
that sucks. I mean,
he's of course had a pivotal role in a lot of Sam Raimi's work.
Yeah.
Of course, the Evil Dead movies.
but of course we literally say, "Oh, that sucks" all the time. Macho
and
Man,
also,
Randy
what's
Savage,
interesting though about that is that moment we'll talk about is like that he literally kind of casually creates the Spider-Man name. Of course, yeah.
The terrifying that moment. Macho Man Randy Savage. I mean, I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. What do you think of him in the movie?
I mean, he's perfect. I mean,
Yeah.
he literally is a walking
Yes,
comic book character. Anyways.
He's dadgum
I mean,
Halloween mask of a human being. I mean, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well, I specifically remember
yeah.
this era would have been. I don't know if he was even still technically wrestling at the time, or if he was with WCW.
Yeah.
I don't remember. But like
WCW.
But him and the Slim Jim commercials were kind of iconic in the 90s and 2000s, and so I remember him sometimes more from that than I do even, Bonesaw McGraw as he is in this. But
Tig Notaro, it says, was offered a role, but the Octavia Spencer
literally
is in the
one
movie.
scene where she's the one who's like working at the wrestling
Yeah.
place, like taking his name and like so.
And then Tig Notaro was going to be that person. But, Octavia Spencer randomly has had, in my mind, more of a career as a random character actress before.
She actually was even
and then
a bigger deal.
She seems like she's had that, but, like, it's like sort of like after the fact. People have gone back and seen all these things she's been
also,
in.
someone who's worked with her several times, Viola Davis, she's in a random amount of movies that you never noticed her in.
Like I feel like her first big thing was in, like, Doubt. She was in.
Right.
Like,
that was
like,
something that put her up more.
But
then
even
you go back
it took
and watch,
a while, even for
a scene or two in Syriana.
Yeah.
She actually has a major supporting performance in Solaris, the Soderbergh
really?
Clooney
Okay.
movie.
I
I
wasn't
think
aware of
because
that.
her and Clooney
Yeah.
were good friends. I know that's why he cast her in some things.
Macy Gray appearing as herself. Lucy Lawless.
I still don't think of Macy Gray as anything other than a character who pops up in this.
Yeah.
I don't really, frankly, remember her music being much in the culture.
Yeah.
But I was a white kid, so of course I would.
Then Lucy Lawless as Punk Rock Gore, who says "Guy with 8 hands" sounds hot.
Oh, that is her. Yeah. Which should be said, like Raimi produced and was one of the kind of creators
Xena,
of
Warrior
Xena,
Princess,
so he would have known her for that. And Ted Raimi also was in that.
But that's kind of the main group of people in the movie. And Stan Lee's cameo. I don't want to talk about the whole Stan Lee cameo phenomenon. All I'll say, and we'll see it in the movie, it's more of what it should be, where he's literally like, "Look out!"
Yeah,
and it's just like then it's over.
I mean, the third
no,
one,
is that in X-Men? Which one is that in? No, it's in this one.
Well, he might do that too in that, but I think
I can't remember.
It's in
no.
the,
In X-Men, it's where the guy, the senator, comes onto the beach and he's like the ice cream man or whatever.
Or he's in the background.
Or,
like, oh my god!
But no, in this it's the look out. Yeah, and it's like really lame. Like
but Spider-Man 3 is the one he literally walks on screen and is like, you know what? I guess some guys can make a difference. Enough said, and just like walks away.
And part of me kind of likes that in how blatant it is. It's just so upfront about itself. I kind of like it. Kind of love it. It's actually one of the best moments in that movie. Maybe
like from then on, they were more obvious and bigger.
Well, then it became a joke after that. I feel like before then it was a little more under the radar.
Yeah,
but
and people who knew who he was, and he was already a pretty known guy, would have spotted him. But then he became someone that your average Joe Schmo, like, niggling on the arm, like, oh, that's Stan Lee.
Stan Lee up there. Like,
we'll do that to each other as this happens. But yeah, this is kind of under the radar, low key. I think this was also around the time that Stan Lee was starting, in part because of the success of this movie, starting to be forced to more acknowledge Steve Ditko's contributions to the creation of, which is a recurring problem with Stan Lee, is him not wanting to give credit to people.
The same thing forever happened with Bob Kane and Bill Finger. I mean, and
he was good friends with Bob Kane.
I mean, there's Bob. Where's Bob? Terrible. Can we actually? Do you know if we can find that or not?
I'm not sure.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll go watch Comic Book Superheroes Unmasked.
Is it from that or something?
Yeah, it is.
Else?
No,
okay,
because that's where it's talking about the friendship between Bob Kane and Stan Lee.
They were
and
about
how
the
they're
same
both
age,
and how they're both money grubbing scumbags. But and how it's like talking about
because Bob Kane got to see
Batman
be
made,
made,
and have a little bit more gore under the fangs. All right, what a dick.
But how they were joking with each other like, oh, Spider-Man hasn't been made into a movie yet, and of course it was, but Bob Kane didn't live to see that. I think he died in the late 90s. I think, but
that he has this real weird. Well, it's more the way it was edited, honestly. That he's like, and where's Bob? And he's like, kind of laughs,
and then it cuts,
and then it abruptly. Cuts further on in the conversation. You tell him going, he probably went like, "Is terrible" or something. Right. But it sounds like terrible. Like it's like really like History Channel just really screwed the pooch on that one and just made it sound so bad.
Yeah.
Like
But speaking of, again, this movie, I deeply love those first two. What's his name? Who made them? Bryan Singer X-Men movies, and those are movies that are not in vogue to like, especially a lot of people do like the second one even.
Well, it's funny. I talked about this last week. I think that the second one is closer to being as good as X-Men than Spider-Man 2 is. People literally are literally heads are exploding across America right now. I mean, and overall, as a phenomenon, I might even slightly prefer the X-Men movies to these Spider-Man movies. Slightly. It's so close. I hate to even say that.
Well, but see, here's the problem for me with that, and with myself even, is that like the Spider-Man movies, despite as much as I love the X-Men movies, are more easily entertaining and compulsive to watch, in part because of how colorful they are. I think how stylish they are. Yeah. And the X-Men movies are about very big, serious ideas and themes. But deep down, I might agree with you on that. In terms of like, I might slightly like.
And the first Spider-Man movie is the best out of all of these, clearly.
Agreed.
But I think that the combination of X and X2 together is better than Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2.
I would agree with
probably.
that. Yeah.
But and then The Last Stand, I think, is probably better than Spider-Man 3.
But they're both awful.
But Spider-Man 3, though, at least has a more of a cachet to itself and a kind of free willingness to itself that I appreciate more than The Last Stand.
I'd agree with that,
weird.
too.
It's weird how that all works out, but yeah. And then there have been more X-Men movies.
Again, other than just being purely nostalgic, what do these era of superhero movies have that this new one we've been living through doesn't?
Just a dynamism.
Yeah.
I feel like these newer movies, I mean, they're so. I hate it when people use this term. I'm just going to say it anyway. They're so beta tested. They're so engineered to do a certain thing. I mean, and that's what I love about movies like The Last Stand and Spider-Man 3 is that they're just like firing off on all cylinders. It's like, we're just going to do this. We don't really know what we're doing. It doesn't all feel safe.
Yeah.
And just tested and ready. Yeah. And that's what's so different about between them is that it feels like a real movie. Yeah. And that choices were made that were stuck to.
Right.
I think that Spider-Man 3 is a ridiculous movie.
Yeah.
I remember in the moment seeing it. I remember being in the theater, seeing the famous, really stupid, what can I even talk about that movie? Everything about it's dumb, but specifically the montage of him like going golf.
Yeah.
And just how stupid that was. I remember just watching
There's
that.
There's a lot of people now who praise all that.
Like 9 years old and thinking that was the dumbest thing ever. I mean, I still do, but like, and even like, and just the immediate stupidity of linking Sandman to
directly retconning
Uncle
the death
Ben's
of Uncle Ben's death
is just so awful.
Yeah.
And but it's a choice that was made.
Yeah.
They were like, we're going to do that, you know. And I can respect that about a movie. But
now this is not just with superhero movies, you see it with Star Wars, you see it with all these big franchise films. The we gotta pet the fans. We gotta
Yeah.
make sure that they're fed like little babies and pat them on the head, and it's all got to be
Yeah.
just so. Like, I mean, that was a whole era where even if you didn't like what they did, it was like.
Well, and it's like when George
Lucas.
Lucas made the prequels. I mean, you can say, people can say all they want about how bad the prequels are or whatever, and I think they're mostly right.
Yeah.
Even though I love those movies, but I'm like,
especially
well,
on
they're not.
I think
like,
the biggest thing I agree with are more aesthetic, larger
yes,
aesthetic concerns, about
and some
them.
of the acting. The story, though, I mean, the actual themes is even surpassing the original movies as far as what they are about,
Right.
making very direct political statements that were frankly prescient in some ways,
ahead of the time,
and even
like-
like those were more based on following the Persian Gulf Wars and
But he definitely was predictive and looking
and the
ahead.
Soviet-Afghan War and stuff. But as far as what the War on Terror would literally become, I feel like those are some of the most prescient movies ever made.
I mean, they're true political texts,
and they
in
are
their own way.
actually making statements.
Yeah.
And a lot of people found that boring. You
Yeah.
know, they were like, "I don't find this interesting." Frankly, you're a fool.
Yeah.
If you don't like that, you are a fool. Now, a lot of that you can get caught up in the movies being bad. That's fine. But if you don't at least admit that there was something there for that, whatever. And people that have always said, "Oh, Star Wars movies never been political," they always have been.
Yeah.
Always have been.
Yeah.
But like the meme says, but I feel like he was firing on another level with those movies.
And he was older, obviously, than he was when he made the first ones.
And some people would see that as hypocritical of him being a businessman and being very shrewd about the corporate and being kind of a corporate figure in a way.
And you can say that about maybe merchandising and certain aspects of that, but as far as storytelling, I don't see that cynically.
And I feel like he was never that way. And he was very much that from THX 1138.
Yeah.
So if people feel like he's not a political filmmaker, they're the fool. I mean, like, that's very clear. But so anyway, so that's all to say. I feel like choices were being very clearly made that they didn't really care about how people necessarily reacted to them.
Yeah.
I mean, they wanted people to be entertained, and we read those whole articles about the marketing rollout for Spider-Man, which I find very interesting. I feel like everybody should go read those. They're through the New York Times business section in 2002, talking about how specifically the, like, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, KFC Corporation got really burned by some big promotion they did for Phantom Menace.
Which I remember all that as a kid.
And that they said, we're putting food as the star. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Find the direct
but like,
is,
so it's interesting that they did care about the movies making money, but like they didn't care about how fans reacted to them. I mean, X-Men was a real big case of that, where X-Men fans were very immediately pissed off by those movies and still have been ever since. I mean, I've heard other podcasters, talk about, like on The Watch, I remember Randy Greenwald talk specifically about how he still really doesn't like those original X-Men movies, being a big X-Men fan. But that,
I think that sometimes had more to do with the aesthetics.
Yes, and that's part of it is, they weren't colorful enough. And that's something I mostly agree with. Those movies could have been more colorful.
But that is also a product of what was in vogue at that particular time as well.
And that's also coming off of kind of the failure of the Schumacher Batman movies, where they're like, it's kind of an early version of the Nolan movies of like, we have to take this a little bit, we have to tone it down and kind of pull it back a little bit. Which thankfully, I feel like that's one of the strengths of this movie, of Spider-Man, is that it doesn't really do that color-wise and sensibility-wise. It just does it the right way.
And it should be said, later versions of X-Men, really from the Matthew Vaughn era of First Class onward, the X-Men movies became a lot more colorful.
Yeah.
And they have their own problems, but specifically First Class and Days of Future Past are both really good.
Yes.
And Stand Up is among the best in the franchise.
But anyway,
this quote from this article you were talking about: "We've moved off movie tie-ins since Star Wars because it did not drive sales," said Amy Sherwood, a vice president at Tricon in Louisville, Kentucky. "Since then, we've had a food focus to all promotions," she added, "having the food as the star."
That sounds like those Sony leaks, from about 10 years ago, where it's like, food. Food is fun.
Well, it was like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs themes.
Food is a theme. No, I'd say that is a noun. I wouldn't say it's a theme. Well,
also
it's not a
like
concept.
The Smurfs movies, it was like themes, the color blue.
Like blue is not a thing. Like blue. come
blue
on.
is a color. And
Blue is the warmest color, as we know. But like, come on. I mean, yeah, and it's
bad.
like, and they said, and then they had stuff like water bottles and like backpacks and just like, literally, what is? I mean, it's literally like, have you ever seen that episode of SpongeBob where that corporate chain comes and buys the Krusty Krab? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I think so.
And they're like literally making the Krabby Patties. They're not even real Krabby Patties anymore. They're literally like paste that comes out of like a squirt bottle that they then spray with something to make it look like a Krabby Patty on the outside. It's literally like a Gilded Age type thing. And like, it's literally, that's what that is when I hear that, is like, these corporations are literally making garbage as food. Like, they're literally like, product. Yeah. Like, it's like, you know, and it's like
automated,
automated product. Like, you know, and I've clearly
welcome to Taco Bell.
Welcome to Taco Bell.
Demolition Man told us.
With starred Andre Gregory, as we must remember. And we can use this as a transition into Sam Raimi.
Well, let me just read one more quote from this
Yeah,
article.
Sure.
The Kellogg tie-ins included 2 limited edition products: Kellogg's Spider-Man Toasted Oat Cereal and Kellogg's Spider-Man Pop-Tarts Toaster Pastries, both with Spider-Berry fruit. It says Spider-Berry in this with quotes, by the way.
Yeah.
Fruit flavoring.
Yeah.
And promotions with 11 product lines like Eggo waffles and Rice Krispie cereal that includes mail-in offers for a CD-ROM game and a T-shirt and merchandising inside product package. I remember all of that.
Was that the CD-ROM game that was the PC game that you played? Or was that pre? That was pre those movies, though, wasn't it? Wasn't that like a late '90s game, or was that part of that?
Okay, so the way I remember that is there's a really amazing. I think it came out like 2000.
Okay, so it just slightly was before that, because then they had the movie tie-in game, which was its own thing,
right?
Too. But
let me just go off on a sidetrack about this for a second. Spider-Man by far has the best video games out of any major comic book character, because you had that really amazing. It was like, I think it was like 2000, and I played it on the PC, but it was also on the PS1 and I think the N64 Spider-Man game. That what I love about it is, and I wish more things would do this, it's just like going for like a kind of a basic comic book like look.
Yeah.
And it's like not trying to be too specifically tied to the animated series, even though in the 90s animated series, I don't know how much more we'll get into this. That's something I'm kind of nostalgic for, but if you go back and watch, literally moves a mile a minute. And the X-Men shows similarly as well.
Yeah.
And when you really can put the Spider-Man 90s show, which I have warm memories of, as well as the X-Men show, compared to Batman the animated series, which is actually great and has actually stood the test of time in ways that those haven't. But anyways, Spider-Man video games, pretty great. They made tie-ins for all the movies. Spider-Man 2 was the best out of those. Spider-Man 1 was also good. Even the Spider-Man 3 game was good. Spider-Man just really lends himself naturally.
Web of Shadows was really good.
That was the Ultimate Spider-Man video game was also really good. And that actually really did a lot of comic book stuff visually. And you could play as Venom in that too. That was it's probably one of the most underrated ones, and it was liked, but really good.
Right.
But anyways, there was like a 2000 game that's probably my favorite, and I played the most of. That again is based on this more basic-ish comic book kind of look and style. I think it was that, and they redesigned like Scorpion a little bit in it or something. I think I barely remember that.
Oh, Scorpion was another villain
that's in that.
Vulture too.
But
remembering all.
Unfortunately, I don't know. You can probably buy it on eBay now, some of these old Pop-Tarts. I don't know if the Spider-Berry fruit flavoring is still as good as it used to be. But they probably repackaged it in multiple forms over the years.
Yeah, but all this I was going to say is like, all this was clearly not intended by someone like Sam Raimi, who made the movie.
I'm assuming, let me just say this.
Yeah.
He's in a position much like Tim Burton was with the Batman movies. Like, I'm going to do my thing.
Yeah.
And whatever you want to do with all that, go ahead.
Yeah.
But I don't really, frankly, care all that much. I would imagine he's in a similar position.
So to ask you, what do you think that he lends to these movies as his own sensibility, which is, he has a clear sensibility to himself, so.
I think it's,
and maybe what's your opinion on him in general?
Well, I like him in general. Yeah. He's made some movies I don't quite like. Oz the Great and Powerful, that was garbage.
That was awful. I remember we were sitting there watching that. Our mom got us to go see it.
And deep down, I was like, I think this is awful, but she might be liking it or whatever. And I looked over. And
it was like halfway. It wasn't even at the end, too. It was like a quarter or a third of the way into the movie, she was like, "This is bad."
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, so yeah, that was funny.
But I think what he lends to it is like just a sense of sincerity and a sense of like we're gonna have fun, but like we're not gonna look down on this either. It's very similar. It's a more modernized version of what Richard Donner was doing with the first Superman movie. That big word again he trumped was verisimilitude. That listen, yeah, we're gonna have jokes and we're gonna like make this be fun, but like not to say take it too seriously, but like we're not gonna like make light of these as characters, as human beings. As crazy and arch as what they're going through is, we're gonna treat it with sincerity. And also, I mean, just like moments of that like that very like humorous Raimi horror that creep up into the movie.
Right.
Like, I mean, the scene of like when the building's burning down, he's gonna save the old
and that
woman.
woman's
To think about the reality that Green Goblin put himself in that building and covered himself with that,
put that like
and was
old
just like
maiden
gonna
rag
wait
on.
and with a high certainty, Spider-Man's gonna come in and save me.
But what if he didn't?
What if he was busy and didn't? But no, I'm going to do it anyways. And what if the whole thing crashed and burned and he died?
And he makes the scream sound,
just like the very...
And then there's, of course, the scene everybody talks about in Spider-Man 2 where they're going to do the surgery on Doc Ock.
What John Landis
and John Landis has the, like, chainsaw, and it's, like, very over the top.
And so just, like, that sense of, like, over-the-top kind of horror and comedy... but also sincerity. I mean, he just gets it, and with these movies in a way that it's a personality.
In a way, I feel like it's a way that Donner got Superman. I feel like it,
and him weirdly more so than any other director of much better quality.
Yeah. I
can see a Sam Raimi movie and go, "Oh, I feel like I've met this person.
Yeah.
I know I know what their personality is because these movies have such a strong personality." And he was really the right guy at the right time because
he had made Dark Man before that.
Yeah, and I mean, he first started off doing the Evil Dead movies, which are I know widely beloved. Yeah. I generally like, but I'm not as huge a fan of other people are.
I haven't seen Army of Darkness.
He kind of like slowly slid through the '90s, making some more dramatic things that were pretty popular, but never like the biggest thing. There's that one drama he made it's got like Bill Pullman in it, I think. A Simple Plan? Is that the name of it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That let me make sure. Yeah, that a lot of people say is like really pretty great, underrated little movie.
I've always heard of it. That has Billy Bob Thornton in it. Right?
Yeah, and I've always heard that's really good. I've still yet to see it. But he kind of like coasted through the '90s, being quote more respectable in many ways, and then kind of was weirdly the right guy at the right time out of all those other filmmakers to adapt this. Yeah. What for you does Raimi add?
Well, I'd agree. I mean, I think that it's just a big movie. I mean, it just feels like the energy that this movie should have, he definitely has. Which is interesting because when you go back and watch the Evil Dead movies, which I actually quite like the original Evil Dead, I'm not really that into Evil Dead 2.
And you've not seen Army of Darkness, I guess.
And that is the most ridiculous, stupidest thing I've ever heard as an idea for a movie. But anyway, maybe I'll like it more than that. I'm sure I will. But that specifically with Evil Dead 2, it just feels like it's just like you're just doing the movie again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but it's more like technically advanced. I'm like, and? Yeah. Like, I felt like the first one kind of got everything across it needed to say, but whatever.
Quote say,
well, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are moments in that movie. There's that one scene in particular where there's that zombie girl is like below the floorboard.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's one of the best scenes in any horror
good.
movie. That's like really intense, a lot of energy going on. And it's interesting because, like you said, you see the versions of that in this movie, but I feel like he still transmits that energy because those movies are like crazy. I mean, the energy to them into
Hello, my dear.
I mean, that I feel like it adapts into these movies, and I think that
again, it just has such a spark, such a personality, and I think. This is going to a broader point I wanted to make about these movies, this era of movie, and past eras of superhero movies that have been lost. The superhero movies that really work especially live action. Because you have something like Mask of the Phantasm that's amazing. That kind of is another category for Batman. But to me, the best superhero movies that work do not hold comics as the sacrosanct source material.
Yeah.
Cinematically, they are evocating and going towards other forms that are really more about it than what the, quote, comic bookiness of it is. Let's take Superman 78, for example. That movie, not runtime-wise, but loosely speaking, has kind of three visual modes and styles. You have kind of the portions on Krypton that open the movie, this very Shakespearean, very, 70s sci-fi, like 70s future-esque take. In some ways it evokes 2001 in some ways, just this very futuristic kind of Shakespearean America. Then Shakespearean America, Shakespearean Krypton, I should say. I was going to say, then you have Norman Rockwell, kind of 50s-esque, ho-hum, look how great life is in grand America of Smallville with the teenage Clark Kent. And then you have it's set in the 70s, but it feels very 40s-esque, screwball comedy, that banter of the big city and metropolis. And all of those are kind of, trading on past cinematic forms or past artistic forms that are not saying, what really we're adapting in a big, big way is like a Superman comic that was drawn by Kurt Swan necessarily, which is as great as those are. It is like, who Superman is, basically. You remember the 50s show. You read a comic book here or there. But let's take that character and put him in the, quote, real world and what the real world of the 70s was. Clark Kent as a character is one who says G and swell. And in the 70s, Lois Lane's like, don't you think that's kind of like
not
antiquated
hip,
and not hip?
That's a bad outfit.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But that was Superman for a 70s America that was burnout on Watergate, was burnout on Vietnam, and was a throwback that felt modern.
Well, and even the tagline literally says, "You'll believe a man can fly." Like the movie, I think what you're saying is it's positioned itself as this hopeful, pseudo-patriotic, superhero movie in the midst of, like I said, an era of great cynicism. In its own way, Star Wars was a version of some of this a year previous in a sci-fi movie. Yeah. But also that restored Superman as a cultural figure. Mm-hmm. And he had been in the past, but some years had waned. He was being made jokes of on talk shows, like, oh, Superman's this old antiquated thing. Yeah, because people talk about that all the time in the sense of Batman and the 60s show, but I think another unspoken part of that is even how farther down Superman was than that.
Well, that show had put Batman ahead of Superman at that time.
But then Batman was a joke, but Superman was even more of one until that.
And in general, for superhero stuff, in general, Superman the movie, while having a sense of humor, quote, restored what a, quote, superhero story could be, because for a while, Batman had typified what that was, and then that came along and said, oh, actually, you can do this with it. Mm-hmm. And that had been happening in the comics in the 70s, but nobody cared about all that. Let's jump now to Tim Burton's Batman. Tim Burton's Batman, while of course, I think he very famously held up in some pre-production meetings a picture of Brian Boland's artwork from The Killing Joke and said, I want Batman to look and feel like this. Yeah. And Tim Burton himself does not hold comic books in that high of a regard. You think he would more than he does. But he was, again, taking a, quote, Batman, again, a character that for most Americans by that point were Biff Powell, Adam West Batman, and adding this sense of German expressionism, adding this sense of noir to it. Now, it's not like hardcore noir or hardcore German expressionism, but throwing in those flavors in the midst of telling this Batman story, that was what made Batman feel new and fresh in 1989 and again in 1992. With this, there's a dose of Frank Capra, there's a dose of kind of teenage angst movies, or teenage like John Hughes a little bit. And so my point is, the superhero movies that really stand the test of time, if you're thinking of like a Mount Rushmore of sorts, you've got Chris Reeve Superman, Keaton Batman, Maguire Spider-Man, what all those movies have in common in their own very roundabout ways is not saying the comic book is the end-all, be-all form that we're adapting this from.
Mm-hmm.
We now live in an era, specifically with the Marvel movies, but to an extent the DC movies as well, where let's just straight up adapt these stories and not change all that much. And Civil War, or,
whatever any of the Thanos stuff is.
Endgame and a lot of the stuff that comes from. Let's just straight up quote adapt comic book storytelling and logic, which inherently gets you into dangerous territory where you're having to rely on sequels, you're having to rely on next time on to be continued, because the whole nature of comic book storytelling is that it never really ends.
Right.
But a film, ideally, you walk away, it ends. Now, did they make Superman sequels? Did they make these Spider-Man sequels, Batman sequels? Sure. But you can walk away from any one of those movies and go, that was its own complete story that I don't need to have continuations
exist as a distillation, as an ongoing film series that stopped at some point. These Marvel movies, of course, are... And, I mean, Sam Raimi's doing that... What's the name of it?
Doctor Strange and the multiverse or webisode or something.
Doctor Strange and his multiverse of madness or something.
Yeah.
And his webisode of madness, but it will be but a webisode in the. I mean, it's all going to keep going forever, and that's what's the scary thing about, and that's what was kind of encouraging about Star Wars for a long time, was that it was what it was. Now I don't know what the whole future of Star Wars is. I have no clue. It seems like they've kind of stalled on that for a while.
Now it's kind of going in more TV direction,
right?
Until they figure out, I guess, what they're going to do with the movies.
And so nothing's ever going to end now to the point where it's strange. But that's why I think we return to these movies all the time, is because they ended.
They just work. They're movies.
And they work.
They are movies that work in of themselves.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we're even now reaching points where, of course, Tobey Maguire is reappearing in these new...
Michael Keaton's going to reappear as Batman.
Michael Keaton's going to be Batman again in a Flash movie. We've already talked about that at length. Who the hell knows what that's about? I hate to say this, as someone who really loves Christopher Reeve as Superman, he's passed away. We can't touch him. He's gone. Now, he did pop up in Smallville in the 2000s, and he was good in that.
As what?
He was like this scientist type.
I didn't remember him being in it. So,
he wasn't a huge role in it, but he made a cameo he was a major character in a handful of episodes, and it was a big deal about that's Christopher Reeve, but they didn't say that, but you know what I mean. And so again, we laugh now about there's a lot of these comic book directors that this is in many ways Endgame is the Nashville of the superhero movie. Among the most offensive things I have ever heard ever.
Yeah.
Put up racial slurs against that, put up misogyny, whatever. That is among the most offensive things I have ever heard. You're really going to compare you to Robert Altman? Disgusting, garbage, movie, jail forever, say something like that.
Yeah.
Now, they say that, but they're not beholden to cinematic traditions in the same way these movies were.
Yeah. Because
they're just straight up adapt a comic book, whatever. Who cares? It's going to keep going on and on and on anyways, so... whatever.
Yeah, because at least when you compare something like Winter Soldier to like 3 Days of the Condor, at least with that, it's like, well, that's a genre movie. It's not. I mean, I like 3 Days of the Condor. It's really good, but it's like, man, whatever. But when you're saying you're Nashville, like, shame on you. That's just stupid. I mean, yeah. So, that's what's funny too, is that these movies, when they work, don't feel that they have to say things like that, because they recognize, it's just a movie I want to make. It's not like, because they recognize that they don't have to say anything if it's good. These people feel this like that they have to legitimize the movie.
Right.
And when you do that, you show that you're not confident about it. Right. Ultimately. Right. And it's like,
and then deep down, that this is all gobbledygook garbage.
Yeah.
I mean,
James Gunn, represents a certain... Let's rag on him for a little while.
Yeah.
He represents a certain... who's also had a habit of saying some slurs against certain things.
Yeah.
And seen no,
real consequences
for that. Like NFL players, too.
Yeah.
For different things they've done. It's the NFL players and James Gunn. That's who we are.
Yeah. Peas in the pod, those.
Yeah. Peas in the pod, the three of us. As Bitter Juice once said. Also said some slurs in different times. Beetlejuice, not a good guy.
We're gonna get around to this here about
what?
James Gunn.
Finally.
Sorry.
A trip down memory lane. One other thing that happened to me at a beta club.
Yeah.
This reminds me.
Yeah.
Anyway, that James Gunn, he represents that sort of director who thinks they're so clever and like, oh, look at me, but all they make is filth. Ultimately,
this,
you know what I mean?
Let me say this. I think Shane Black is more talented than James Gunn, but this is an evolution of this persona that Shane Black himself came to represent. He famously made Iron Man 3, and people are like, oh, this is actually pretty great, and it's a Christmas movie, too.
You'll never see him coming.
Yeah.
I mean... Oh, Lord.
Well,
what are we doing now?
We need to briefly talk about like Amazing Spider-Man movies and the New Holland movies, how they stack up or compare.
And Into the Spider-Verse, which is the best film ever made.
We haven't even said really anything about that, which is actually good. But let's put that in the corner for now.
Later. Yeah.
The Garfield movies to me are very post-Nolan Batman attempts to add a certain serialization idea to Spider-Man that his parents actually were killed, and let me just say that was actually adapted a little bit from the comics, which itself is kind of stupid. But this like trying to retrofit a Dark Knight trilogy-esque idea to Spider-Man, which is not a good fit for Spider-Man in a lot of ways. I think, frankly, like the relationship scenes between Garfield and Emma Stone, who ended up being a real couple because they met on that movie, are actually some of the best stuff in those movies. I wish we would have spent more time with that, and it should be said, Mark Webb, make the jokes you want to make. They've all been made. He had just done 500 Days of Summer. And
I can think of a few jokes you can make about him. But...
Oh, wow. Like, if you take that level of romantic intrigue and kind of put it into a Spider-Man movie, man, that would have been cool, And again, it has flashes of that, but never adds up to anything more than that. In general, thoughts on the Amazing Spider-Man movies?
They're some of the most forgettable pieces of cinema I've ever run across. I mean, literally, we were just talking about earlier that we saw that first one, I remember.
Myrtle Beach.
At Myrtle Beach.
2012.
At the, specifically at the Broadway at the Beach Theater, where we have seen such other, minted gems as Get Smart.
Superman Returns.
And Superman Returns. And a couple other movies. But, yeah, I mean, like, and you know what's funny about that second movie is memorable in the fact that it was one of the first movies I ever saw. No, you know what? Now I remember we didn't see Amazing Spider-Man there. We saw it at that other theater in Myrtle Beach that looks kind of like, that place in Wilmington where they have the Regal at, and it's like all them townhouse stuff. It's actually at one of those type of places, so excuse me.
Yeah.
But we didn't see it at Myrtle Beach. It was a vacation movie. There's been those certain movies we see on vacation. One of the few I can actually remember that is really good is Fallout, Mission Impossible Fallout. Yeah. That was a few years ago. But that specifically with that second movie too, Amazing Spider-Man 2, I remember that was the first movie I ever logged on Letterboxd. That is the only reason I remember it.
Yeah.
Literally nothing about that movie is memorable about that.
Yeah, very true. I mean, like I said, there are certain aspects of it. Like I said, maybe the suits look cool here or there. Yeah. Oh, they did mechanical web shooters, or remember why and how did they tease us with Giamatti as Rhino and not give us more of that? Because that was such a missed opportunity.
And you agree with this, but that's all just. It's all fluff.
Yeah,
it's all show. I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
I mean, frankly,
really.
It just didn't do enough to get out of the shadow of the Raimi films.
Yeah.
But then there's the Holland movies, and I think even from the very beginning, his tenure as Spider-Man has been compromised in some way.
Yeah.
Because he was formally introduced in Civil War, Captain America Civil War. All of his solo movies, and he's popped up in some of the Avengers movies here or there, kind of a pivotal role in the last two Avengers movies, but he's always been in the shadow of someone else. Oh, he's kind of like the little brother mentee figure to Tony Stark in the first two movies of his. I'm Michael Keaton biased, I guess. I think Michael Keaton was a really good Vulture in that first
he was good.
Spider-Man when he did.
That's the only of those I've seen, by the way. I didn't see the Far From Home.
That one, again, this is the thing with a lot of these Marvel movies. I'm like, oh, that's okay, that's fine, yeah. And then I don't really remember them all that much after that. Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio, that was okay, fine. But in general, again, the problem with these, I think the biggest problem with the Holland Spider-Man movies is that they're not enough just about Spider-Man. They're not enough about Peter Parker. They're always trying to retro-engineer this other Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff into it. One could say, well, they already did those stories with like the Maguire movies or the Garfield movies. That you already did all that,
well,
so why not include
Let me
them
risk just sounding petulant, but I don't like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So, what do you want me to do now?
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, but I don't like what you were making overall, and like theoretically. So, no.
I agree.
You know,
I'm just playing devil's advocate because one could say that, I guess, but
they've already made that. It's like, why do we keep remaking?
Well, then
Spider-Man,
let's just not do it. Then I guess
let's just not make a superhero movie. I'm fine with that.
Or what about this? Or why don't we just take either Maguire or Garfield, either one, and just continue from there, as opposed to start back to square one. You know what I mean? Like actually have them develop as, as figures who mature and age. But a lot of it's the problem with a lot of superhero movies in general, but specifically the Marvel movies. They want them to change, but they can't change too much. We're always going to need Spider-Man to be a certain age. We always need him to be a teenager, maybe in his early 20s. But once he gets older than that, then we have to ask, we have these new questions and problems like, how does he mature from that? As opposed to always going back to square one. And that's the problem with a lot of superhero storytelling is when things get too risky or complicated, let's just go back to square one.
Yeah.
We don't want to go too far off the beaten track because who knows? People might not like that. So, but again, I think Holland is likable and good as Peter Parker or Spider-Man. But the movies themselves, and I like Zendaya a lot, and she's kind of like a very new teenage ironic version of Mary Jane, but she does it well. I don't know. It's just, I really just wish that his movies had more room to breathe as their own things, as opposed to doing all these other big Marvel Cinematic Universe things.
Just because it's all
with
part
them.
of that. Because everybody always
now that Tony Stark's not in it, now Doctor Strange is having that role in the new.
And it's like that's what all the fans always wanted for years was to get Spider-Man away from Sony so that they could make these movies, and here we are.
Well, we got
what
we
not
wanted.
As good. Well, I didn't care.
Well, I'm saying, but they got what they
Right.
wanted,
But,
so.
That's what I always appreciated about the Spider-Man movies is that they were apart from all this other nonsense that was going on, and then now they're always going to be part of that. And it's
one of those things like, in the comics themselves, all the Marvel characters have kind of jumped across, and you got villain, like how Kingpin starts off as a Spider-Man villain, but now he's more known as a Daredevil villain. I mean, Daredevil, 03 Daredevil, we didn't even say anything about that as far as the whole era of super movies. That was, choices were made in that, not in a great way, but was still weird in its own thing. That commentary, by the way, is hilarious. The director, Mark Steven Johnson, throughout the movie points to all these bad shots of CGI of Daredevil going through the city. He does it several times, and there's a certain point where he reaches out. I only say that because so many of them look good,
And he made it.
Right. He was kind of casting aspersions though towards the artists who would have worked on it.
Yes. Okay.
But yeah.
It's not it's because it looks bad, but whatever.
But
you ever look at the poster of Daredevil and just look at it and you're like, this looks really bad. I do that often, but that's just me.
Yeah. That's another movie that I have a weird nostalgia for, but it's not good.
Half of it. I wasn't all that into it. I never finished it. So.
I remember I think that was the first DVD I bought of my own volition in 2003. It would have been because we got the PS2 in late 2002, and I remember
that had Elektra in it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I would have
Colin
been
Farrell
as
Bullseye,
right.
Michael Clark Duncan as Kingpin.
Yeah, I would have been more interested to see a Daredevil Elektra movie. Because I know it was a big deal when they killed Elektra off in the comics, but I guess that'll never happen now. Did they ever do that in the Daredevil show? Anything of that nature?
I don't know if they did bring Elektra into the show or not. They probably did. I watched the first season and a half of that, and I thought Charlie Cox was fine, but the show itself was kind of bland. Netflix Marvel show, that whole era.
Yeah. Luke Cage was another one of those
Anyways,
shows. And, yeah.
all the Marvel characters
That
have a
looked more
history
interesting,
of
but-
kind of intermingling.
Yeah.
The one that frankly makes the most sense to totally cordon off on its own is X-Men, because that's like a universe and a multiverse within a multiverse.
Yeah.
Like, because
There's too much going on over there to
and
involve
and
that.
to be clear, they in the comics also interact with other Marvel characters, but they
Like
work.
Santa Claus, who is a Marvel character. I mean,
But-
that's why we're doing this time of year.
Yeah, I mean, to pay homage,
Yeah.
but they make sense to kind of just totally put in their own little box, because they themselves are so many other characters and ideas and things.
yeah.
Of course, from the very beginning, Spider-Man has functioned in the Marvel Universe in the comics, but he also, even within that, has his own dense world of characters and villains and recurring places. I mean, like, he's another one that can kind of work on his own in isolation because he's just that great. And part of what makes Spider-Man special in general, and these movies do a good job of this, is that he takes hardships, but he gets back up. Not because he was bitten by a radioactive spider, but because he was raised in Queens, and he has a certain background he comes from that defeat is never an option, that you always got to get back up, you always got to try hard. And you see this with the Maguire movies especially, more so than the other ones, is that, especially 2, it almost goes into overdrive, like hardship after hardship after hardship after hardship, but he keeps going, he keeps trying. And that's all, sounds corny, but that's ultimately Peter Parker's superpower, is that ability to do that.
One thing I think that the Holland movies add that I found interesting, because he graduates high school like very early in this movie. In those, it's a lot more intent on he's having to juggle school with that.
Yeah.
Which I think is a part of Peter Parker as a character, and I feel like that is one thing that these movies kind of neglect. And that I find interesting, but whatever. So what about Into the Spider-Verse? Because there has never been an animated movie ever made, as we know, before this one.
Was there a film ever made?
I don't think
There's been
so.
rumors there have been, but I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Unsubstantiated.
ever since movies have allegedly been made since the Great Train Robbery, but I'm not sure about it. Like, people have said maybe even that is a movie. I don't know. People argue that might be a movie, but I think the first movie ever made is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Because nothing has ever been done interesting before that.
Being
That's
hyperbolic, but guess what? People are hyperbolic when talking about this movie. I think it's actually objectively pretty great. I mean, I think the animation in it is astounding. It's a lot of things we've never really seen before in an animated movie of that size and scale.
It's the first movie.
Yeah, so I guess it's that special.
Right.
But the insistence that people have to go on and on and on about it is, of course, tiresome on one hand. I think there is some deeper truth in the sense in the movie of sometimes these characters function more naturally and better in some cases when adapted straight to animation than they do in live action. A case in point of that is Batman Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh, that was a movie that was made that was better, way better than this. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
And that
I
is
forgot.
like, the best Batman movie that exists. Probably, again, you go toe-to-toe with this for the best superhero movie that exists. I mean, that's just like the pure distillation of Batman as a story is in that single story. And so, again, I think, obviously DC's done a lot of direct-to-video animated movies after the critical but not theatrical success of Mask of the Phantasm. They started to go into more direct-to-video line. And at first, a lot of those movies were pretty good. They've since entered a rut of sameness and whateverness and blandness.
Now, I remember it was like a big deal when, like, Doomsday came out and, like...
New Frontier, that was
New
good.
Frontier,
that
obviously.
Was good, yeah.
And some of those movies, when they were first coming out, it was a big deal, and now it just means nothing. I mean,
they put out so many, you don't even know what... They've also, I've not even seen, they've done a version of Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, they did, I think, 2 parts of that.
Yeah.
They got it all
and
in
it's
there.
R-rated, I think. It's like, I think they did a year 1 also, too.
Yeah. Well, they've done it all. I mean, they've done it all at this point. The Killing Joke is another one I know that has some level of controversy related to it, I know. So.
Well, and another thing is, too, it's like, you see some of the animation from it, and it looks fine, but you're also like, well, I got the comic book sitting on my shelf. I guess I could just read that.
I mean, nobody is ever going to adequately adapt the panel in The Killing Joke where she opens the door and he's standing there with a Hawaiian shirt on, pointing the gun, and that represents everything about that story to me. And it's because Alan Moore is a genius, but it's like, and oh gosh, the
Brian
artist
Bolland.
that Brian Bolland that drew that, is that it's like it represents the comedy and the horror in the same moment, and it's just like you can't
Absurdity,
adapt that.
Yeah.
Into
Or you
anything,
can, but it's
right?
like, oh, it just is that
Right,
thing again.
and it just is
Mask
that,
of Phantasm
like you said, like,
is an original story
Yeah,
within
right.
the Batman universe, basically. And so, and it tells a story of, it's like the perfect Batman story because it's a lot of ways about the heart of who he is as a character and tells you an origin story between the origin stories. We already know his parents died. We already know he became Batman. Mm-hmm. But who was the person who almost prevented him from becoming Batman? That is such a beautiful idea. And again, it's like, it's being original within the confines of who that character is already.
Yeah.
Something like Into the Spider-Verse, I think, that should be said, that's the first official adaptation, really, of Miles Morales, who had been added to the comics and was actually finally a Spider-Man of color. And I do think there is a lot of residual goodwill about that movie that is directed for that very reason. But to act as though a movie like that would even happen if not the ubiquitousness of Spider-Man as a character already, that a movie like this or even the Garfield movies help plunge into the culture, I think is a foolhardy proposition to just act as though that's the only adaptation of Spider-Man that's ever happened. Yeah. Is it pretty great? I actually genuinely think of it in high regard. But again, I just think it's actually weirdly overrated at this point, too.
I mean, and my kind of main thing I can say about the movie is it is really pretty great, I have to admit, but I don't know. I mean, I just think it shows something when people flip over a movie like that, which, like, let's just be honest, narrative-wise, there's not a whole lot. Pathos, ethos, what's the other one?
Eros.
Ares,
God of War,
yeah. There's not a whole lot of that going on in that movie. I mean, you have a basic level of that, but
it is eventually it becomes like, look at these pretty colors.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all about this version of Spider-Man. It's like this movie we're seeing now, No Way Home, but animated. I mean, it's literally like, let's put everything together and just go, here's this thing. I mean, it's like people playing with action figures. It's like the Lego movie, ultimately.
Well, Bill Lord and Chris Miller were behind them.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. I mean,
and they're one of the most overrated presences in film culture today. Yeah,
yeah, and like
throw it all at the wall and see what sticks. That's Hollywood in a nutshell right now.
I was debating whether I want to tell the story or not. I did not even because it's bad, just time wise, but it's not long. This week we did a spelling bee, and one of the words was glib. And they didn't have a definition for it, but I used it in the word. Yeah. I used the sentence, and the sentence it gave me, I'm not making this up. It literally said, "They made glib assertions that no animated movies were all that good, or something." It's like, but they neglected to mention the Lego Movie, which is quite good, or something. I wanted to laugh reading that out loud. I was like, I don't even necessarily agree with that. Yeah. But I have to say that out loud right now. But no, I mean it. But like, Batman Mask of the Phantasm is a genuine work of art. That is a story, and just animation-wise, looks unlike anything. I mean, it has, sure, it's an older animation style, but it has, like, shades and I
mean, literally has him, like when he's looking through the binoculars at Andrea through the glass, and he's outside and it's raining, and those shots when it goes into the flashback and it comes out, and you see his face kind of thinking about all that in the midst of the rain, and you're like, is that tears or is that rain? I mean, yeah, that is like a real, like, Batman moment that you had not seen in a Batman movie before or since, a moment like that. You know what I mean?
And so it is changing Batman.
What's great is it, like, it is telling you the origin story, like I said, within the origin story, and like make it feels like that's always been a part of his origin, but we never knew that. And it's that strong of a storytelling that whole movie has,
and that it's making Batman into something more. Yeah. Whereas, like, I see that Spider-Man movie, I say, oh, it's kind of funny that this is another movie apart from these other Spider-Man movies that are being made. But other than that, yeah, it was good. It's pretty great. Don't ever think about it, other than how annoyed I am by people talking about it. It's amazing. It really is amazing to me.
It's an amazing Spider-Man.
It's something.
Why this? We've
This
already
is
kind of
good.
covered it. Yeah. And also for Kevin, shout out to Kevin. And I know Kevin, you really like the Amazing Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, I'm not
and
trying
I
to,
can sympathize and empathize with that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be real negative towards those. And like you said, like Kyle said, people that are into something of their era they grew up in, all power to. People can like whatever they want to. I don't care. I mean, but I just bless him for that being the case, I guess, because those are movies I forget about. So I'm glad somebody remembers them, because
But again, we didn't want to do all of them because we didn't want us to go down that rabbit hole like we did with the 8-planet movie thing. Was it Planet of the
I think it's called Monkey Planet.
Monkey Planet, that's it, yeah.
Like Planet of the Vampires.
Yeah.
Mario Bava joint.
Now, there's part of me that wouldn't mind have done Spider-Man 2 next week also, because I think those are, but ultimately I am too, but I'm just saying, that is the only the other one that we would even
we'll come around and
about.
do those events. I wouldn't mind doing Spider-Man 3, frankly. I'd be more interested in doing that than Spider-Man 2,
but Spider-Man 1, a movie that holds a dear place in both of our hearts, and is nearly 20 years old again, next summer.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
May. Did we read it I think this movie was in a weird way also a part of the whole movement, the summer movie season is creeping up earlier and earlier and starts
they were talking about
May
that.
now.
There was a whole kind of op-ed in
New York Times
talking about how it was strange that there was a summer movie and it was late April. They were talking about it. It was early May when it came out, but it premiered in April.
That in its own way is kind of typifies how every time of the year now can have an event movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and this is still part of the summer season technically, but that was getting earlier as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. As a result of this movie. I think also that they dropped it in early May so they could make all their money before episode 2 came out.
Yeah, because I know they were competing with that, and then Harry Potter was going to be a problem for them later on.
Well, Harry Potter was at the end of
right.
2002.
Or no, that's what it was. They were talking about that though. Is that the decision making? I think was that yes, they wanted to compete with Star Wars, and so they could get out of the way of that.
Yeah.
So that it would. Yeah. So that was kind of a thing. I know when they were talking about all those movies that were coming out at the time. I don't know when. Let's see. They didn't come out. They didn't come out with a Lord of the Rings movie in 2002, did they?
Yeah, the Two Towers was the end of the year.
Right.
Because of Return of the King.
Yes,
1, 2,
yes.
3. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, because the Harry Potter movies were late 01, late 02, and then Prisoner of Azkaban was summer or early 04. That waited a little bit longer.
Now, it should be said that we've already been seeing with No Way Home. I was about to say Far From Home. No Way Home.
No Way Out.
Can he just not have a home? Is the next one going to be homeless? What's it going to be?
He's going to have a little box made out of web.
And then he's going to look like the terrifying, the one he's wearing in this. He's going to look like that instead of like dadgum pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that Tony Stark budget run out.
We used to have pajamas that look like that. You remember? Mm-hmm. Anyway,
the Tony Stark budget ran out.
But anyway, I lost my train of thought. Probably wasn't all that important. Went by.
Just ran by. Well, you take it over. We're going to take a brief break, and you're going to hear the trailer for Spider-Man from 2002. Then we're going to dive right into the movie.
Not everyone is meant to make a difference. But for me, the choice to live an ordinary life is no longer an option.
Saved my life twice, and I've never even seen his face. You are amazing.
are. We're back. Did it ever occur to you what you're trying to think of at the end there?
No, I forgot.
Yeah,
I don't know.
look at that.
People will be listening to it and they'll be like, I remember where your train of thought was, and now it's in the garbage. But
Garbage. All right.
Yeah.
So,
do we want to say anything about the trailer?
yeah, so the regular kind of, there were really seemingly 2 teasers.
Yeah.
The most famous of which, and it's kind of now an internet fascination, was a trailer that was made, I think, in mid-01, put out in mid-01 when Jurassic Park 3 came out. I actually remember me and a friend of mine in elementary school, Brandon Ward, going to go see Jurassic Park 3. Kind of the very, very first teaser trailer for this movie featured Spider-Man webbing kind of this helicopter of bank robbers in between the 2 World Trade Centers. That trailer, of course, was later pulled after the events of September 11th. There was some posters made, too, teaser posters of
the reflection in his eyes
of the
I know
Twin
those are
Towers.
worth a lot of money now.
They're now collector's items.
Yeah.
But even the trailer that you just heard is like peak early
my gosh.
2000s.
No. Get ready for an experience.
And we didn't really talk about the music of this movie, but this movie had a very kind of mildly iconic.
It had like a naked cowboy clone, like, ooh, here comes the Spider-Man, or that one montage.
Well,
but yeah, the
soundtrack,
yes,
on the VHS,
deal,
I remember seeing a bunch of times.
I remember that.
Shag Kroger of Nickelback had some songs on it.
Look at this spider-graph.
Of course, we're going to hear at the very beginning here, and let's go ahead and we're going to watch this off the Blu-ray.
Well, should we go over the rating?
Oh, yes.
Rated PG-13 for stylized violence and action. So, you know, any of my students should know. Some of them should know about this podcast now. Don't know if they're listening or not, but
I know I have a few of them on, too.
I actually told some of mine this week. I kind of brought it up in a real casual way too, because we were watching Casablanca, and I was kind of just like making some commentary for it, kind of joking around with it. And I was like, "Oh, I have a podcast, by the way. Did y'all know that?" And they were like, "No, what?" And I was like, "Yeah." So they're probably already bored going back and listening to some when we're like, "But what do we really think of 5 Easy Pieces?"
Yeah, right.
You know, they're like, "I don't know if I'm in on that." But anyway, so any of those that are still under 13, be with your parent.
Yeah. So parental guidance.
Yeah.
So we're watching this off the Blu-ray. Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Speaking of digital media, I remember when this movie hit DVD.
You wore that daggum VHS out. I remember.
Yeah,
it literally stopped working.
But I remember I spent the night with our cousin Philip, his house that next day, where it hit Walmart, and his mom went out and bought it.
Yeah,
and
it was a big deal.
Came back and we've been talking about it all day, and watched it again, beginning to end. And we even started watching some of the special features, and that was one of the first times I was actually watching some special features for movies for this. Very iconic kind of opening Danny Elfman notes here. Obviously, he scored this movie, which in its own roundabout way, of course, ties it to the legacy of Tim Burton in terms of he, of course, did the music for Batman, which was incredibly iconic. And this music is nearly as memorable. I think it's a pretty great opening theme. And this opening credit sequence also is very reminiscent of the X-Men sequence in 2000. And if we're just going to bash Marvel yet again, MCU, like how many of those characters have iconic opening themes or music you really remember from any of those movies? Really, the only thing you can speak of maybe is the Avengers,
because
which is Silvestri, Alan Silvestri, who did that.
Because even Wonder Woman has the or whatever the hell that is. In
we laughed at that,
DC
but
movies.
we still remember it. You know.
I remember we that was when we saw. Let's talk about another bad movie real quick. When we saw Dawn of BVS DOJ, whatever it is, DOJ needed to be called. That's all I know. When we went and saw that, we went on a cruise literally the day after that.
That's been March of 16?
Yeah, so that was like the last movie we watched for like a week.
Yeah.
And we didn't have anything to talk about, so we kept talking and joking about that piece of music randomly of like, and just how dumb it was.
Yeah.
But yeah.
John Dykstra, of course, big VFX supervisor. He worked on the original Star Wars.
Neil Spazak. I thought that said Neil Spank. I was like, what?
Spanks. Hanks.
Instead of calling our cat Ringo Sphinx, our dad calls him Stinks.
A.B. Arad.
Oh,
It was
God.
me and our cousin Philip joked about him all the time. He's randomly the guy who basically owned the rights to make these movies. Is like basically like an Israeli businessman who producer.
Yeah.
Also produced the Bratz movie. So
Yeah.
I know the second one.
Michael Chabon wrote some.
He wrote a draft
on that.
of, and then the creators of Smallville did a draft on it. But then apparently Raimi went in and heavily rewrote everything. But
Yeah.
very memorable opening narration
Yeah.
here.
Somebody lied.
Alfred Goff and Miles Miller for Smallville. Yeah.
I'd like to tell you that's me next to her. The heck, I didn't
This
think
guy.
him.
Mm-hmm.
That's me.
Wow, this driver, by the
What a
way,
a-hole.
sucks. Okay.
It's funny later when he is becoming the spider. Like he puts his hand on the side of it and the thing rips off
Yeah.
or whatever. Mm-mm.
What a
I know
geek.
I know we say all the time
Yeah.
that mm-mm, like so lame. Like
I mean, I know it's just stupid teenagers, but it's like, what about him is perpetually lamer than any of these other people?
I mean,
that
yeah.
guy's a... Well,
Let's just be quiet.
Yeah, I am, yeah. Oh, classic. Tripped him.
nice. Like let's do
Nice.
it. Like let's make it loud. We got it. High five. We tried 5 or 6 times.
Now, I've thought a lot about this teacher randomly.
Yeah.
Something he says later to
about
Harry.
garbage. Like basically.
What happened there? Wonder. It was like a rebel without a cause situation. I don't know.
Yeah.
Speaking of people who played James Dean,
Looking at the books. Yeah, right.
James Franco. I actually think they kind of look alike. I mean,
Yeah,
they
sorta.
look kind of like a father-son combo. They should have, ideally they did that in an indie movie or something, but
Oh, you suck.
something that's always a funny trademark in the comics of like the weird red hairness of the Osborns.
Yeah.
Like, let me pull up a photo here to show you. Like it's probably still drawn like this, but this hair that always looks like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and that's,
That's
a
a whole
internet
meme.
meme.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
something of a.
Yes, I read a paper on it. Your parents must be very proud.
Well, my son sucks. I wish I had you as a son.
Yeah, he's like, oh.
And that's what's interesting about the dynamic specifically between Green Goblin and Peter in this movie is that he's like this, there's a father-son aspect to it.
Yeah.
And then obviously Harry's in the middle of it that kind of adds this
Don't let him take me again. I mean, it's amazing.
Where
Where are we? Where are we? What? Negative. Whatever. Nobody will get that reference. Arachnids.
Like, bro,
Constant
you into
search.
arachnids?
Huh? Huh?
Joe Manganiello is Flash Thompson in this.
Don't let him take me again.
I know in the new movies, the guy that played Zero in not French Dispatch, Grand Budapest Hotel,
Yeah.
or something like Ravioli or Raviola. He plays the new Flash Thompson.
Oh, yes, I know who you're talking about.
High five.
What's Daddy gonna do? Sue me?
What is going on? The next person who talks will fail this course. I kid you not. Will fail this course. Don't you think that's a little severe?
Like I'd give him maybe a matrix point, but
like maybe they get a bad completion grade. But
person who talks will fail this course. I kid you not. But taking out the garbage.
I love that he's just like thinks he's too cool for all this, and then he just repeats all this to Mary Jane here in a second.
Makes you think I would want to know that. Who wouldn't?
Over 5 painstaking years, Columbia's genetic research facility
Can I talk to her now?
genetic code.
Go on. You talk to her.
Armed with these DNA blueprints, they have now begun what was once thought impossible. Disgusting. I don't love her.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
You know, spiders can change their color to blend into their environment.
Love this look back he has in a second, like, oh, look what I'm doing. Like, I'm dropping your knowledge.
The genome. Why would they be doing that anyway? You know.
It's like we won't even get into this, but it's like what would likely happen if Peter was bitten by radioactive spider? He'd die of like radiation poisoning or cancer. Here we go. This is his big line here in the movie. Let's go talk about how we listen. I think I've said this before. I think. Well, maybe not. I don't remember. I've told you this. I know. But there have been times I've had to take a student out in the hall, and I was like, "Come out in the hall," and I want to laugh at myself because I always laughed at kids when that had to happen. So literally, I'm laughing at my own self doing it. Part of me deep down, like, but even when I'm so mad. There have been some times I'm so angry, but I deep down still thought it was funny.
Yeah, I had to do that recently about something I won't go into I didn't think anything about it was funny. I didn't. The moment's coming up. Yeah. And then the memes of like
the Thornberry
dad, like
This was back in the day we actually had to be a photographer to take a picture.
Wow. And it's like, I will choose him.
Yeah.
I know all, you know. That shot.
Digging in.
It's like,
I'm going to get you. And I'm going to go die.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have powers, but I'm going to get you, though.
You'll be a savior of humanity, but whatever. Okay.
This teacher, why didn't he get a spinoff? Like, we're getting all these spinoffs to everything now. Like,
I love. Then it tells us all the powers. You know, new species. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, are you insane? Like, what the hell is this? You know,
that's our glider. Yeah, this is. Anyway.
Slocum.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm sure he loves it. You want a progress report? Like you're sitting in an 82 right now. Are you gonna make the A? No. But don't get the C. Like, you know. And insanity.
Yeah.
We'll see a reprisal of that line later. Cool. Well, screw you. How about that?
Love how upfront they are about all that too.
And his board's like, maybe you're acting out. Maybe you get a slap on the wrist. His old Underworld USA himself.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that fit, you know? The vest, rolled up, long sleeves. He's working class. It's all good economic. It's all good economic screenwriting, but it is very like, the corporations, they're laying people off. They need money, you know.
Computer salesman, computer engineer, computer analyst. My lord, even the computers need analysts these days. May, I'm 68 years old. I'm too old for computers, and besides, I have a family to provide.
I love you, and Peter loves you. You're the most responsible man I've ever known. We've been down and out before, but somehow we survived.
Yeah.
The door sound. Yeah.
Most basic door sound ever.
Time for dinner.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? How was the field trip?
I don't feel well. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Do you want to have a bite?
No thanks. Had a bite.
We say that all the
had
time.
A bite.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dinner table / Thanksgiving scenes in this movie. It has all these double entendres.
Yeah. Thanks. Had a bite. Like, is he dead?
Yeah,
like,
he's literally gonna die.
Yeah. Like,
he's going through some changes. It's puberty, you know.
It's like I thought he went through all that already.
Yeah.
I love that, like, dragging it.
Well, he's getting dragged.
Look how big it is.
Yeah.
Like, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
there's some moment where it, like,
I'm gonna feed you to my tarantula.
Yeah.
Skull.
Yeah, like, how is a skull involved? Like,
Sam Raimi, he's couldn't live without it.
It's happening.
Yep, he's becoming the Spoderman.
He's going into Spode mode.
All right, iconic scene. This is.
Yeah.
Like, they're both becoming who they were always meant to be.
Now, I'm asking you for the last time. We can't do this. Don't be a coward. Risks are part of laboratory science. Look, let me reschedule. With a proper medical staff and a volunteer. I mean, if you just give me 2 weeks.
2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
2 weeks. We'll have lost the contract.
And Oscorp will be dead.
We'll be dead. Sometimes you gotta do things yourself.
This
Give me the chromoploraparazine.
We say that all the time.
When the vapor hits the bloodstream.
I love he drinks and then he just throws it on the ground.
Yeah,
like,
he's clearly not well. And this is before he goes into aggression and insanity.
Yeah. Oh, that part.
I love that one of the side effects is insanity, and they're like, "Yeah, let's just keep trying that out, you know, just figure that out for us, you know."
That's cold. He doesn't even respond. He's just like, "Yeah, you'll see." Like,
I keep wanting him all this to happen. Like, he wants to be killed momentarily. Like, he should have made him do it, you know.
Yeah.
And then he becomes Green Goblin.
You remember the episode, The Last Laugh on Batman animated series where it's like April Fool's Day and the Joker puts all that gas all over the place, and it says like something about long exposure to the gas. It's like a computer saying it's like, wait, this long exposure to the gas causes permanent insanity or whatever. But that like what? Like, what is your problem?
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
he's got a few.
He got it. Beep 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 beep
beep beep.
This like venting gas chamber. Wow, he's putting it all out there.
Yeah.
this like the dedication.
Yeah. Like he's doing his best, you know.
Yeah. And he's like, "Oh, he's alive," and then, well.
I mean, yeah, I think we do need to, but you do you, King, you know. So they've both become who they are.
Don't you love in movies like this where it does something like that and you think, what, is it trying to tell me that he was dreaming that? Like, there's an inherent cool shot effect that kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of movies do that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it's really just meant as a transition device, but your brain instantly implies that that's what's taking place. But
weird science.
A fit king. A veinage. A little bit too much veinage.
Change? Yeah. Big change. Right.
The prevert.
Yeah.
Invasion. Like, the invasion.
The
like,
invasion.
one of the most insane moments.
Yeah.
The Matrix, meanwhile.
Yeah. The influence.
I thought you were sick. I got better.
See? I got it. You haven't eaten anything. Have you got your lunch money?
Yeah, I got it. Hey, Michelangelo, don't forget we're painting the kitchen right after school. Got it?
Sure thing, Uncle Ben. Don't start without me.
And don't start up with me. Teenagers. Raging hormones. They never change.
It's up to me. It's trash. No one's gonna be trash. Just like her.
Wow.
Well,
you're always gonna be trash. Like, okay, like, bro, like,
that bro, chill.
What are you, the Question King, huh? Chill. Like,
hey, MJ.
Hi, MJ. Hey, MJ. I don't know if you realize this, but we've been there since I was 6, and I was wondering if we could get together sometime, maybe do something fun, or, I don't know, I thought it'd be time to get to know each other.
The real Chekhov school bus here, you know. What I love is like Raimi turns a gag into a moment where, again, development of understanding what his powers are. You know,
right.
I mean, there's not a wasted moment. That's one thing about New York City I don't quite understand is all the PS, blah blah blah, like those big. How, I mean, impersonal that sounds and feels. I would imagine as a kid too. That has an impact on you. Yeah.
The biggest building in the world, like, Lord. Oh, this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing he got his shirt back on.
Yeah.
You know, after all that.
Mm-hmm. And even a tie.
This moment.
As a kid, that just terrified me.
One of the funniest things in any movie I've ever seen. Like,
again, that's Sam Raimi for you.
Mr. Osborne, Dr. Strahm is dead. They found his body this morning in the lab. He's been murdered, sir.
He did it.
And the flight suit and the glider?
What about it?
It's been stolen, sir.
oh, they don't suspect him at all.
Like,
you know?
anybody else has been using that glider a bunch. I know they had that one guy on it earlier, but... that slow-mo look.
Wow. Great reflexes. Thanks.
No problem.
Hey, blue eyes. I didn't notice without glasses. Just got contacts?
Last night I was. Last night I was, and then like projectile vomiting. Like,
that's one thing some fans complain about with the Maguire Spider-Man is he doesn't have the
oh,
whips
well,
left and right.
Another thing they're going to complain about.
Well, it's not exactly what they want, so.
And nobody sees that sitting there.
Yeah.
Wow. And his friends are laughing.
Yeah, you can tell they don't even really like him all that much. So.
This look. Like, I will kill you.
I mean, if you saw a kid doing that, wouldn't that be the weirdest thing you'd seen in a school?
Yeah.
And then some months go by, and there's this guy called Spider-Man who like shoots web. When you ever go like, huh?
Put like, is Mark Webb the director?
Yeah.
Like,
not yet.
This moment of the spittle.
Yeah. And got the fly. Jeff Goldblum? No.
The spitum.
Mm-hmm. Looks like his shirt, by the way, doesn't have anything on it. Earlier
he changed.
Yeah, but it's the same shirt. So, well, like maybe he had an identical.
That's
copy,
what I'm saying. Yeah. This was on TV.
Literally,
ago,
not that long ago. While we were eating, we saw it.
Actually, it's been a few hours now. I guess. Who knows?
Spidey sense.
Spoder sense.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that?
No, actually, you do see some stuff on his back. I swear, though, there was a shot earlier you didn't, which, who cares? Continuity errors. No, I had a film professor, Todd Berliner, great, smart guy. He despised anytime people point out continuity errors. He just got so mad. Like
that teacher, though, like we've talked about before, it looks like he purposefully lets it go.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you suck.
Meanwhile, no consequences shown. I'm out of here. Like, fine, be gone. Like, you know. And he leaves.
Nope, he's leaving.
Nope, he's gonna die. I'm gonna die. Do you have a Blu-ray of Pearl Harbor?
Yep.
Good. I'm gonna need that one of these days.
Yep. Spoiler alert, yeah.
Well, I mean, we're gonna do it. I mean, eventually.
You see his like grow in real time here.
Yeah. And I love his instinct is I will climb up the wall.
Yeah.
Like in that moment, you know.
A total dude move, you know.
Love all this stuff happens and he's like, I'm gonna climb a wall. Like, you know, like,
yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's CG.
Yeah. That's another thing too we didn't really mention. I guess it's implicit or obvious is that one of the reasons a lot of these blockbusters this era got made were because of CG was becoming more and more ubiquitous. I mean, you can even just in the Lord of the Rings series, as even those three movies as they progress, seeing more and more CG be used in those, as opposed to moving away from miniatures or matte paintings or what have you.
I was laughing with my kids about this the other day.
Shazam! Oh, the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Has to be that specific combo.
That combo load.
Because again, I truly don't care about the web shooters thing, whatever. But it makes sense for him to do that with web shooters because that's the specific mechanism that he has to hit a certain way, but with like shooting out of your arm, I don't know why that specifically do it. Again, who cares? But you know, if you're just talking shop, you know, like. Well, he's learning. He's gonna get there. Oh man, letting Uncle Ben down and everything. But at the same time, Uncle Ben's probably a little bit proud he's out the house doing his own little thing, even though he's deep down disappointed. Michelangelo! Like,
Yeah, like, oh!
Like, oh, why you not over here? Philip, 1L. Philip Seymour Hoffman? I'm going out. I mean, my cousin Philip say it all the time. Like, just taking out the trash. Taking out the trash at night.
Yeah.
Listen, MJ, about today at school with Flash.
You really freaked us out.
I'm sorry. Is he okay?
He's just happy you didn't give me black eye for graduation.
Yeah, got to get those last credits, you know. Credit recovery. Do I got enough credits? What do I got to do to get to 60? I've heard that all that a billion times. That's something that, you know, it's interesting. He says, like, get a job in the city. Like, anyone naturally watches this probably, well, this is New York City, right? But Queens is weirdly like a suburb of, quote, Manhattan is what everybody considers the, quote, city, you know. So.
I mean, she was doing the like she was reading earlier, you know. You couldn't see my impression, but hopefully you heard it.
Well, even so. That's what's so lovable about Maguire's Peter Parker, just how kind of a doofus he is and going overboard trying to impress her, like in the second one when he's trying to learn poetry.
Yeah.
It's like day by day, all this stuff. And she's just looking at him like, whatever.
Yeah.
His hair looks like a Lego minifig, like just you know, plopped on his head. Then don't.
Yeah.
I'm rich douchebag. You know?
Yeah.
In case you didn't know. I know in the comics for a while, Flash Thompson would later also become a Venom symbiote for a while. After Eddie.
So yeah, that's what's funny. I always forget he wants to buy a car. So
that's what it all comes out of. Yeah. Very relatable high school problem.
Don't forget this moment where the car like flies towards the camera. Here.
Oh,
Yeah.
and MJ's face too.
Oh,
it's like a little collage.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, all this. That is the most 2002 thing ever. But.
All these rejected designs.
Yeah.
Again, all this imagery feels very comic booky.
Symbol. Yeah. I love, by the way, it's kind of movie logic where we kind of jump a scene almost where it's like he just is intuitively realizing that he can win in wrestling.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of just like a random.
Just so, I got these abilities now. I guess that'll help me out.
Yeah.
And he like designs the suit, but then I guess doesn't have time to totally make it. But
yeah, how is it that he makes it later? He just does.
He just does. Like
they don't really talk about that. I guess. Yeah.
But there's Dr. Pepper. She could clearly see he's got a shirt on from that angle, but whatever. Acts so strangely.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
To quest, like.
He's like, oh Christ. Did they really say that? You know,
yeah.
Like.
I really love later here where it's like he's talking to himself in the mirror.
Yeah.
And you see like from behind it's mostly shot like you're seeing the reflection, but you can see the sides of like his face and him doing the whole thing and then like acting surprised like he's acting against himself. Like it's very strange. Go.
That car.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Old Man or Us.
Yeah.
That music.
Yeah.
Like, he was listening to that. Like.
Because we haven't talked at all for so long, your Aunt May and I don't even know who you are anymore. You shirk your chores, you have all those weird experiments in the room, you start fights at school.
I didn't start that fight, I told you that.
Yeah, but you sure as hell finished.
What was I supposed to do, run away?
No, you're not supposed to run away, but Pete, look, you're changing. I know, I went through exactly the same thing at your age.
No, not exactly.
Peter, these are the years when a man changes into the man he's going to become the rest of his life. Just be careful who you change into. This guy, Flash Thompson, he probably deserved what happened. But just because you can beat him up doesn't give you the right to. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
The big line.
Are you afraid that I'm going to turn into some kind of criminal? Quit worrying about me, okay? Something's different. I'll figure it out. Stop lecturing me, please.
I don't mean to lecture and I don't mean to preach. And I know I'm not your father.
Then stop pretending to be.
Right. I'll pick you up here at 10.
Heading west, touring west. You could go rather do that, but whatever.
What, just touring it?
Yeah, well, either one. But I'm saying I'd rather go to that museum than go do this, but but no money in that, so unfortunately. This capacity crowd.
Well, if he's out wrestling, doing multiple matches a night.
Yeah.
Like,
He's literally on roids. He's insane.
Yeah.
There's Bruce Campbell, of course. Titan of testosterone. So is this like just a local thing? Is it televised? Like,
No, sign me up.
Okay. You understand the NYWL is not responsible for any injury.
NYW, I guess that's
New York Wrestling League.
Yeah. Is that a real thing?
I have no clue. Probably not.
Yeah. Next victim. I mean, all those veinage is...
Never forget his rap album.
Oh, I was getting ready to say, yeah. If you check that out, if you haven't heard.
What's your name, kid?
A human spider.
Human spider, that's it? That's the best you got?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, that sucks. It's like the random Hell in a Cell match in '98 between Mankind and Undertaker, iconic. The random woman who yells at one point when they're raising the cage. And deep down, I wonder, like, does something actually bad and traumatic happen in that moment and nobody will ever know about it?
Yeah.
You'll never know.
And everybody can hear all that.
Yeah.
Look.
Kill. A bit bloodthirsty, don't you think? This hardcore fan here.
Yeah. Cage! It's still real to him, dude.
Well, I don't know why this one they're like, let's throw a cage into it, by the way.
Because he's a spider,
yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's a spoder.
Mm-hmm.
What a weirdo.
Yeah.
Only 3 minutes of playtime, the movie.
Jacques Tati's 3 minutes of playtime.
That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you?
Oh, ha, ha, ha. You got a husband and you're a man.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Like, yeah. Like, Spidey homophobic. That looks like it hurt really bad.
Yeah. They got like a crowbar.
They're gonna beat him to death with it. It's like,
an actual match.
yeah. That sign said file D, file under D for dead. His first victory.
But what a cost it will come.
This is dirty AF, obviously.
Now get out of here.
$100. The ad said 3,000.
Check it again, webhead. It said $3,000.
So he was first christened as Spider-Man and Webhead on the same night.
Give you 100, and you're lucky to get that.
I need that money.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Hey, what the hell?
Put the money in the bag.
Put the money in the
Don't
bag.
forget, that's old Papa John there.
This is what Papa John's been reduced to.
Yeah, that's all he can do now.
Other than that, and just eat pizzas out the wazoo.
What the hell's the matter with you? You let him go. Cut him off in the lobby and call a cop. You could have taken that guy apart. Now he's going to get away with my money.
I missed the part where that's
And he's like, "Oh, I see. Yeah, okay."
It can only be so
yeah,
bad.
He's like, yeah.
He's almost probably like, I respect that, you
Yeah.
know, in a dirty way.
In a dirty South kind of way.
Yeah. Levi just showed me pictures of Roger Stone right now, by the way, in his online deposition.
Yeah. You'll lose again. Anyway.
How many times, too, like, his crying face here has been memified.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
And then, you know, people do the, like, what's the filter thing you can do where it makes a smile on somebody's face? Like, he's crying, but then got the smile.
Oh,
like,
have you seen that?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one, yeah.
As you were saying earlier, obviously the new Tom Holland Spider-Man movies kind of move past Uncle Ben. You don't see his death because we'd already seen that twice, and people bring up a lot now how many times we've seen the Waynes die in Batman movies, you know. And
And I do like about this movie that it adds a very direct line between he had the responsibility to stop that guy and didn't do it, and that's the consequence. Like, you know,
which was from the original comics.
Right.
That was what happened.
Yeah. They didn't really do that, I don't think, in Amazing Spider-Man, did they?
It was a version of that.
Was
I
it?
can't
Okay.
quite remember, but yeah, it was. Because that's part of the brilliance of his whole origin story in general is that he always feels this guilt for not having stopped that guy for that, you know.
Wow, this CG.
Yeah. Some of the, I mean, a shot like that moves pretty good.
Yeah.
Swiftly, but it doesn't dwell on it, but.
It's funny, early on here, he's just kind of jumping around, real dumb looking because he can't do it well. Look at that.
Yeah.
What a loser. Can't even drive, you know?
He stole Uncle Ben's custom, or, you know, not a custom, but vintage car.
And that family from Jingle All the Way's looking outside like, what the? Because they moved.
Right.
They were like, we're tired of this whole Minneapolis crap, you know? Like,
And they moved to New York City at the absolute wrong time.
Yeah. Meanwhile.
Imagine being one of those cops and seeing that above you and say, not this. Like.
Imagine you're just driving and then that happens.
So where's Flint Marko, Sandman? Where's he at? Like, again, our cousin Philip, he's always been a defender of Spider-Man 3. And there are many others again, but...
Sorry if you couldn't hear that. I rolled my eyes really big, Philip. So.
But anytime I bring up the, like, retconning of Uncle Ben's death, he just sits there and kind of shrugs. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to defend that. Like,
yeah. Wow.
But, yeah, not that big a damage. Just get out and run. Like, he definitely going down one way or another.
Oh, yeah. It would turn into a mini M here, the Peter Lorre movie.
Yeah.
There's a the whole best sequence of that movie is where he's like trapped in this warehouse and the cops are coming, but the mafia or the mob gangster guys want to get him first before they get there, and they're like smashing through walls and trying to get to him. Like, oh, this sound when he hits the wall here, or whatever. Yeah. Stupid eye.
Don't hurt me. Just give me a chance. Just give me a chance. What about my uncle? Did you give him a chance? Did you?
This moment. Thanks. Yeah.
The tough look.
Yeah.
And then the kind of like,
yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks. Like he's like desperate or something. Like, well, he was, but
yeah.
Not
see in hell. Is it?
That shot.
Yeah.
What a loser. Well, there goes Papa John.
I wonder what his character's name was. I guess we'll just call him Papa John.
I think he's literally called the Carjacker.
Yeah.
Because
Joe Chill, he at least has a specific name. By Richard Brake, of course, in Batman Begins.
Yeah. What a career he's turned out to have.
Yeah, because for the longest time I was like, oh, Joe Chill from Batman Begins, but now I've associated him with some Rob Zombie movies, maybe a little more so now. So wasn't he also in Mandy?
He was the first Night King too, very briefly, like in like the first or second season of that show. Yeah. I wonder how he explained all that. I found that out. Like, you know. But was this supposed to be the same night?
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't really say, but very eventful evening.
Yeah.
General Slocum. Like. It's so dumb looking.
Yeah.
Especially compared to the, glider.
Yeah. Which kind of looks dumb too, but better than this. Screw him, basically.
I don't know why he's so anti-him,
Mark. Yeah, this looks so weird. Looks like a rejected battle droid design in some prequels.
Oh my god. Well.
Probably one of the most embarrassing ways to die, that or this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like a deleted shot from Mars Attacks.
What? Somebody was talking about that on Twitter the other day, where it was like that exploding transitions into them throwing the graduation caps. Like how low key disrespectful that is. Like like, oh well, to General Slocum. I mean, General Dwight Yoakam.
Not the first time I've been proven wrong. Like
what if
made it across the stage.
What if he did that and then had a joy buzzer in his hand? Like, more on that later off air. I have something I need to talk about.
If you want to know what I'm talking about, please email us at
my students listening. My students that are listening will know what I'm talking about. But commencement.
Well, he's clearly so much into this other kid's graduation.
Yeah,
he is his own son. One of the great breakups ever.
What was that? I don't want to be with you anymore. Here's your ring. You know what? Whatever. Like, what?
That TV, though.
Yeah. Until it's been sitting in there since
like
1978.
Like those books,
yeah,
above the VCR there.
No thanks.
Had a bite. It's like you said, this movie kind of hits fast forward on the high school experience for Parker. But again, the Garfield movies and Holland ones spent more time with that.
The next person who says a word will fail this course. I kid you not.
Let's go talk about how we listen.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at some point. I've got to use that. It's too good.
I missed him a lot today. I know.
Periodic table randomly.
Yeah.
Like, is that a pencil?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Never knows that for. It's like a big pencil. You can tell he probably had it for 10 years in there and just kind of don't even care about it anymore, but it's just been sitting in there.
And I threw it in his face.
You loved him. And he loved you. You never doubted the man you'd grow into. How you will make the great things. You won't disappoint me.
I'm meant for great things. Let's go back to the drawing board.
Kept it like it's in a dadgum, like, bomb safe or something. Like.
You built the bomb. You built the spider suit.
And he's like, all right, time to go full Spidey.
Yeah.
And he drew another one?
Yeah.
You know, like, how many of these are there? Like,
Great power comes great responsibility. Remember that, Pete.
I always remember this as an echo longer than it is. Like, remember that. Remember that. Remember that. But yeah, not that I don't think it really matters, but it doesn't show us how he, quote, built the suit or whatever, you know. Hurry up!
yeah.
Love the, I'm going to take this goodie. Like,
yeah, what a scumbag. I remember you used to laugh at that particularly a lot.
Yeah.
Hurry up!
Oh, yeah.
Like,
This is not a man. My brother saw him building a nest in the Lincoln Center fountain.
I think he's human. I think he's a man. Could be a woman.
Spider Woman. Spider Chick. I really love all this as kind of a introduction.
This
wackadoo. This guy, I can't.
And
remember
I
his
don't
name.
like
Jim
him.
Norton, I think's that guy's name. He's a comedian.
he stinks, and I don't like him.
But it's just like a kind of this.
There's that guy from Batman Returns. You remember that guy that
yeah
she beats up?
It's kind of just a montage of like, Spider-Man's a thing now.
Yeah. But remember when the naked cowboy was a thing?
Well, it still is, I think.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know how he handled the COVID era, but they put a mask on, hopefully.
But that isn't exactly what that is, but that's like
Yeah.
in that era where that was a bigger deal. No.
Is it the second one or the third one where his like she'll keep like Brant keeps calling him and his whole table like buzzes. It's like to take his pills or whatever. Do you remember that at all?
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the second or third one that happens.
Probably the third one.
I feel like it is that one. And there's just some shots where he's like, he picks the wrong one and it buzzes again. He like points at one and she like nods. He takes it in and buzzes again.
Mm-hmm. I love he's like, money. Like,
he's like the Mr. Krabs of the Spideyverse, the multiverse Spideyverse.
That can't be done. Like, wow. I don't think that'll be possible, but whatever.
Yeah.
I think he'll be of people like him anyway.
This is something too that both the Garfield and the Holland movies kind of don't spend time on, is the working class nature of Peter and of Mary Jane and of they got to take these jobs they don't want, and there's these dead end places and these economic problems. That's not something you see in a lot of the other movies as much, and the compromises they have to make, and that's one of the ironies in general of Spider-Man comics and even in the movies is that the only way he can quote monetize his good deeds, which he would do anyways, but is to take pictures of himself as someone else. You know what I mean? And, oh, that's a meme too.
Yeah.
Like, all the time now. Anybody else that want to bother her on a daily basis?
That's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't tell Harry.
Don't tell Harry.
Yeah, later. A reprisal, yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
I think he hated the idea of my waiting tables. He think it was low or something.
That's not low. You have a job. No, Harry doesn't live on a little place I like to call Earth.
I guess not.
Guess I'd say I'm something of an earth dweller myself. Like, what did he say? The original one, I guess you could say I'm somewhat of a scientist myself, or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. That's what it is.
So I'd say somewhat of one. Yeah, I would say so.
Well, I'll come by and have some of your moon dance coffee someday. And I won't tell Harry.
No, don't tell Harry.
All these movies are like, don't tell Harry anything. He can't take it. You know? What a loser.
Snowflake.
Yeah. Loser. Yeah, snowflake.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like. But he's just like living in a crappy house
5
now.
new contracts, like background businessman.
Yeah.
Stormin' Norman.
I'm glad you're here. I need your help. I'm really lost. You alright? Look like you just got second place in the science fair.
What?
I was late for work and Dr. Connors fired me.
You late again?
Dr. Connors, he pops up in the second and third one, who's eventually... the expectation was, I think, in the fourth one, he was going to be the Lizard, which he is in the first Amazing Spider-Man movie. The Lizard's the villain, but has a very famous Lizard antidote storyline.
I'm sorry Harry hasn't mentioned her.
Love that look Defoe had, just like this pissant, like, about his own son. Oh yeah, let's help him out.
No,
Screw my son.
but I'll be fine. No problem.
I'll make a few calls.
No, I couldn't accept it, sir.
He's like, I'll use my father's love of my friend that he loves more than me to get out of this situation, you know?
And then foster further resentment.
What other skills do you have, Parker? I was thinking of something in photography.
And that even his rejection of him getting a leg up is like, oh wow, you want to do your own thing. I so respect that. Don't live in my shadow. And then meanwhile, Harry's sitting there like, yeah, I guess I just suck.
Well, he sets the camera up beforehand.
He just knew that they were going to be right there.
I don't know. I think I'm out on this movie. Like, by the way, if you see a guy flying around looking like that, it'd be a good idea to stop fighting him.
Yeah.
How would he be getting those?
Yeah, those are way too good.
Mega crap.
I'll give you $200 for all of them.
That seems a little low.
Take them somewhere else then.
Sorry, White says the time you ordered before you is out of stock.
Tell them we just put it right there. Sit down. Yeah.
Look at that.
Give you 300. It's a standard freelance fee. Tear up page 1, run that photo instead. Headline?
Maybe I'm just ignorant, but all those primo quality pictures for $300, like, okay, that'll go you. I mean, that hair. I mean, come on now.
I'd like a job, sir.
Jobs? Freelance. Best thing in the world for a kid your age. You bring me some more shots of that newspaper selling clown, maybe I'll take them off your hands. But I never said you have a job. Meat. I'll send you a nice box of Christmas meat. Best I can do. Get out of here. Bring me more photos.
And that's another thing about Peter Parker's a character. He's almost like if Jimmy Olsen was Superman in terms of like Superman's pal, but also he's a photographer. And that was big. Anybody in the early '60s would have a kid would have recognized that. Oh, that's kind of like Jimmy Olsen.
I can see that.
Elizabeth Banks, of course, is now way bigger figure than having a role just like this. She's directed a decent amount of movies now.
Oscorp Industries has surpassed Quest Aerospace as the principal supplier to the United States military.
Oh, what could go wrong?
It's not like I blew up everything they were doing. Literally, like, you know.
They murdered a general, like.
Has never been higher. Wonderful news, Norman. Wonderful.
Oh,
Balkan.
That's the reason we're selling the company.
What?
What? Yes, Quest Aerospace is recapitalizing in the wake of the bombing. Expanding. They made a tender offer we can't ignore. As far as I
A tender offer.
The last thing they want is a power struggle with entrenched management. The deal is off if you come with it. The board expects your resignation.
Fargus, like Fargas.
Yes.
What?
Do this to me. I started this company.
This
transition.
smile turns to, yeah.
Oh my God. Max, get me out of this. That guy there.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't care about any
Like,
of
didn't
this.
you
I
get
want money.
Didn't you get the memo?
Yeah.
We're announcing the sale after the World Unity Festival. Like, what?
You're out, Norman. I mean, yeah, the World Unity Festival needs to come first. Then
This
we
is
get
a
to
real,
that.
like, car waiting.
Yeah.
Tick, tick. Am I? You can't do this to me.
He smiles like, I will kill you all. Like,
Look at this.
his little
What
nuts.
is any of this?
Yeah. World Unity Festival.
I mean,
Macy
Macy Gray's there, yeah. I mean,
she has a very memorable 1 or 2 scene turn in Training Day. She plays like this random druggie, basically.
Mm-hmm.
My Nutbag Fantasy.
with the PH, yeah.
Is there the Fat Farm, PHAT.
Is it PHARM?
Yeah.
Like pharma?
Yeah, big pharma.
Why didn't you wear the practice? Just, I wanted to impress my father.
Who cares?
He'll be impressed no matter what. You think I'm pretty.
I think you're beautiful.
No. Like,
no. His Black Dynamite
Yeah.
was it.
did Raimi ever want to make a fourth one?
Yeah. I
Oh,
think
he
was
did?
going to do
Okay.
it, and him and Sony just kind of...
Oh, well.
I think he did, but he was also kind of getting tired of doing them, too. I think the fourth one, though, was going to have Malkovich as the Vulture also. I
Right.
think.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Which that would have been something.
He had his Spidey sense. How would that even really work?
What? Spidey
The
sense?
Spidey sense. It's like,
Yeah.
what would that indicate?
Yeah. I don't
Meanwhile, hello, Moto.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, because it implies something is absolutely going to happen at this moment, and you're warned about it. So I don't know.
you remember that cell phone company, though? That Singular?
Yeah.
I remember that. The logo, I
Yeah.
remember.
Because that logo was basically ripped off for the Mount Zion Baptist Church Youth
Yes.
logo
Yeah.
for a long time. They probably changed it by now, but
Like we needed a logo,
Yeah.
but whatever.
I love that. Like, he's so crazy. His own son and his son's girlfriend are on that balcony, and well, I'll risk killing them if I got to.
Yeah, really. Well, literally, he basically did kill them.
Yeah.
Like,
But he's willing to risk all that.
did you see
He
that
don't care.
shot of Peter there where he was just looking like he didn't really want to do anything?
He's
He was
like-
just watching it. Oh, there he
Yeah,
is.
Right. He's like, oh, I guess I got to help out.
And they're like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
MJ in danger.
MJ screaming.
And he had that ready.
Yeah.
people are like, wait, what?
Yeah.
There's that's probably some
same
freak.
moment, kind of like that happens in Superman, where he's like,
Yeah.
pretty clearly somebody would see him changing into his suit. But what if they had like a second or two where they realized who it was before they died? Very cartoonishly just turned into skeletons, like, no debris, no brain matter everywhere.
Yeah.
It's Spider-Man!
It's Spider-Man! It's Spider-Man!
One of the goofiest aspects of this Green Goblin suit is how big the head is. Like, it looks like some H.R. Geiger, like, rejected art or something.
The moment. He just kept standing there.
Yeah.
Like, move.
No thanks. Okay.
Well,
Just this one guy on the head.
Yeah. Well, he probably had brain damage when the vapor hits the bloodstream.
He went in the blue tent.
He went into the bloodstream.
Yeah.
The vapor hit his bloodstream. What the heck?
World Unity Festival.
Like it was a trampoline. Wow. Imagine you're just like down on the street and you're seeing all this happen. You're like, what? Like,
what's the world coming to, bro?
Yeah. That's what the world's coming to. How you like that? Well, he's like, how you like that? You know, like, love that reaction he has of like, oh my god, like, oh, going haywire. The jump.
Being in kind of Times Square area, it reminds me of the Fran Lebowitz joke she said before. It was like, seeing a fellow New Yorker in Times Square is like running into somebody in a gay bar in the 70s. So,
I'm not here.
I'm not really here.
Yeah.
It's like a deeply
I'm here with
embarrassing
a friend.
thing.
Like, yeah.
Because you hear New Yorkers complain about it all the time, and I probably would too if I were them. It's like that Times Square was something purely made for tourism and not, purely made for just big flashiness. Like,
Meanwhile,
yeah.
You're like, no, she can't. Don't go anywhere. It's like, what can I do?
Yeah.
Like,
Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
it's a little bit better than Tom Holland constantly just being like, wait, what? To everything. It's just like, it's just like,
hi, Jinx. You know what's sad is that in a weird way that Holland thing is indicative of most teenagers today in terms of what quote humor is, but yeah.
Alright, fine. Fine. Will you call me in the morning and we'll go and have breakfast and I want to buy you something. Because I want to. It makes me feel better. Okay.
He's such a goon.
What do you mean
Incredible.
incredible?
Yeah, the era of, I mean.
Be tight.
Incredible?
I like the spider bite. Like,
Incredibly.
She's alright. She's
he's looking so cool and so fly. Like, he's a fly on the wall.
No, he's fly on the spider bite.
What? Like,
Fly on the spider web.
Yeah. Girl in the spider's web.
The man in the spider boy. What if you just like instead say, I need a pistola? Like,
yeah. Like, what?
I don't know. Whatever it is, somebody has to stop it.
we're ominous for him to say that.
Randomly determined, like. Yeah, like somebody's here.
There's somebody here to drive
We
you
always
insane.
say this. I'm here.
Yeah.
All the masks he's got. It's like, all right.
Where are you? Follow the cold shiver running down your spine.
Huh? Not really an answer.
I'm back here.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Did you think it was coincidence? So many good things all happening for you. All for you. Norman.
Normal Osborn.
What do you want? To say what you won't. To do what you can't. To remove those in your way. The board members. You killed them. We killed them. We remember.
The second most iconic I'm going to talk to myself scene in 2002 after the Gollum.
Yeah.
Murderer. Willem Dafoe could have just played Gollum, like, minimal makeup, don't you think?
Yeah.
But then Gollum be slinging his big fat junk around.
There's only one who can stop us. Or imagine if he joined us.
Yeah.
Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Green Goblin, you like that? Mr. Jameson. Made it up myself. These weirdos all gotta have a name now.
Mr. Jameson, Spider-Man.
Hoffman? Yeah?
Hoffman, any relation to us?
No.
Okay.
Green Goblin, I want a quarter every time somebody says,
How about green meanie? Spider-Man wasn't attacking the city. He was trying to save.
I think it's in the second one where they're trying to come up with a name for Doc Ock, and they're like, Doctor Strange, taken. And so it's like, oh, Doctor Strange, like, but another Steve Ditko creation.
what are you, his lawyer? Get out of here. Let him sue me. Get rich like a normal person. That's what made this country... Jameson, you slime. Who's the photographer who takes the pictures of Spider-Man? I don't know who he is. His stuff comes in the mail. You're lying. I swear.
He was a hero.
Yeah.
People say.
Hero moment.
You are useless.
Set him down, tough guy.
How did all that happen that
Yeah.
fast?
Spider-Man, I knew you two were in this together.
Hey, kiddo, let mom and dad talk for a minute, will you?
What?
Got some knockout gas.
What's this? Bad gas?
I'm just trying to imagine this similar suit being actively used on a battlefield somewhere. Like, imagine if
Yeah.
you saw this coming at you, how terrified you'd be.
Well, he might have created the mask,
Yeah.
but the rest of it, I guess I could kind of see. But
You're an amazing creature, Spider-Man. You and I are not so different. I'm not like you.
This doesn't happen much in these movies as much, but hashtag much. But in the Andrew Garfield movies, there's a lot of scenes of like him taking his mask off to fight,
Yeah.
and that's clearly like, oh, we got this movie star. Look at him, you know, like.
yeah.
But the one thing they love more than a hero is to see a hero fail, fall, die trying. In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. Why bother?
Because it's right.
Here's the real truth.
This is a really weird scene.
Yeah. Here's the R truth.
Exist for the sole purpose of lifting the few exceptional people onto their shoulders. You, me,
You know, classic. We're not so different, you and I scene.
I could squash you like a bug right now, but I'm offering you a choice. Join me. Imagine what we could accomplish together. What we could create. Or we could destroy. Cause the deaths of countless innocents in selfish battle again and again and again until we're both dead. Is that...
Look, they fight one time, and then already we're there.
Yeah.
Think about
hero.
Wanted.
Everything you've done for them. Eventually, they will hate you.
Hey, it's me again.
Hey,
How was your audition?
how'd you know?
The hotline. Your mom told my aunt, told me.
So he just came by?
I was in the neighborhood. I needed to see if
That was a neighborhood friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Can't get in the neighborhood. So how'd it go?
They said I needed acting lessons. A soap opera told me I needed acting lessons.
Well, let me buy you a cheeseburger. The sky's the limit. Up to $7.84.
I'd like a cheeseburger.
I would too.
I'm going out to dinner with Harry.
Thanks. How's it going with... Never mind. That's none of my business.
It's not? Why so interested?
I'm not.
You're not?
Well, why would I be?
I don't know. Why would you be?
What a wicked web we weave, you know? A wicked Mark Webb we weave.
Sorry you won't come with us. I better run, Tiger.
You know what you mean, spider?
Spoder. Check it out, man. Like,
Like, why?
yeah.
Hey, man, you're new to this turf. We don't
Yeah.
take kindly to strangers coming around here. Are they even human?
Yeah.
Like, that was pretty easy.
Mm-hmm. Sound
Yeah.
from the Pink Panther trailer.
Yeah.
You have a knack for getting in trouble.
Knick knack.
An act for saving my life. I think I have a superhero stalker.
I was in the neighborhood.
Dropping hints.
You are amazing.
Amazing Spider-Man.
Some people don't think so.
But you are.
Nice to have a fan.
Do I get to say thank you this time?
Wait.
One of the most iconic kissing scenes ever.
Yeah, I remember it was on the back of the VHS. I
Yeah.
remember seeing it all the time.
This did win an MTV Movie Award for Best Kiss.
Wow. Like, that's even a thing.
One of the Shrek movies also made fun of this too. So
Yeah. Shrek, kind of garbage when you think about it.
yeah, deeply.
Taking out the animated garbage.
I mean, it's a DreamWorks movie of a certain era, so
Yeah.
I mean, they can't all be over the hedge. You know? This isn't DreamWorks, I know, but I know there's been a random fascination in recent months with Hoodwinked as being a secretly underrated masterpiece. Like,
So, I just showed that to my kids a couple months ago during lunch. It's not. So, let me tell you, the Hudson Middle School 7th grade
Intelligentsia
is like out on that. And I
didn't even like it?
No.
Really?
I mean, they liked it in the sense that I like it as far as it's stupid and it's funny,
Right.
but not genuinely.
Right,
No.
right.
Whoever thinks that's insane.
So again, the Green Goblin intentionally blew up this apartment building in waiting, you know. Well,
Michelle Williams, like
she is in the Venom movies. So.
Yeah,
She's the only saving grace I can think of those.
Yeah. She needs money too, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Michelle Williams is one of the few figures that would be in any of these more modern superhero movies that I would just shrug and go, yeah, you know what? Like, she's done so many great things. Like, you can't. I mean, maybe the finest actress working today. So it's like whatever.
The scream. So he does it multiple times. I'll be here when you get back. Like, why? This whole scene is just wow. How is he making all these noises? Like,
master impresario.
You can tell from the way all this is shot that it's clearly something going on.
Well, even like the pointiness of the back of the head, like. Remember that?
Like a moth to the flame. We say that all the time too. What about our generous podcast? Like,
it's you who's out, Gobby. Out of your mind. Wrong answer.
Gobby. Oh, gob.
Gobagoo. Goblin. Like pizza, but
yeah, but like better than Little Caesars. Like,
well, I'm not saying a whole lot, but
yeah. A lot of good reflexes to do all that.
You can certainly this fight in particular see Matrix influence, like.
Well, wow.
Like roasted dudes.
Yeah, I
like,
don't think they're gonna live. Like, except they will.
Well, he just did. So this transition here.
Like he's just now coming out of it.
Yeah. He is just such a, oh my god, so annoying.
Yeah.
Like, what an awful boyfriend he is. Like, just, oh my god, you're poor. Like, you don't get it.
Well, if he's not even working though.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite son. Well, I forgot how iconic this scene is, too.
What?
Slime ball.
Slime.
Yeah. Piece of floating slime. What if they all just looked up and saw him up there, though? Like, it'd be awkward.
The blood falling, though.
Yeah.
All brilliant men are.
Bit of a slob.
His goblin reflexes. Yeah. My goblin sense is tingling. I mean, 2002, again, another big year from goblins. You have this, and it took a little tumble off the cliff.
What about that eggs?
Yeah.
They won't need that. Looks like Michael Bolton or something. He said all these double entendres.
Yeah,
and
this whole scene's filled with it.
Yeah. We can say gravy. What?
Yeah. Gravy. Toy Fair Theater once told us.
Yeah. Twisted Toy Fair Theater, don't forget. Norman? Of all the like hatefulness that's randomly contained in this exchange for some reason.
Yeah.
We still do that all the time. I'm just like, why? I don't really know.
Yeah, I stepped off a curb and got clipped by one of those bike messengers.
And David Coop knows all about that. Made Premium Rush later. So that's a fascination of Coop and throughout his career. The bike messengers vibe scene.
Knock me down.
Yeah, there's a lot of lines like
we overdo.
We and our cousin overdo, and it's like some lines from The Departed, especially. And you go back and watch the actual scene. It's like we've turned it into bike messenger, knocked me down.
Yeah, like,
and the reality is like bike messenger knocked me down. Like
yeah, yeah, but bike messenger knocked me down.
Knocked me down.
Like,
has to make sure you yell it long enough. Well.
They're all beautiful until they're snarling after your trust fund like a pack of ravening wolves. What's wrong about her, Dad? A word to the not so wise about your little girlfriend. Do what you need to with her, then broom her fast.
Then broom her fast. It took me a while as a kid to figure out what that meant. Just like broom out of the way, like.
You heard?
Everyone heard that creep.
Creep is my father. All right, if I'm lucky, I'll become half of what you.
well,
Just keep your mouth shut about stuff you don't understand.
That's another one.
yeah. It used to be like
Harry Osborn. Buddy Drew who did that.
Spider-Man is all but invincible.
I love too is that this is a similar scene as
Betrayal
earlier,
must not be countenanced.
but that it's like we'll do the same kind of scene, but a different setup where it's like him talks to the mask as opposed to his reflection.
Instruct him in the matters of loss and pain. Like, what can you
have
take,
him elected in the way of pain?
Can you take college courses on that? Like,
you get a concentration even. It's like majored in philosophy with a concentration in loss and pain. That little New York Yankees hat he's wearing.
let's just like direct hit like that.
Like, see how he's standing?
That would
on
literally kill everyone in the room. Like, you know,
he's just standing on the glider like that. He was just waiting outside by the way to hear it. You know. From Ava.
these eyes.
These
the eyes of Tammy Faye, like these eyes.
That's what he's thinking about there.
Oxygen use, no smoking.
Who's who I am? Maybe I should go visit him.
Yeah.
Clear things up.
Hey, like, hey.
Or Lance Henriksen in Terminator on his last
Yeah.
moments.
Hey! And then, well, he dies, so.
R.I.P. No real one. Lance Henriksen, real frog prince continues kind of vibe from him, his face, you know. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And then he looks like a frog. He looks like a frog.
He plays like a frog. He plays do the dirty dog. Like,
anyways,
do the Thomas Nash. Like,
Oh, she's gonna be fine. Yeah, from
We used to
her house
laugh
getting a
in
rocket inside.
one of my
it.
English classes in high school. We used to laugh about the teacher once said doing the nasty, and that was around the time we were learning about like the muckrakers. Or no, we had already learned about the muckrakers the year before or whatever.
Yeah.
And Thomas Nast is one of those, and I always used to say, "Do the Thomas Nast," like said doing the nasty, doing the Thomas Nast.
The fact is,
Those were the days, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in love with somebody else.
You are?
Spider-Man.
Spodermon.
It's not the right time to talk about it.
No, go on. But I know his name, this guy.
You'll think I'm a stupid little girl with a crush.
Trust me.
It's funny. He saved my life twice, and I've never even seen his face.
Wow. Him.
Is real like Batman Forever. She loves Bruce Wayne. Loves Batman, not Bruce Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
Not Spider-Man.
Not me. Not I, said the little Spider-Man.
I'm sort of his unofficial photographer.
Has he mentioned it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mary Jane, yeah.
I said, he asked me what I thought about you.
And what did you say?
Hey, what do you think about this random woman that I've met a couple times? Like,
Spider-Man.
Well, he did kiss her, I guess. So there's
Yeah,
at least
but,
that.
like-
But yeah.
About MJ is when you look in her eyes, and she looking back in yours,
these eyes are...
feels not quite normal.
What?
not quite normal.
Abby normal?
Yeah.
Like,
At the same time, you feel excited. At the same time, terrified. The truth is,
it's a lot of this, like, good thing, kind of a negative
Yeah.
thing. Like,
So,
it's as if you've reached
please.
unreachable,
Yeah, get to the end of this.
and you weren't ready for it.
we're just talking about the...
To David Cope writing this scene, he did the, Antonio Banderas, like, oh yeah, like
like, and
Aunt
she's
May
like,
in waiting.
mhm.
Aunt May creep.
She's like, I will now expire. Like, it's like, what?
Now
Like,
die, happy woman.
what if she starts doing the thing like Osborne did in the Norman, where he's like, meanwhile, always late, always a loser, you know.
Yeah, always a step behind. Oh, were you holding his hand while his aunt is near death?
Yeah,
Wow, that sucks. Like
that's cold. Like, what? Meanwhile, is he on the toilet? What is he
Yeah.
doing? Like,
Norman on the toilet. Normie.
literally, what if we came home and
Yeah.
our dad was doing that
It's
upstairs?
like, wait,
Like,
is he Green Goblin?
yeah. Is he Green Gobby?
What is it? Oh, you're right about MJ. You're right about everything. She's in love with Peter.
Not your Peter. Oh, whoa, what?
Well,
These eyes?
yeah.
He's loved her since the 4th grade. Pretends like
Well, did you flunk that 5 times? Like,
or more. I'm so sorry.
He's a better man.
I haven't always been that way, have I?
I guess I've sucked, ain't I?
You're busy. You're an important man. I understand. That's no excuse.
There's no effing excuse.
I've lost sight of that, so I'd rather make it up to you, Harry.
Gonna kill Peter Parker.
By to rectify certain inequities.
What? He perished for our inequities?
Is he a
Like,
progressive activist? Like,
he perished for our inequities? Question
is he a
mark.
community organizer?
I'm going to kill him.
These transitions in this
Yeah.
movie, very memorable.
You look awful. You look beautiful. I don't like to leave you here.
Oh, but I'm safe here.
Until he comes back.
Anything for you?
You do too much. College, a job, all this time with me. You're not Superman, you know.
Remember that line being in a lot of the trailers and
Yeah.
TV spots.
It's a real like last look. You know what was funny is all the Dark Knight movies. Their trailers always had those little like stuff.
That
at
trademark Nolan humor.
Yeah, it's like at the very end.
Yeah.
It's like, please, like.
She got out of the car, and you saw her for the first time. You grabbed me and said, Aunt May? Aunt May? Is that an angel?
Gee, did I say that?
Gee, did I say?
Harry's in love with her. She's still his girl.
Isn't that up to her?
She doesn't.
New wave feminism? Question mark. Like equal rights. Getting punished for iniquities.
Everybody else knows.
Everybody.
But hang on.
Ribbit.
Ribbit. She's like, whoa, whoa, like as DMX once said, whoa.
It's my favorite lyric from him.
MJ, it's Peter. You there? Hello? You there? Well, I'm just calling to check up on you. Will you call me when you get in? Okay? All right. Well, don't go up any dark alleys. Hello?
Goblin laughing on phone.
Yeah.
I'll screen cap that.
Can Spider-Man come out to play?
Where is she?
You need to come and see me. Like, I mean, that's literally what that is. Like, you know who this is. You know how this is gonna end, don't you? Nope.
Nope.
He's like, I think you do. He's like, you know how this is gonna end? Like, no, I really don't. I can't see the future like
Yeah.
you. I guess.
Not a
Like,
soothsayer.
I'm
not a soothsayer.
I got something for your ass coming up.
Yeah.
That's literally one of the greatest moments in any movie. Like, wow. Unless you got her pajamas on, you know.
Mm-hmm. I'm just scrolling here. This headline says, I saw Spider-Man No Way Home 3 times in one day.
Are they insane? I don't think their mind works. Like,
Well, you can see his mouth
Yeah.
under that black covering there.
The net. Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw that in trailer earlier, and I remarked, I don't remember that. And then, of course, wow.
Is that, what is this, Paul Thomas Anderson putting stuff in trailers that ain't in the
Yeah.
movie? I've heard people who said they've seen Licorice Pizza said there's some moments I know in that are not in the movie. So
I wonder. There's the moment of Bradley Cooper with doing stuff at the gas station.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's going to be in it or not.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for like a year and a half.
You called it back
So,
a while back.
we'll see.
On the pod. Yeah, I don't know if it's that or something else, but not a bad guess. Here's your licorice pizza, as the sequel would tell us with a fan edit.
Because I'm thinking of all the other moments in the movie, and I'm like, there's nothing else I would think that would be missing personally, but
it better have a listen, young lady, and
Yeah.
that, or we right.
I literally will crap my pants if it doesn't happen. Like, and then I'll have to sit in it.
And then I'll have to sit in it and be mad.
Right.
But I'll do it.
Yeah.
Was it Ebert was complaining about this scene or something? It was just like, oh, we've got to make this choice, and I don't remember what exactly he was even saying.
I don't know. Yeah. I love Ebert, but he makes some stupid complaints every now and then. Just like,
how a hero is thought about. Hero.
My favorite thing to eat is a meatball hero. Like,
what's all this like? We are who we choose to be now. Choose like he's a philosophy teacher or something. Again, with a concentration in pain and suffering.
notice that man is like, it'll be all right.
Yeah,
like,
that's cool.
I would be freaking out,
But that's just me.
It's not like he's Spider-Man and he can like figure it out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Crap. Yeah. Crap in a hat. Oh, convenient.
Mm-hmm.
I will destroy all.
Just because.
Listen! I need you to climb down! Yes, you can!
Convenient. MJ and kids screaming.
You can do it! You have to! Trust me! Hold on tight! Go quickly!
Get in quick.
Get in quick.
That kid.
Yeah.
And the New Yorker's right
Yeah.
here in a minute.
A pretty cool shot.
Yeah. It's almost like this movie's good.
Yeah. So she would, very likely die there somehow, but whatever. Okay.
Like, shut up.
So says you.
Die. Like, I'll kill you when this is over. Like, okay. Indeed. I mean, literally, like, I want somebody to put a recording of this in my casket.
Yeah. Literally had like a crowbar he threw at him.
Yeah. They just found it somewhere. Had it in his pocket.
White guy who had the Mets hat.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'll be honest, as a Southerner, I hate to say this to our New York listeners, normally y'all annoy me, but, like, in moments like that where it's like, hey, like,
yeah,
I got something for your ass, like, you know, that's amazing, but, you know, this is a, God, like, what even is this? Anyway, where is this?
Some, like, abandoned, like, house, basically. Literally would have killed him, but...
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah.
There's a moment coming up that my good friend Ryan made his own version of.
Lost Terminator 2.
Yeah. When he gets killed. Spoiler, but you ought to know.
I'm gonna get away, you face.
Yeah,
there,
nope.
but...
Like. This image where he's like. What?
That sounds like you're like bending, breaking steel.
Yeah, like it's not that difficult. Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah, not good. He ain't playing on Sunday.
His eyes.
Yeah.
This, like, what does that even mean? What even is that?
Yeah,
by the way, like, is that a weapon he's been hiding the whole time?
Yeah, it's
like
a staff spike thing or something.
Where did he get that?
I don't know.
Infrastructure.
Yeah.
Well, he would definitely be dead,
Yeah.
probably, but no.
Not too much longer.
That image, like, what? Internal bleeding, at least.
Yeah.
This image, him hitting him there. His face is just like empty goblin mask.
Yeah.
Well, if it's like Dan Quayle.
Ross Perot. All that, Ross Perot.
Don't let him take me again. There's a funny, the first song on the last Oingo Boingo album, which I just listened to the other day, called Insanity is the name of the song.
And Insanity.
At one point in it, it says something like, however many thousands of years of evolution and we get Dan Quayle or something. It's like the lyric, like, what? Like,
wow.
I don't remember exactly what it said, but I was just like listening. I was sitting listening to it and I was like, what? Like, like,
Be a son to me. Big moment.
and his name is Johnson. No. This moment here, though, is.
I love that by this point he definitely knows he's Peter. Obviously, he's like he calls him Spider-Man, and was only Sam Raimi would do that. Like,
oh. But wouldn't you think it would just go through him and then hit him anyway?
Yeah.
Don't tell Harry. That's an all-time death rattle, you know.
But don't worry, he's back in No Way
Yeah,
Home, as well as Doc Ock is too. I don't even try to explain that to me. I don't know.
Didn't he literally explode?
Yeah.
And that,
so like, yeah, that whole because
he's like,
blew up.
No, I'll do it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, they know.
All these. You know what's funny about this movie? All the transitions that there are. It's like really weird. I'm gonna cause you the pain that you caused me. You're looking like that, you know.
Yeah.
And he has a gun.
Yeah.
Like, why did he know that was right there? You know. Is he one of those like conceal carry kind of guys?
I'm sure
you know?
he is. What if he just unloaded the clip and his dad's
He's
body?
like, if I can't have you, no one can. Like,
I wish I was the one to do it. Like,
I'm gonna cause him the pain that he caused me. Like, his dead body. Like,
hey.
I'm so sorry, Harry.
It feels like every one of these movies ends in a funeral or something.
A lot of death in Spidey's life.
I didn't lose him. He was stolen from me.
No, you lost him, but yeah.
One day Spider-Man will pay. I swear on my father's grave, Spider-Man will pay.
Do we want to just neglect the idea that he was a murderous, psychopathic supervillain?
It's funny how blatant all this is. It's like, I'll kill Spider-Man, but I love you. And it's like,
I'll kill you,
like,
but I love Spider-Man.
It's like, but I heard Spider-Man was there.
Yeah.
Like, what if it ended like Roll Tenenbaums with the Van Morrison music?
Everybody walks out.
Yeah.
In slow-mo.
No matter how hard I try.
I'll always be Speeder Parker man.
Spoder
Parker. I think he should rebrand as Spoder Parker.
Spode Park.
That sounds like a skateboarding facility.
Do it all for the nookie. This scene.
This is meme. That
there's this
made,
meme. Yeah,
like they put the red
biscuit hat.
Yeah,
and it's like, tell me, is it true that I did it all for the nookie? Like,
she cries like.
There was only one person who I was thinking of. And it wasn't who who I thought it'd be. It was you, Pete. I kept thinking, I hope I make it through this. So I could see Peter Parker's face one more time.
He should like turn his head and do the Val Kilmer look.
Yeah.
There's only one man
And forever.
who's always been there for me. Who makes me feel like I'm more than I ever thought I could be. That I'm just me. And that's okay. The truth is, I love you. I love you so much, Peter.
She finally says it, but is it too late? He's got to have his big heroic walk off, you know. Who am I? I'm Spoder Parker, like.
All I wanted was to tell her how much I loved her. I can't.
You can't what?
Tell you everything. I mean, there's so much to tell.
Yeah. There's so much to tell.
I want you to know that I will always be there for you. I will always be there to take care of you. I promise you that. I will always be your friend.
MJ getting friend zoned.
Only a friend. Peter Parker.
That's all I have to give.
Did it all for the nookie. Limp Bizkit should have had a song in this,
Yeah.
you know. Oh well, what could it been?
Just effing up your program. Like. It's interesting how melancholic this movie ends.
Yeah.
Like, I always remembered that about it, but
Forget these words. With great power,
Yeah, that's a classic. Most of the great Spider-Man stories end on a kind of a
this is my gift.
melancholic / like mixed blessing kind of a note. There's usually never an unambiguously happy ending.
he's Spider-Man. He's Spider-Man. He's gonna swing around like Spodload. Spider-Man.
Big heroic moment.
Do accept at fully loaded.
Last summer.
Yeah. American flag. This is America.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, like, then all right.
What's very hilarious to me about that ending is just like there's nothing about Spider-Man that inherently screams like rah patriotism exactly. So
Yeah.
it's just like, you know.
So they
this
added
was-
that in at the
obviously
end.
this was in
Yeah.
the wake and aftermath of September
Monsell
11th.
McGraw, Randy Savage,
Test pilot.
Messy
David
Gray as
Holcomb.
herself,
Times Square children.
Cop at Fire, Mick Watford. Really? Like,
Tram Group mother. Tugboat captain.
I mean, Tugboat Maguire.
Yeah. So, Spider-Man, any new thoughts?
Michael Moore, second assistant director.
They just kind of hang out a few days. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll shoot some of this.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my
Chad
God.
Kroger. Of course, of a hero of Nickelback.
Heidi Fugman.
Yeah, Nickelback thoughts.
They really are bad,
Yeah.
but
You think they're almost not underrated, but
no,
like they're
but
overhated,
like
maybe?
yes, like I mean they're bad, but like whatever. I mean, you know.
Hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait.
Well, I've never hung around this long. Honestly.
I thought they had.
Yeah.
He had a song at the end of this. Yeah. Chad Kroeger, the American Chris Martin in many ways, from a certain era.
More like Toby Keith, but Toby Keith's better.
Well, Toby Keith's the American Toby Keith.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Oh, Chad Kroeger, I think, is married to Avril Lavigne, other 2000s icon.
Yeah.
He's Canadian, actually, Chad Kroeger.
Wade. I mean, how the years have flown,
Just counting, Nickelback has 9 studio albums.
What's the newest one?
Feed the Machine from 2017.
Okay.
They named it that, Feed the Machine from 2017, just so it would always rhyme. They thought the long game,
And they're like,
Bo
that's
Henry, negative cutter.
Okay. I don't know why he had to be so negative about it.
So, any new thoughts on Spider-Man?
No, I mean,
yeah,
it's great. I mean,
yeah. There you go.
Works.
Gets you from point A to point B,
Better than all the crap we're doing
pause
now.
on this. Oh, yeah, of course.
Wait, let's hear it at 1.5. We're breaking the sync. Oh. Michael Moore again.
Alfredo Garcia.
Really?
Technical assistant.
Might as well just go all the way with this.
Yeah. Strokes is.
Yeah.
I've never watched all this. Just heard this before. Spider-Man. Just in time. Yes, we're.
All right.
Anyway, there you go. So, Spider-Man, 2002.
Yep.
Still great.
Good stuff.
Still good stuff. But, Jeff, we got one last podcast coming out this year. One new movie. Mr. Probst, what is it next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
There's sun power, gun power, atomic power, fun power, power power, flower power, go power, and low power. And if power's all they really understand, we take the power of the flower and the power of the dove. We put them both together and we love them to death. Shine! Skidoo, skidoo. The only thing that matters is with who you do. Skidoo, skidoo. The only thing that matters is with who. Skidoo, I do believe it really is the thing to do. Skidoo, skidoo, and the world can be a better place for you. Well, you gotta be good and you gotta be kind, but there's a lot of people think they gotta draw the line. They separate the good, the bad, the wrong from right. They forget about the colorless between the black and white, the groovy little in-between. Skidoo, skidoo. The only thing that matters is with who you do. Skidoo, skidoo. The The only thing that matters is with Skidoo. I do believe it really is the thing to do. Skidoo, skidoo, and the world can be a better place for you. Time is moving fast and there's a lot to see, so don't you trap yourself inside a boat that's floating on the sea. There's a better way of living if you take the time to try to live and love and take a breath and watch the scenery as the color slowly changes from 14 to 23. Skidoo, skidoo, the only thing that matters is with skidoo. The only thing that matters is with who.
Hey, you. Where's God?
Do you believe it really is the thing to do? Skidoo, skidoo, and the world can be a better place for you. Skidoo,
And you just heard a little bit of a selection
Nilsson as a tower guard.
from
Skidoo!
Skidoo! From
Awful.
1968. I remember one of the greats of film Twitter, Peter Avellino, one time tweeting like, happy whatever anniversary
I think it
to
was the
Skidoo.
50th, I'm pretty sure.
And I remember being like, what is this? Never having heard of it before. And then kind of I got a hold of it and we sought it out, watched it, and instantly loved it. It's not a great movie.
No.
But it's a pretty entertaining movie. How do you even describe what Skidoo is?
Well,
I guess it's just like a
a
comedy set amongst the countercultural
the late
60s.
It's in the tradition of the 60s comedy, the bloated 60s comedy.
Which we can spend a lot of time talking about next week.
In this, kind of like it's a mad world, but like there's nothing really to go after. I don't actually remember exactly what the plot of the movie is.
Isn't Jackie Gleason like a
gangster or something?
Yeah, basically like a mob figure or something.
And like he's like
his daughter
trying to save
joins
his daughter from like a hippie group or whatever. And
And
that's
Groucho
mainly
Marx
what it is.
is God in
Yes,
it.
I mean the whole point was Groucho Marx plays God.
Yeah.
That way they could literally say that. It's
Yeah.
like the Easy Rider. We
Hand.
won't go into all that.
Yeah.
But
Look
that like, and it's just this real crazy comedy. There's like a whole LSD trip in it. It's like, and like I remember they had Timothy Leary in the trailer. It really is a like mainstream attempt to cash in on the hippie culture.
Yeah.
And it fails miserably. I mean, it really
But
is
it's so
amazing.
entertaining, wickedly entertaining.
And-
a lot of big
and you know what
actors of the 60s show up in it.
And the best part is it's directed by Otto Preminger, of all people. It's just like...
Which we've since went back and seen some
Yeah.
other Preminger movies that are quite great.
Yeah.
And
on George Tristesse and even
Bunny
Bunny
Lake
Lake
is
is Missing. And I think that Anatomy of a Murder is fine, but it's just kind of forgettable.
I mean, in many ways,
frankly,
he
but,
was like,
yeah.
this might sound like a downgrade more than it really is to me, but like, he's almost like an also ran Hitchcock in a lot of ways. Some of his movies are like very contemporary to Hitchcock, and again, some pretty good to great movies. But I don't know really what he was thinking with that one. I guess just something different, and maybe like Stanley Kramer did with It's Mad World, wanted to just do something completely different from what he was normally seen as having done.
Yeah, but even that was like a successful film. Not only literally it made money, but and I'm sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's after that, and
yes,
so a director like Preminger looks at that and says, "Oh, maybe I'll try my version of that."
It's been like 5 years after that too. It's like I thought you would have gotten to that quicker, but it really is amazing to see somebody make a movie like Bunny Lake is Missing, which isn't like the best movie ever or nothing, but like is a pretty like up to date movie for that era to be like to do
contemporary,
the contemporary thriller,
yeah,
like that, and then to make let's do Skidoo. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And I mean, I know he had probably a movie or two in between there.
He also was one of the Mr. Freezes on.
Yeah,
Batman.
Maybe he was just getting his freak on in the 60s.
Yeah, a lot of people were.
I don't know. Yeah, but it's a movie that it really lives in this whole like glass bottom boat. It's a mad world era of just like let's make a stupid comedy, and it works after the fact as like as a product of its time
Yeah.
of like seeing the type of movies that were being made, but as a movie they never really worked that well. I mean, It's a Mad World I think works, relatively.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, and something like maybe The Russians Are Coming, or I've always wanted to finish it all, but The Maltese Bippy, which looked totally awful from what I could tell. That was a Rowan and Martin movie.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to see any of it. But I'll say though, the opening credits of that movie are some of the most insane moments of any. I'm just like, you can do this as an opening credit. I mean, so there were moments of that type of movie where, and even the, closing credits of Skidoo, memorably, are insane. I mean, so like, there are things in those movies that frankly push cinema to a certain level. But
and were reflections of what the contemporary editing or sound use was moving forward.
Yeah,
a little
and
bit,
that honestly nobody's ever went back to that. And it's like those moments work, but as a whole concept,
it's half baked.
They don't. But
and a good version to look back on of like older people trying to be quote hip or cool and not.
They're gonna get like, let's get the hardware.
And like say what you will about something like Easy Rider, which we have mixed feelings about. Like that is made by people that at that moment were hip,
a movie,
and it was like of the moment in a way that something like that is trying to be but fails.
Right, and
because of a generational divide.
And even something like The Graduate, which coming from, and I mean Mike Nichols was certainly no old man at that point, but I mean he was still a relatively young enough man, but that I don't know that it just seems like coming from a man who could be perceived by a lot of people as sort of a comedian that's on TV, to make a movie like that, or even before that, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, but something like The Graduate to be like funny and dramatic. I mean, like, it's interesting that movies like that were being made that were so cutting edge, and then Skidoo.
I mean, it couldn't all be as sophisticated as Mike Nichols in that moment. And like you said, that's a good prescient observation, is that at that moment, he was among the more contemporary, younger filmmakers, Nichols, and somebody like Preminger was a step or two behind. Yeah. And was still capable of making great movies at that time period, but not that kind of a movie.
He would make interesting movies after that, too. But, it's just a movie that catches so many people. It's like people getting caught with, like, compromising photographs of them. Yeah. The whole movie's a big compromising photograph for everyone involved.
It's almost like a J. Edgar Hoover just like released all the tapes.
Isn't George Raft the captain at the end of that movie? It's just like they jam packed everybody in there. I mean, Frankie Avalon, I'm sure that's not his most embarrassing moment. He's been in all kinds of garbage, but it's like there's just so many people in that. It's like, really, you were in this?
Yeah.
And Frank Gorshin, Burgess Meredith, Mickey Rooney. I mean, it's got all Cesar Romero as Hetchy. Yeah. I mean, it's got everybody.
A lot of Batman.
Lurch.
Figures. Yeah.
It's got. I mean, you pretty much everybody who wasn't in It's a Mad World, and there are a couple people that are in both, but everybody who wasn't in that is basically in Skidoo.
Am I imagining things? Does Mickey Rooney pop up in that too?
Yeah, so I said he's like Mickey Rooney, that guy that God is going after or whatever.
Yeah.
Because there's that part.
Yeah, because they're talking on the phone.
Yeah, he's like, lousy crumb, dirty stool pigeon. Yeah, but
and that was a moment too, specifically
Slim Pickens also in
where
that
it's like at that time was like, oh, look at these 30s icons like at the end of their rope.
And then Mickey Rooney lived a long time after that.
50 years later.
He's daggum in Phantom of the Megaplex.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
But obviously Groucho Marx, he didn't die super long after that.
No.
That was towards the end of his career. But so it's a movie we're wildly fascinated by and is just a really interesting cultural product of a time period that we love. And it'll be a good little movie to end the year on. It'll be our last movie of the year. But
what a wild, strange trip it's been.
And we've done a lot of movies that have been somehow functionally about the 60s at various points, and so we kind of thought it would be a good one to end the year on, close the chapter on a lot of that. So, again, if you're hearing this on Christmas Eve or in the immediate aftermath of Christmas Day or in the days to come, hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a soon-to-be very Happy New Year. This is Kyle.
God bless all.
God bless all. Take care. God bless.
God bless us, everyone. Life is full of sweet surprises. Every day's a gift. The sun comes up and I can feel it lift my spirit. Fills me up with laughter.
fills me up with song. I look into the eyes of love and know that I belong. Bless us all who gather here, the loving family I hold dear. No place on earth compares with home, and every path will bring me back from where I roam. Bless us all, that as we live, we always comfort and forgive. We have so much that we can share with those in need we see around us everywhere. Let us always love each other. Lead us to the light. Let us hear the voice of reason singing in the night.
Let us run from anger
and catch us when we fall. Teach us in our dreams, and please, yes, please, bless us one and all. Bless us all with playful years, with noisy games and joyful tears. We reach for you and we stand tall.
And in our prayers and dreams we ask you bless us all.
We reach for you and we stand tall. And in our prayers and dreams we ask you